Johnson. I'll serve the Lord. Coming on. That's what it's all about here on Whcr 90.3 FM in New York City. The man from Tupelo, Mississippi, Lee Williams and the spiritual QC's. Bring it, bring it.
Come on, children, let's have a good time. All we gotta do is get cheese. Gotta get Jesus on your mind. Listen, everybody, we gotta get with one call. Jesus will be there. You can count on the Lord. Thank Him because you do well. Praise Him because you do fine. Come on, let's have a good time. Come on, let's have a good time. Yeah, what can I say again? Come on, children, let's have a good time. All we gotta do is get cheese. Gotta get cheese on your mind. Listen, everybody, we gotta get with one accord. Jesus will be there. You can count on the Lord. Thank Him because you're doing well. Praise Him because you're doing fine. Come on, let's have a good time. Come on, let's have a good time. I got one more thing I wanna tell you. Somebody here, sitting here today, they won't do nothing, ain't got nothing to say. But if I were you, I would see myself, and they don't wanna go, but they wait for nobody else. Thank Him because you do well. Praise Him because you do fine. Come on, let's have a good time. Come on, let's have a good time. Come on, let's have a good time. I wanna ask you one more thing. I wanna ask you one more thing. As you come here to let's go to church. Let's go to church. Let's go to church. Have a good time. Have a good time. Come on. You can have a good time. Let's go to church. Let's go to church. Let's go to
You're listening to Let Your Voice Be Heard.
Today, this is the topic. Let's talk about sex. How do we handle this issue?
There are a lot more risky behaviors in drinking or drug use that affect sexual activity.
You might build a community. The police officers make more of an attempt to talk to people. They're going to be people who just don't like the cops. So when we have our guns, then, what's the solution?
Do you welcome homosexuals in your church, Pastor?
I'm never going to treat you differently. Never going to put you down. I'm going to say this to you, though. I'm not gay.
They're not stripping or searching or frisking me.
Let Your Voice Be Heard radio. Every Sunday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m.
To admire, cause you shine with something like a mirror. I can't help but notice you reflect in this heart of mine. If you ever feel alone and the glare makes me hard to find, just know that I'm always very loud on the other side. Cause with your hand in my hand and pocket full of soap. I can tell you there's no place we couldn't go. Just put your hand on the past. I'll be trying to pull you through. You just gotta be strong. I don't wanna lose you now. I'm looking right at the other half of me. They can see the set in my heart. There's a space to tell you home. Show me how to fight for now.
Whcr 90.3 FM.
Coming back into you once I figured it out. You were right here all along. It's like you're my mirror. Oh, my mirror staring back at me. Oh, I couldn't get any bigger. Oh, with anyone else beside me. Oh, and now it's clear as a promise. Never make it to the passions. It's fun, 'cause it's like you're my mirror. Oh, my mirror staring back at me, staring back at me. Also something and original, 'cause it doesn't seem really simple. And I can't help but stare, 'cause I see true summer in your eyes. Ooh, I can't ever change without you. You reflect me, I love that about you. And if I could, I would look at us all the time. 'Cause with your hand in my hand and a pocket full of soap, I can tell you there's no place we couldn't go. Just put your hand on the past, I'll be trying to pull you through. You just gotta be strong. I don't wanna lose you now. I'm looking right at the other half of me. They can see the set in my heart. There's a space to tell you home. Show me how to fight for now.
And welcome to Let Your Voice Be Heard right here on WHCR 90.3 FM, the voice of Harlem. Stanley, I'm looking at everyone right now.
She does. She always does that.
She always gives me this look like you better not mess up on the words.
I think she doesn't want you to cut in like you did last time. When she
like I just did now?
It is what it is. We do this every Sunday live and in effect from 11 to 1 p.m. Again, right here on WHCR, LYVBH.com. Yes, I just got the acronym right. And I'm really excited about today's show.
Is it going to explode?
It is going to explode. Like a suicide bomber.
Oh my God.
You're not supposed to say
that.
Fireworks
explode too.
Yeah.
Popcorn explodes in the microwave. You know,
you're right.
So many other things that you could have said.
Oh, I know. I couldn't think of anything else.
Really?
Really? You just mentioned 3 things.
I know. Make it sound so easy.
Speaking of exploding, Selena isn't here looking like a bag of money.
I always look like this,
know what a bag
Stanley.
of money is, if you don't know what a bag of money is, ask Rick Ross or who else is on that song?
Who else is on that song? All right, come on. Someone knows who else is on that song.
We have some people in the studio.
Yes,
we have Shaka Nisha, who's in the back over there.
All right, before you mispronounce my cousin's name.
Well, let's introduce us and
Thank
introduce
you,
our guests.
Thank you. So,
Selena.
Thank you. If you haven't figured it out, I am Selena, and that is Miss Selena Hill, MS on Twitter and Facebook. I mean, just Instagram. On Facebook, I'm Selena Hill, spelled like, yes, the regular traditional way.
Traditional, or with an S-E-L-E-N-A?
Yes, like Selena Gomez and
that's the traditional way Selena has it. And I am Patricia Valoy, V-A-L-O-Y, because it's not as simple as Hill. And that's at Besito86 on Twitter. And also Instagram, if you really, really, really want to go to Instagram. My Instagram is a little boring.
Yeah, Twitter. She's exploding on Twitter all the time and RTing.
Let's stop with the explosions, people.
We never stop exploding, Patty. I'm Stanley. You can find me on Twitter at DarkSkinSwindle. That is also my Instagram name, and my Instagram is very interesting and funny because I post stuff up there all the time.
Yes, it
is.
The
last picture I posted was of like Jesus Christ saying, "If you don't love me, you'll burn in hell."
Are you serious? I didn't even see that one.
Yes. Everyone here liked it except for Selena, who's giving me a look like, "How dare you, Stanley?"
Love me or I'll kill you.
Yes. Listen, I'm gonna be okay. It was pretty funny.
Yeah.
But
so yeah, Stan the Man, he's on the 1s and 2s and YouTube.
Yes. You hear the anger in her voice.
It's me.
I love you, Selena. I'm PC 1s and 2s and YouTubes, and we got. If you're listening earlier, we played the new Justin Timberlake song "Mirrors."
Holla back, Stanley.
Yes. That's
up
right.
on the new joints
now. We get all the new songs a week later. That's how
basically, pretty much.
That's right. That's how we roll.
You probably heard it already and downloaded it on iTunes.
Newish.
Yeah.
I always like older songs anyway. Like new songs, I don't start liking them until like 10 years later. I'm like, oh, I remember that song. Yeah, it is good. You're right.
I was hitting this song when it came out. I love it now.
Exactly.
Oh, so yeah, everyone, right, we have a very packed studio right now. Everyone is in the house.
Do tell.
So, shout out to our PR, Danielle. If you guys want to tweet us or Facebook us, you should do that right now. She'll be answering our team. Just getting, if you guys want to get feedback, Danielle will be sharing that on air with us, hopefully.
That's right.
Yes, you will.
And you can tweet us at @BeHeard_radio. Facebook, of course, Let Your Voice Be Heard. And we also have in the studio a very special guest contributor who looks very tense and studious, and that's because he is a professor and he's also the chief of staff for the New York City Council. Holla back, his name is Mike Rasiopo.
Yay! You said it.
I did it. Mike, please introduce yourself.
Hello, it's great to be here at Let Your Voice Be Heard 90.3. I'm looking forward to the discussion today. Thanks to everyone for having me on.
And you dress for the part.
Yes, Professor.
Really
we love it.
My whole wardrobe is academic stuff.
Love
I think I might have a pair of jeans, maybe.
This is my beach suit.
Yeah, this is basically... This is relaxed for me, Tom.
Really?
That's kind of an overstatement, but...
Sweater vest to the beach kind of guy?
It's not a sweater vest. That's
just
more...
a sweater and a tie and everything, and that's you relaxed.
No, that's an overstatement, but it might be the same just without the tie when I'm actually relaxed.
I actually have a tie on today, if you guys can't see me on video camera. But it's black, so it blends in, so you can't see it.
Oh,
very sharp, Stanley.
So, Mike, where are you from? Can you just tell us a little bit about yourself briefly?
I am born and raised in Brooklyn. I've been interested in politics for quite some time.
Okay.
I went to college on a tennis scholarship.
Cool.
And then been on a graduate fellow. I was on a graduate fellowship through CUNY, teaching at Brooklyn College.
Nice.
And now I'm the chief of staff for a city councilman right now, and pretty directly involved in politics.
Great. And we cannot, and basically you'll be contributing on the great topics that we're speaking about today. We're actually starting off with talking about the market of prepaid cards. Now, I'm pretty sure everyone has heard of the Rush card at the very least. The Kardashians actually had a card. Justin Bieber, yeah.
It was called a video cam card?
Oh, don't even do that. So basically we're going to talk about...
you can have, you check out weddings, and then, you have 5 weddings in a row, you get one free.
The 72-day divorce packet.
You guys are just... Well, their card has been canceled because they received so much heat and pushback from it. I mean, the reason why prepaid cards are so controversial is because they kind of target the underbanked and unbanked. So people that don't have access to bank accounts, and typically because they don't have good credit or whatever it may be. Like, I have a friend who says she can't open a bank account because she owes so much money, they would automatically just deplete her savings. Yeah. So she would be a prime target for a prepaid card. Right. Now, if you guys remember, a couple weeks ago, we had Russell Simmons, yes, the Russell Simmons on the show, advocating for his card. So we had to keep it balanced. We have one of his most boisterous critics. His name is Ryan Mack. I'll introduce him later, but he'll be coming up very shortly. And we're going to talk about the prepaid card. Is it really that bad? Or is it just exploiting?
I always considered the prepaid card something for teenagers. Like, when I was growing up, my mother is actually really financially savvy, and my father is the total opposite. Like, he went into a lot of financial distress. They're separated for obvious reasons. But my mother was always on point, and she always wanted to build credit for me and my sisters. So she would take out a card for us with limits, and she would put money, and she would urge us to use it, and it would always be paid off. So that when I was in college, I had the best credit ever. Like, I could have bought a house, I could have bought many things because of that. But my mom would she knew what she was doing. She was building it up, and she did that with my sisters as well. Where my dad, something similar happened to your friend. My dad actually won the lottery. I swear to God, not millions, but really thousands. And because he owed so much money, it was taken away from him when he put it in the bank. It was horrible, but
he should have had a prepaid card.
He should have. I guess for him it would have worked. But you know what? Then he wouldn't have ever paid his dad, so it's cool. But then in the second hour, actually, moving away from I got no money, we're going to be talking about the immigration proposal that the White House put out. It's a 29-page proposal. I read it. It's really simple, very easy to understand. So it wasn't something that you're looking at this document Obamacare document. What was it? Thousands of
2,000 pages.
Oh my God. It wasn't like that at all. It was very simple. And, and they talk about all these different strategies that they have to tackle the immigration problem, as people call it. So we're going to be dissecting it a little bit. I mean, I can't go through every single thing that's in there, but I'm gonna pick one of the top things. things. And we have Daniel Coates. He's the lead immigration organizer for Make the Road New York.
Ooh, Make the Road New York. I love them. I've been to a couple of their protests at City Hall.
They're really
good.
Great. Like, you gave me their information. I contacted them. They were really, really helpful. They're like, oh, don't worry about it. In like 5 minutes, they're like, oh, we got somebody for you. Don't worry. He'll be calling in. So I'm very, very excited to talk about it and like just look it over, because I think we've been talking about immigration ever since Obama came into office. And it's like nothing has happened. I mean, a lot of but nothing
actually. Kind of a false. I mean, that's when we get into the discussion later. I definitely talk about.
No, definitely, and I want to hear your input, because it's just something. It's like in a standstill, and that's why I kind of wanted to bring it up so we can keep it alive. Because I mean, if you don't push, your government, your politicians, they're not going to do anything for you.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, famously, I know LBJ was famous for saying that. He would say about like civil rights legislation. He would say, "Make me do it" to the leaders. You'd have to push him on it. Because they're bound by, to some extent, at all times, they're bound by popular will.
Exactly.
And if you get behind them, like you're saying, you can make them do something.
I definitely believe in the power of the people. Absolutely. We put them in their positions. We can take them off. So
definitely. And then, Stanley, what are we talking about on the Quickie?
We are doing a Quickie, and it'll be fun and enjoyable, on the mortgage refinancing bill.
Ooh, the fun!
Yes. That's right. For all of you people who own homes, which is, I think, no one in here actually.
I own a home.
Yes, that's right. She actually owns part of Columbia. We're going to be talking about the mortgage refinancing bill, and it's a bill that the president is very, enthusiastic about, which means Republicans are not.
Of course.
So we're going to talk about that. We're going to break it down and try to explain it without getting you guys too dizzy. I actually had a little bit harder time, like, putting this one together.
Really?
Because it wasn't the bill per se, but trying to explain, like, what a refinancing was without confusing people. That's what, like, had me there. And Selena, you had so much, like, smug pride in your eyes when I said that.
I support you.
So we're going to ask a lot of hard questions on purpose.
Yes. What is the ethics of mortgage? No. But, that's about it. And, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fast. All I need is 37 seconds, because that's how I roll with the Quickie.
Oh, can't wait for that. That's definitely going to explode.
I've never heard her say that.
Anyway, so this is Let Your Voice Be Heard. Keep tuning in. We're coming back. We're talking to Ryan Mack. We're talking about the prepaid card market, the system itself. A lot of people, actually, Russell Simmons claimed that millions of people are switching over to this form of banking. We're going to find out if it puts them at an advantage or a disadvantage. Right here on Let Your Voice Be Heard. So keep tuning in. It's WHCR 90.3 FM. I just want to throw the phone number out now if you guys want to call in. It's 212-650-6903.
Yeah. Do you feel that? I do. MDMA.
Paradise, girl, it's nice to meet you. You see this spiritual healing, baby, you just like a preacher. Tell me your deepest thoughts and allow me to take them deeper. The intentions of the chemist who shook this up in his beaker. Psychedelic tendencies, feelings you can't control. Add some in them, I can open up the window to your soul. So baby, impress and tingle, you feel the flow within you, here you go. I knew you had it in you, now I just you open up, baby, let me see your soul.
This is my first time, but baby, I wanna roll.
Harlem's got its own radio station.
Once again, back is the incredible
WHCR 90.3 FM, the voice of Harlem.
Hi, this is Sister Virginia Cotton, and I'll take you to that place every Tuesday morning from 6 to 10 in the a.m. on the Gospel Legends program. We'll lift the Savior and take a trip down memory lane. How far back will I go? Tune in on Tuesday morning, WHCR 90.3 FM from 6 to 10 in the a.m. And don't forget the website. That's the 3Ws.WHCR.org. I'm so excited.
You don't have to travel downtown for Italian cuisine in an elegant atmosphere. Gran Piazza d'Oro now has a full-service bar, and they offer the best in Italian cuisine. Satisfy your palate with an assortment of traditional Italian dishes like fettuccine alfredo, chicken marsala, and their award-winning special, golden lobster alla Gilberto. Gran Piazza d'Oro is available to host and or cater your next event. Gran Piazza d'Oro is located at 1429 Fifth Avenue between 116th and 117th Streets in Harlem. For more information, call 212-722-2244 or visit GranPiattoRestaurant.com.
Live in the mix, 26, each and every Thursday morning, Big Five with your host, Mike Stokes, of WHCR, 90.4 FM, the voice of
Rush card.
It's still called a rush card.
He's wrong.
So are you saying he's wrong?
He's wrong.
How is he wrong? Because it does
You know why
seem
he's
like
wrong?
they're targeting
Because the rush
vulnerable.
card costs $5.95 a month, right? For unlimited transactions. We give you $2 or 5% if you give us $500 to hold. You get 5% from your bank? Of course not. Anyway, we transfer money for 99 cents. How much does it cost to transfer your money from a bank? $35? We give you budgeting tools. We give you your money 2 days before your check gets cashed, so you get your money on Wednesday. Now, so if it's $5.95 a month,
And we are back. If you're just tuning in, this is Let Your Voice Be Heard. That was the clip that we actually aired live a few weeks ago when we had Russell Simmons on the show. It was kind of sporadic. All of a sudden, he just started talking about the Rush card and just advocating for it. I mean, I give him credit. He knows it in and out, his product, and he was just talking about all of the benefits. And even though it's very controversial, he was saying that he's not just targeting people that typically don't have access to banks, or people that live in vulnerable communities, but also middle class Americans. Anyone making $75,000 a year or less, he says, will benefit from this prepaid debit card. It is called the Rush card because it's basically like a credit card, but they do have a lot of activation fees, but according to him, it does not add up to the amount of fees a typical person pays at a bank each year. So we're going to talk more about that. We actually have a very special guest on the line. Let me just give you a little more feedback about it. Even though I just you kind of just gave us in a nutshell. I feel like I just why did I write this whole script then, right?
Because that's so you, Selena.
I know, why did I do that? Okay, so we're going to talk about the Rush card.
Yeah, we are.
And the prepaid card market, which is becoming more and more popular among Americans as more companies are offering their customers this alternative option to banking. Right now, we have a very special guest on the line. His name is Ryan Mack. In addition to being a financial advisor, he also works with prominent clients across the U.S. He coordinates workshops and creates economic empowerment initiatives that teach the principles of understanding the power of financial literacy to inner city communities. He is also the CEO of Optimum Capital Management, a public speaker, author, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you so much for being here with us, Ryan.
Thank you for having me, and please keep up the great work you all are doing.
Thank
I'm
you.
a huge fan of your show, and you'd be doing a disservice if you stopped it. So please keep it up.
Thank you, Ryan.
People need it.
We appreciate that.
Yes, long time no speak. How's everything?
It's going great. We're
That's
just
what's up.
coming back our 14-city tour through Black America. We went through 14 cities. We went through homeless shelters. We worked with gang members across the country. We've been in prisons across the country. We're about to release a new book called Let's Talk More Action, which is geared towards giving tangible solutions, economic solutions, with a litany of black and Hispanic experts, financial experts from across the country coming together for a unified purpose. Just sat down with Dr. Cornel West and talked about the state of the black economy.
Wow.
So
you are a busy man.
We're going.
Very
we're getting
busy.
going, and this message is something that's dear to us, and we're just glad that God has blessed us with the ability to learn it as well as teach it.
Okay, and the thing is, now, as you guys can probably see, I know Ryan. The first thing that brought my attention to Ryan and his work and his activism was the fact that he's been so boisterous against the Rush Card. Now, mind you, the Rush Card was, I think it came about, was created back in 2003, and Russell Simmons himself, he does take credit for starting off this whole prepaid market system, this prepaid card market, and of course it has expanded in companies like even Chase, Green Dot, Walmart, any prepaid card, he's saying it's branched off from the Rush Card. Now, back in like maybe 2008, 2009, I heard, Ryan, you wrote a lot of articles, you appeared on different TV shows, CNN, CNBC, and you were talking about this Rush Card and just educating people about the details of the card, how it charges you a monthly activation, how it charges you monthly fees, an initial activation fee, and eventually it all adds up. And a lot of critics say that what it's doing is the people that don't have access to banks are typically African Americans, Latinos, or just minorities, or just people that don't have a lot of money. So we call them the working class. And it's taking advantage of them because in order to even use this card and you put your money in the card, it takes away a certain percentage from your check each and every day. So it's like a check cashing place.
Right, yeah.
Right. Patricia's like, I don't know what that is. But she's like, what's that? But
I used it once, but I do know what it is.
Okay, cool. So I guess if you can just tell me, what is your biggest gripe with the Rush Card in particular, and sort of the prepaid card market itself, because it does give people that don't trust banks an opportunity to put their money somewhere. So what is your gripe against it?
Well, first of all, just to talk about your last statement, you said people who don't trust banks. What gives them what reason to trust the Rush Card? I don't understand why one is. I don't understand how the Rush Card could automatically gain trust as opposed to having someone like a Russell Simmons, or also a Lil Wayne, or George Lopez, Susie Orman, Justin Bieber, or Kim Kardashian. All these individuals, these superstars that are getting paid to essentially, as what I'm concerned, pimping poor people. So this is what I have. Well, let me just say this. I have no gripe with Russell Simmons. Russell Simmons, to me, is a superstar. He is a brilliant businessman. He has been a big inspiration to me as it relates to building a business, inspiration through purpose and passion through his hip-hop movement. I have nothing personal against Russell Simmons. But I do have something against his action of the Rush Card. The Rush Card, what I found out is the major thing, we should not have to spend money to use our own money. And, they actually reached out to me. The Rush Card reached out, and they said they wanted to speak with me. I don't know if they wanted to speak with me after Russell Simmons went on his tour and went on Christine Roman's CNN, and then he went on with Jerry Willis on Fox. And then I went on my own tour talking about the Rush Card with Christine Romans on CNN and Jerry Willis on Fox. And I don't know if he wanted to speak with me after he declined to want to sit down with me on the same panel at Black Enterprise. I don't know if they reached out to me after they found out that we were actually working with a group of kids who I educated. Because, again, there is money in ignorance. There is money in things that you do not know. For what you do not know, there's someone out there that will try to capitalize off of what you do not know. And Russell Simmons works he doesn't own the Rush Card. He works for the Rush Card. So the people that are employing him in order to use his name in order to get their message out to actually pimp poor people essentially I believe, have convinced him that what he's doing is actually a service in making people spend money to use your own money. And now let me just ask this over a basic question, because then I can get into specifics using the old Rush Card website. And every single advantage that they state, and how there's another alternative that there's out there that's available to the people that they can use that will help them establish credit and also get them into the system so they can accumulate wealth, build wealth in a responsible way, and do it at a free or lesser value. Okay, so the biggest thing that he says is we're offering some sort of a service, and I actually have a challenge that toward the end of this conversation I would like to issue, because I know that they're listening now. They always listen to me. They always have folks monitoring exactly what I'm saying. So I would like the folks who are listening to this call or listening to this broadcast now who work for the Rush Card, I have a challenge that you don't want to miss toward the end of this conversation. And I would love to issue this challenge, and it's a very serious challenge, and I would love for Uncle Rush and anybody else out there that's offering these prepaid debit cards to take me up on this challenge. And then I'm going to put some very high stakes on the ball to make sure that they understand that I'm serious about this. Because
wow. And you're going to let us know the challenge, you said, towards the end of the conversation?
Yeah, toward the end of the okay. I just got to get some stuff off my chest first, because this is going on for too long.
And Ryan, we know that you're very passionate about it. Let me just throw out a little more details about the Rush Card. Again, Uncle Rush was here a few weeks ago, and according to him, it's $5.95 a month for a fee. It was originally $9.95.
Can I take that point?
Yeah,
it's actually not $5.95. It's $5.95 with direct deposit. It's $7.95 without direct deposit. So $5.95 with direct deposit, which means that you're getting a regular income that you can deposit every single month. That if you're getting a regular income, you should be able to get a checking account. I mean, if you're not getting a regular income, you should be able to get a checking account. So $5.95 with direct deposit, $7.95 without direct deposit.
That's true. There is a $2 difference with it. Also, let me just add on, because people might not be as familiar. It's 99 cents to transfer money. There are 23,000 free locations for ATMs, and you also get discounts on prescription drugs. Again, Russell Simmons, he talks about the budgeting tools that are a part of the Rush Card. He also talks about, those are some of their key highlighting points. Everything else I have is like sort of the negative. So yes, Ryan, if you can, I just wanted to get that out there, because again, he's not here himself, and people might not have listened to the show a couple weeks ago. But yeah, like everything you're saying. So you're saying that even though there are these benefits, and for people that don't have bank accounts, for instance, you can transfer your money for 99 cents at a bank. What does that cost? Russell Simmons said $35. So how is that something that wouldn't benefit people living paycheck to paycheck and having a hard time struggling and just can't afford to bounce a check and pay these extra fees at a bank?
Well, let's just make this very simple. First of all, I would love if they would take the producer's call. CNN's been calling him, Fox has been calling him to have us on together to actually discuss this together, so we can be on at the same location. But he'll never do that. He will never do that. Second of all, let's just go through point by point of some of the things from the site itself, that these perks, like quote unquote, that they say they offer. They say they avoid fees and interest. Have your paycheck deposited into your Rush Card and never pay costly check cash or overdraft fees again. In 2010, the Fed passed a law that the banks have to ask you if you want to choose overdraft or protection or not. They say they have to ask you. So now you have the essentially. Overdraft is essentially a non-issue unless you make it an issue. So if you go to a bank and open up an account, they have to ask you, would you like to get the ability to overdraft? So Russell Simmons is saying he's avoiding fees, but these fees can easily be avoided by just not choosing fees at a regular bank. That's one discrepancy out of the window. Then he says deposit it directly into your account. If you have a regular income coming in, or even if you don't, we've worked with homeless individuals, we've worked with formerly incarcerated individuals, we've had individuals who've been out of the system. We've worked with individuals who have not, who've been married and recently divorced and have not had any track record of credit. We've gotten all of them secured cards and no-fee bank accounts. Mm-hmm. So this is a discrepancy that these individuals who are underbanked cannot get bank accounts. That is a flat-out lie. Okay, so then it says get instant access to your balance deposit or recent transaction information. Go to asmarterchoice.org. You can find it asmarterchoice.org. Find a credit union in your local area. You'll be able to get all these things with bank accounts with all these same benefits attached to them. You can go to bankrate.com. Research different secured cards that are offered that you can also track your spending as well, but also establish credit through a secured card, which you put money on, and then use that money, and it has a line of credit that actually tracks your history. Mm-hmm. Then it says budgeting made easy. You can do the same thing with a secured card. You can do the same thing with a regular bank account. You can do the same thing with a free debit card. I have a debit card.
Yes. And I'm sorry, I just want to keep our listeners up to date. If you're just tuning in, we're speaking to financial advisor and guru Ryan Mack. If you guys want to call in, we're talking about the Rush card and the whole prepaid card market. The number is 212-650-6903. And Ryan, you're doing a great job just laying out your argument and just talking about how the Rush card itself isn't the smartest choice when you have things like smart. I forgot. You have to throw that website out for me again. But there was some type...
SmarterChoice.org.
Yeah, SmarterChoice.org. But I want to know, if there are different alternatives, then why are people flocking to these prepaid debit cards, and why are more and more celebrities like you named, Justin Bieber, Lil Wayne, they're all signing on? So if there's smarter and better choices, what's going on?
Because there is money in ignorance, Selena. There is, for what people do not know, people will try to capitalize on. If you walk
So
down
you're
the
saying
street,
it's just advertising. There's
a lot of dollars behind advertising, and there's a whole lot of money. Well, we can go down from the Rush card, from the other prepaid debit cards. I mean, why do people use check cashing places? They're taking 5% of their check if they're supposedly broke and they're living check to check. Then why are they willing to give up 5% of their income every time they cash a check? When they can go to a regular bank account, open up a bank account, go to joinbankon.org, and find out a bank that is a part of that large network of individuals that realize that there's a huge growing a market of underbanked and unbanked accounts individuals who need access to these type of accounts. So they're trying to give them service and be a whole lot more lenient. You have people having second chance bank accounts for people who are on the telecheck check cashing system. So there's options out there. 18% of consumers have incurred overdraft penalty in the last year or so. That is after the legislation was passed saying that people do not have to choose overdraft. Okay, 54% had overdrafted, of those 18%, had overdrafted 2 to 5 times when they did not have to have access to that service. They could opt out and not even opt in of that service. Mm-hmm. So again, if you're educated about this information, if you're knowledgeable about this information, this is why, as a community, whenever I see check cashing places, prepaid debit cards, whenever I see renter centers, whenever I see refund anticipation loans, the new bank now, which is a pawn shop and buying gold, people selling their wares after they're purchasing materialistic items, selling it for discounted prices, trying to get short-term loans at exorbitantly high interest rate, and then hopefully get the money back where they can buy their gold back, and most of the time they never get to do it. That's why the buying gold place sells that gold for a whole lot more expensive price which they bought it. So again, another mechanism of pimping poor people. So the pawn shop is becoming...
Oh, so we are, you're listening to Let Your Voice Be Heard. I'm sorry, Stanley, I didn't get that cue real quick. But we do have to take a quick break. I'm so sorry, Ryan. Didn't mean to cut in right there, but we have to go on a break. My engineer is grilling me down. But keep tuning in, and we hope that you stay on the line. We're talking about the Rush card and the prepaid card market right here on WHCR. Don't go anywhere.
Flow for those drilled out. All my niggas locked down in a 10x4, controlling the house. We live in hard knocks. We don't take over, we bar blocks. Burn them down and you can have it back, daddy. I'd rather that. I flow for chicks wishing they ain't have to strip to pay tuition. I see your vision, mama. I put my money on the long shots. All my ballers that's born the clock. No one will be on top, whether I perform or not. I went from lukewarm to hot. Sleeping on futons and cots, the king size. Green machines, the green fives, the scene pies. Let the thing between my eyes analyze life ills. Then I put it down tight real. I'm tight grill with the phony rappers. Y'all might feel we homies. I'm like still, y'all don't know me. I'm tight real. When my situation ain't improving, I'm trying to murder everything moving. Feel me?
Hi, this is Calvin Burrell, inviting you to join me each Saturday at midnight until 4 a.m. Sunday morning for the best in reggae music, right here on WHCR 90.3 FM. Everything will be Irie.
And we are back. This is Let Your Voice Be Heard on WHCR 90.3 FM. Guys, if you want to tweet us, you can tweet us at BeHeard_radio. Right now, we have financial advisor Ryan Mack on the show. Of course, he is a strong advocate against the prepaid card market. He has been very boisterous against Russell Simmons as well. And he's just basically giving us the lowdown on why these cards in the system itself can be so vicious. And I know Patricia had a question.
Yes, I did. Thank you, Selena. Hi, Ryan. My name is Patricia. I've been listening to you. Thank you so much for being here. So, I mean, I just wanted to, a little background. I mean, I definitely do not support prepaid cards. I mean, I've had a bank account since I was a little kid, and my mother would actually, anytime we would get money for our birthdays, for any event, for Christmas, she would put it in a bank account so that when I was 18 years old, I had actually a little money just from collecting, you know, the $5 in a card that somebody gave me when I was like 5 years old. So, you know, it does, money, savings does add up, and you can definitely start financial security from very, very little things, even if you're not very rich. But I mean, I do understand that some people make really bad decisions, and it happens, and you really cannot open a bank account when you're, you know, either in your 20s and your 30s when you really need it the most. And then, you know, the rush card is really not a good option, as you're saying. So what do you leave these people? What do you leave the people that, you know, they can't open a bank account, so they can't have a savings, they can't start building credit, but they also do not see the rush card or a prepaid card as a good option? So what options do they have?
The thing is this, okay, let me tell you about the multiple times that I've led homeless individuals who've been out of the system, okay? We did a workshop, and we helped homeless individuals get back in the system, and they now we were able to get them bank accounts. We've helped individuals who've been in prison. Many of them have served life sentences. We've helped them get bank accounts. Now, these are individuals that not only have bad credit, but they have no credit, no history, and we've helped individuals who bounce checks, who have bad credit history, that said that they've had a proof of being irresponsible. So it is a fallacy and it's a misnomer, and just a flat out, I think it's I don't want to say, well, I'm just going to say it's a flat out lie that there are people that cannot get bank accounts, okay, because I'm living proof, and I've seen it with my own eyes of what we've been able to do by walking them down to credit unions, helping them get into bank accounts, doing a little bit of research online through bankrate.com and figuring out and giving a call to banks, everybody can get, no matter who you are, everybody can get a secured card. A secured card is when you take $300 or $200 or $100, you go to a bank, you give them that $100, they hold that money, not to keep, but as collateral. Then they allow you to borrow against that card. So the same principle, you get the Visa logo, you have the debit, you get to have the full Visa logo, the luxurious thing that now is being so trumpeted as the key interest into wealth building. Now you get that Visa logo. Now you can learn how to budget by just learning how to track your expenditures that you use to borrow against that $100 of collateral for that secured card. 35% of your FICO score is a record of paying your bills on time. So as you pay that secured card back, you go to the grocery store or whatever you would have used that rush card for, you now use that secured card for. But now with the rush card is not building credit. The secured card is.
Ryan, I have a question for you.
Yes.
So here's my thing. You're mentioning that, you know, these other options. No one knows about them. And I can talk from experience. There was a period when I could not have a bank account because I overdrafted on my Bank of America card, and they shut it down. And because of that, I tried to go to other banks. They wouldn't let me. I paid the money I overdrafted on, and I still could not open up an account. And I did the research, and I asked around. No one knew anything about it. And I like to consider myself someone who's pretty savvy on the internet with finding deals because I'm too poor to look for things full price. And I couldn't find it. Is it fair to say that you guys have failed in promoting these things properly?
Well, there's no capital behind it. There's more money behind doing things that can make other people money through greed than there's money that from us in terms of, I mean, I don't want to say if you failed, but I say as a community, we have failed.
Well, I mean, it doesn't cost money to post something on Facebook. Or have you went to elected officials for backing for these things?
My dear brother, we are talking with I'm in talks right now with the FDIC, with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. I'm in talks with from folks from Congressman Rangel, Ed Towns, or now Hakeem Jeffries. I can name the list, the litany of folks that I'm talking to, but it just can't come. The fight don't start with Ryan Mack. You understand? The fight starts with you, my brother. The fight starts with understanding what what problems did you have opening up an account, and how did you get over that hurdle? And then talking to the person next to you on the bus, on the train, at a school, at high school, at a college, and saying, I'm going to take this information, because you don't have to be a financial expert to learn this information. And we do workshops, again, across the country. We do workshops, and you can go to my Facebook, and I urge you to follow. You'll see me writing articles about it.
Yeah, we follow.
And talk about me. I'll talk about it, and I'll say it till the skies come home. But the fight doesn't start with me. Because as much as I get upset, or as much as I get disgruntled with the fact that these folks are out here pimping poor people, the bottom line is sharks do what sharks do best. And sharks go to when there's blood in the water. And if there's blood in the water, the sharks come a-running. So my advice is we have to stop cutting ourselves and swimming in the ocean and then blaming the sharks for coming around doing what we are doing to ourselves.
Yeah.
Hi, Stanley. This is Mike. No, sorry.
It's okay, Mike.
Ryan.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
I have a question. So you seem to concede, and this question is in the similar vein of Stanley in terms of the lack of promotion, but you seem to concede that there is the power of the celebrity endorsement here. And I'm wondering if your movement has looked into anything, essentially fighting celebrity firepower with celebrity firepower. That, financial literacy, it's not as, it's not going to be as sexy as like the Visa logo as you're talking about, but have you guys looked into anything like that where you try to get, maybe people that are well known, because name recognition, as we know, is important. Most people know celebrities. You talk about Rent-A-Center. They're going out and they're getting Hulk Hogan and Troy Aikman to get people to rent appliances. Is there any way that there are people? Have you looked into anything like that? I'm just wondering, some sort of celebrity counter endorsement.
Yeah, definitely.
Because there are people that support it. And I personally was surprised, with Russell Simmons' support of something with these rush cards. But I was just wondering if you've looked into anything like that, and is it something you would consider if you haven't?
Yes, the quick answer is yes. And if there's any promoters or that have access to celebrities, right now we're in talks with folks like John Rocker and individuals who are somewhat prominent. But the bottom line is we have to get more people who care. And right now there is an enormous sense of apathy that is overcoming the sense of activism. And right now, as long as apathy is greater than activism, then those folks who are more cared about greed and filling their own pocket are always going to win. So, again, I'm willing to talk to anybody and everybody. I would love, and I've reached out to, and I'll be on Twitter, and I might send an occasional message to a Jamie Foxx. I might send an occasional message to a couple of hip-hop. We're trying to do edutainment tours and reaching out to hip-hop artists who would be willing to do an edutainment tour and educate about financial literacy and tying it to their name. We'd be happy to partner with anybody and everybody. But and if you, again, we urge folks who are listening right now, again, this fight cannot start and end with us. It has to be with you. So the question is not about what we are or not doing. The question is, what am I not doing? The question is, what can I do more? When I see Russell Simmons come on my television at 2 o'clock a.m. because those folks that are up at 2 a.m. working on a black television station are probably unemployed, don't got to get up for work the next morning, so they're pimping them, thinking that they're going to market to those folks who are unemployed and don't have to go to work, so I'm going to get their money to use their own money. Then what can I do to stop this thing from happening? What can I do to educate folks to say that on the other side of the capitalizing of our ignorance, how can I educate somebody?
Yes.
And again, it's the simple thing about visiting your local school, going to college, and just being your own advocate and partner with those things that actually work.
That's very true. The power is in our hands, and I'm so glad, Ryan, that you flip the script. It doesn't start with you. It doesn't start even with us. Yes, there's a platform, and yes, people do listen to you and they follow you, but it all starts with us. Whatever experiences we go through, share it with other people so that they don't have to go through that same thing. Share it with your younger brother or sister or just anyone, especially in these communities. And you have some pretty harsh words and stuff. I know that you respect Russell Simmons a lot, but like you just brought up, he's advertising at a particular time, you're saying, so that he can directly target people that are unemployed, unbanked, or underbanked. But I do have a question, speaking about banks. Now, Chase offers the liquid prepaid debit card. Now, it's not like the other prepaid cards out there on the market because there are no fees for activating or closing the card or getting a replacement. You receive paper statements or billing, and as long as you use Chase ATMs or bank branches, you can deposit checks or cash money withdrawal, anything with no fee. So I want to know, now that, Chase is jumping into this, and the American Express also has a prepaid card, are these the same types of cards that people shouldn't be looking into? Because when I was looking up, it seems like a huge difference. So if you can give us some knowledge and background on these cards.
Well, bottom line is the prepaid debit card market grew a lot faster than everybody thought it would because of the economic downturn. And as people became poorer and poorer, there became a need to try to capitalize off of what little money and knowledge these individuals have. Okay? They don't look at poor people and have sympathy for them in terms of let me help them. They look at poor people and say, the poorer you are, the lesser of an education you probably have, so let us try to capitalize off your ignorance. And not education in terms of school, just education in terms of knowledge about financial markets, acumen. So they've done studies about this. These are not my words. These are words that they are using to capitalize. So Chase and all of those individuals from Walmart and everything else, they say, you know what? This market is growing, and we might as well jump in the game and try to pimp other poor people like everybody else is doing. So essentially what they're trying to do is lessen their fees because they have a huge capital base, so Liquid is able to say, I'm able to charge less fees. But what they're saying is that essentially I'm going to make, as opposed to do what Russell Simmons is offering, which is cancer, I'm going to offer my card, which is just the flu. Okay? But regardless of which card you use, you're still going to get sick. Okay? Because the bottom line is if you go in and use this prepaid debit card, who's going to be able to get a better loan to purchase a car? Someone with a bank account or without a bank account? Who's more able to buy a home? Someone with a bank account or who does not have a bank account? If you have a home, who's able to leverage that home to get a loan out to start a business? Someone with a bank account or without a bank account? So, again, if it starts from being able to have the basics of being able to grow and accumulate wealth in a responsible way and not using these creditors. So now let me issue this challenge to Russell Simmons.
Okay, time for the challenge.
And anybody else. You choose, and to those folks out there listening now who work for the Rush Card, you choose anybody in the country, anybody from rural America, urban America, who is using one of your Rush cards, or anybody else who uses one of your prepaid debit cards. You choose anyone. I will use my own funds, my own money. I will fly out to them. I will stay with them for 30 days. If in 30 days I cannot get them into a bank account and have a suitable alternative, such as a security card that helps them grow and accumulate credit, and they're not paying fees, I will take total media silence for the next year. I will not go on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, CNN, Fox, CNBC, or any Huffington Post, any public media outlet. I will have total media silence for the next year. But if I'm able to take 30 days, turn that individual around, get them to cut up that prepaid debit card, show them an alternative, get them on a security card, and start helping establish credit, get back into the system when I don't have to rely upon that Rush card 30 days, then they have to stop selling their card.
Wow, now that is a pretty big challenge, Ryan. You're saying you yourself will take media silence. That's a key part of your platform and your advocacy and what you do.
Absolutely. I will not say a single word publicly for the next year.
Wow. So again, Rush Card workers, listeners, you heard it right here on Let Your Voice Be Heard. That's the challenge. What did you say, Stanley?
Uncle Rush, I hope you're listening. I hope you're listening.
I hope so too. I will definitely contact him.
Please, and tell Uncle Rush, please return the producer's call from CNN. They've been calling you to have you on with me for quite some time now. And Jay Willis over at Fox, they've been calling me to have us have a one-on-one discussion. It will, I've had many discussions with folks I disagree with. It will not be any sort of contentious within that conversation. It'll be nice. It'll be friendly, but I will point out where you're wrong. And I hope maybe you might shed some light on me. I would love that discussion. Please call them back, brother.
Uncle Rush, if you're listening right now, the number is 212-650-6903. Again, that's 212-650-6903. If you're not by a phone, you can use that Samsung of yours and just tweet us, press that send button at BeHeard_radio, because we'd love to hear what you or anyone supporting prepaid cards has to say about Ryan's challenge, which we have on the record, Ryan. So I'm going to hold you to your word. I'm going to flip this into a nice little promo. All right? And we're going to send it to the HuffPost and everybody else so they know what's going on. All right?
Absolutely. I mean, please, listen, I'm so serious about this. I will use my own funds. I will fund it myself. I want folks to understand exactly how dedicated I am to this movement. I am so tired of people pimping poor people. You know what I'm tired of? I'm tired of individuals who are living in poverty, my dear brothers and sisters living in poverty, thinking they are victims and thinking they have no other options and they have no other
Yes.
Have them power within yourselves.
And Ryan, we're wrapping it up here, but how can people find out more information about you and your financial literacy program and tour?
Please check us out on OptimumInstitute.org. They can check us out, Living in the Village, the book, livinginthevillage.com. Just let us know whatever we can do to help. We're still traveling the country. Just got back from Marshall, Texas a couple of days ago. We'll be in Albany, Georgia next week. Just let us know where we can do to partner. This is not a Ryan Mack movement. This is a people's movement. We're in talks with the FDIC right now. Hopefully we'll be able to get another product on the line that I will not make $1 from, but will be something that the people can use that will be, as far as I'm concerned, a people's card. So we're in talks with that right now. So we'll let you know as that progress continues.
Thank you so much again, Ryan Mack, for coming on the show. Again, bottom line, it's about financial literacy. Again, Ryan said it himself. You don't have to be a financial expert, but stay educated. When you go to the bank, if you're depositing a check or taking out some money for a withdrawal, step inside. Talk to the people inside there. They have people on deck who will talk to you and tell you about different things and options that you have, the overdraft protection, and what's best suitable for you so that you can avoid bank fees. And I think that for the most part, as Ryan said, the FDIC insured banks and credit unions, of course, they do not charge fees and will reimburse you for ATM withdrawals. So if you don't have to necessarily go to a bank, you don't have to go to a prepaid card. Right in our own neighborhoods, there are the credit unions. So use that, get educated. We are taking a quick break, but when we come back, we're talking about the news, roundup, everything going on. And of course, later on the show, we're talking about immigration reform. So it's Let Your Voice Be Heard right here on WHCR. Don't go anywhere.
Give me a second, I need to get my story straight. My friends are in the bathroom getting higher than the Empire State. My lover, she's waiting for me just across the bar. My seat's been taken by some sunglasses, asking about a scar. And I know I gave it to you months ago. I know you're trying to forget, but between the drinks and subtle things, the holes in my apologies, I'm trying hard to take it back. So if by the time the bar closes and you feel like falling down, I'll carry you home tonight. We are young, so let's set the world on fire. We can burn brighter than the sun.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Da, 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 da. All right, you guys are haters. I have a voice of an angel and a unicorn. This is Let Your Voice Be Heard.
Unicorn.
And we are back on 90.3 FM WHCR, the voice of Harlem. And you are now listening to the News Roundup, where we talk about all of the great, funny, interesting, or sometimes troubling things we saw in the news during the week. And we want you guys to call in and talk about it as well. Give us a call on the number. It's 212-650-6903. Or you can tweet us at BeHeard_radio. Selena, you're looking at me.
I did because I forgot to shout out in the beginning of the show. We actually have Whitney Anderson here. So if you guys see her in the video, well, she's sitting down now, but she was actually filming, and I just want to give her a shout out and her amazing photography and videography skills. So shout out to that.
Out to Whitney.
Yes. And news roundup, Stanley.
All right, great. So since I'm going first, I hear a noise in the background. What is that?
Me too. I don't know.
But anyways, yeah. So news roundup. What's up? The Oscars are coming up or something like that. What's happening?
Oh yeah, definitely. So I don't know if you guys been paying attention, but each and every Sunday there's a big event that goes on. It started with the Super Bowl, then we continue with NBA All-Star Weekend,
explosions,
the Grammy Awards, and of course this Sunday the Academy Awards is coming on 8:30 tonight Eastern Time on ABC.
That's music, right?
Stop, Stanley. So let me just throw the Oscars. Oh, you were serious? Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's
Stanley.
the Grammys for music.
The Oscars they celebrate movies and Hollywood film and cinema.
And the Emmys are for like live performances.
Oh, okay, I understand.
And TV, right. And
I don't, if you guys, let me just give a shout out to all the Best Picture nominees. That includes Amour, Argo, Beasts of the Southern Wild, Django Unchained, that's what I'll be cheering for.
Really?
Les
Miserables. That's what you should be cheering for. Like real art.
No, everyone knows I love Django. Lincoln, Silver Linings, Playbook, and Zero Dark 30. Hope I didn't miss anything.
Okay, but let me stop.
Wasn't that a video game?
Zero Dark 30 is a horrible movie.
Really?
Why is that winning an Oscar?
Well, it's nominated.
Okay, that movie. Okay, whatever her name is, I forgot her name. The actress, she was great. I'm not gonna lie. She performed this like very realistic view of like this woman that's young and is just like thrown into the middle of this like interrogating terrorists, and and she evolves. So okay, but the movie is horrible. The movie takes place mostly in Pakistan, and everybody's speaking usually like traditional Arabic. Why?
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's like nobody in Pakistan speaks Arabic, so it makes absolutely no sense that in this day and age, it's 2013, we're still having these movies that are up for Oscars that are so inaccurate. They're not even like, oh, it's somewhat inaccurate. It's completely and utterly inaccurate.
Well, when have we ever made it? We made The Last Samurai with Tom Cruise.
He wasn't supposed to be a samurai, though. It wasn't supposed to be just like going to Japan.
Going to Japan? I don't know.
Guy. But I think he played a white guy in Japan.
Yes. Sorry, Mike. Sorry, I thought you had something to say.
Like the last king of Scotland. It was a black guy.
For another topic.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
No. But anyway, that was just really upsetting. So, oh my God, if they win, I will never watch the Oscars again. That is just horrendous.
Really?
That is horrendous.
You know there's been worse movies that have won.
Horrendous.
Really? Like what?
Chicago. That one for Best Picture.
I didn't see that movie.
Maybe I'm just biased against musicals, but that movie was unwatchable.
Really?
Yeah. I had the DVD. I just never watched it. Like I'm gonna watch this today, and then I play video games.
Yeah, you need to go see it live.
You made a good choice.
There's nothing.
At least I would say.
There's nothing like watching a live musical. It's really weird to watch a musical on TV.
Yeah, I like musicals live as well.
Exactly.
Definitely. So moving right along.
Talking about Oscars though, we're gonna talk about Blade Runner, Oscar Pistorius.
Yes, great segue, Patricia.
Yeah, I was like, don't ruin it. Hold on, I can do this.
Let me get a foot in this one. He was see what I did there?
Very good.
Well, no, I mean, first, I read the news earlier, and I can't remember the details because I read it so much earlier this week, but didn't he, like, go out and bail because they say that it was, like, his story, like, plays out that he shot her, based on self-defense, and he thought that she was an intruder.
Yeah.
So
yeah, but didn't they say, like, she was beat up before she was shot, too?
I don't know. There's so many stories going on.
Yeah, did you hear the story, like, the original prosecutor, he got taken off the case because he is also on trial for murder?
Wow.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Everybody's like,
this is like
prosecutor.
I think we're having more crimes that are like action movies because last week we had Christopher Dorner, also Born Supremacy 17, and then now this week we have the Blade Runner,
Oscar Pistorius.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And then his brother Carl Pistorius is also being charged for homicide.
Of what?
Wow.
I don't know, something. It just said the article I read like a snippet, and it said he's being also charged for homicide in South Africa.
Crazy.
So
3 murders.
It's just like like a real life game of Clue.
A female motorcyclist in 2008.
Whoa! And he's just going to jail for this now?
Yes.
Maybe they just found Clue. I was actually watching yesterday a bunch of TV shows and court TV shows about cold cases. So I'm all like, we can do this 15 years later. We can find the guy. Hey, they found him.
Yeah, no, it does work out like that sometimes.
You got something?
Yeah, speaking of cases, this mom actually has a case against her after she gave her 16-year-old son a party with strippers.
Whoa, that's the best mom ever.
But they had guests there. First of all, it was at a bowling alley, and some of the guests were like 13 years old. So basically, and there's pictures. The reason why she's being charged and was actually arrested was because, you know, of course, people using their cameras, taking pictures of the strippers giving lap dances to these children, and now she's on trial for child endangerment.
Yeah, that seems a little much. I mean, listen, I don't care if you like strippers, go. I mean, I'm not trying to say that nobody should go to strippers, but your 13-year-old kid, like, what kind of message are you sending to your 13-year-old son that you need to have this like stripper woman? Like, come on, I think that's so bad for his self-esteem. He's gonna be
how is that bad for his self-esteem?
He's gonna be comparing the girls in his middle school to a stripper.
No, Mike, at 13, would you want to go to a strip party?
Yeah.
I'd probably say yes, but then the effects after would probably run up a good bill at a shrink. It's
a little. It's like watching your parents have sex. I mean,
I don't.
Well, it's like that shocking where like it's not. It's at that age, it's just not something that you.
But also, you have no idea what it is.
Aren't you supposed to be in love before you see this stuff?
Like,
that's the way the conversation is always like prefaced. You know, when people love each other very much.
But I mean,
that's not the way it is at all.
He's learning how to give because you give money for candy to pay for computer school, and that's what America's all about, isn't it?
No, I'm upset about how he's gonna treat women after that.
Me too.
He was like
I'm very upset about this.
I don't know. You're setting the standard is unrealistic almost for just like general everyday relationships. So that's for me what I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, totally unnecessary.
That's just weird. I mean, like I said, when he's old enough and he can understand and make these decisions for himself.
How old
go
the kid
for
was
it.
turning 16?
Yeah, he's turning 16. But I mean, the mother herself, I think she's 33, and she's facing up to a year in prison. Is it really a child endangerment if a stripper is giving your teenager a lap dance?
I don't know. I think child endangerment also includes like health. Like
mental health. Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
You know, like if you verbally abuse your child, you don't ever hit them, but it's still kind of endangerment.
Yeah,
So I think that's
sense.
probably where it plays out. I don't know.
Definitely.
That's not. I don't know.
A year is it's a little much. I think she needs more like parenting classes.
Yeah, 16 awesome, 13 kind of weird and creepy. So I guess I can.
But the 13-year-old would definitely tell you otherwise.
Oh yeah,
at first at least.
Yeah, this is great. Nightmares, boobies.
Yeah.
What do I do with it, Mom?
Well, speaking of going to jail. After that one,
you going to jail today?
Jesse Jackson Jr. He will be sentenced in June. Of course, he pleaded guilty to charges related to misusing campaign funds and also wiring money. But get this is what he spent the money on. He brought memorabilia from Michael Jackson, fur capes, expensive furniture.
He bought a fur cape?
Yeah, that's what it says.
What the hell? You're going to risk going to jail and destroying your political career. I need you to spend something.
Michael Jackson's worth it. And he bought like this $50,000 Rolex.
What? No. Michael Jackson is not worth it.
Yes, he is.
He's dead.
Not jail. Not jail. Yeah, the first
cape, I guess. He was going to go to jail.
Yeah, he didn't know. Yeah,
he was going to jail.
That's what I'm saying, Stanley. So, and his wife, and again, his wife was also one of the a leader in Chicago as well. She was the alderman, I think, and a former
alderman.
Yeah, alderman. Thank you.
Do you think it was all worth it?
No, it wasn't all worth it. He was crying. No, I mean for Michael Jackson, huh?
Selena, you being such a religious woman, you definitely worship celebrities.
Oh wow!
Selena,
wow.
Are you idolizing?
I am not idolizing Pastor. I know you're listening. I'm just kidding.
But he's listening right during the sermon too, right?
He's my idol.
Who?
The pastor?
Well, we hear him every time we play the promo, so I get that. Like,
so you start. Oh my God!
I hear him every time.
Show with like your pastor in your mind every day.
No. Every time I listen to the show, I have my pastor.
What Lynn's talking about is we had a show when we were back at Whcr where we talked about same-sex marriage, and we had her pastor come on to talk about it. And then there was one point during the show when he's like, "I'm going to tell you one thing. I'm not gay." I'm not gay.
Have you made a promo?
And like that's so like funny. if you listen to the original show, you'll hear me and Dustin snickering in the background right before we go to break because it was just like so
classic
weird.
Moment, classic. I didn't even ask him like whatever. I just let that be that and move on. I have to look. I have to look at him every week, so I'm not gonna.
He just needed to make his stand that he is a heterosexual male. He was like, I just need you guys to know that before I keep talking about gay stuff.
It's like taxes. If you don't file every single year and claim like certain things, then you can get in trouble. So like if you don't say that you're heterosexual, then like you can like go to jail.
What?
She's like, what? This happened.
Speaking of, I'd like to renew my
Sexual
heterosexual for this year.
Well, talking about heterosexuals, Kanye West.
Yay!
Who's
He's not a heterosexual.
he's like a metrosexual.
He
he's
is.
a
Sloth.
he's megalomaniac.
He's a sloth.
He's a metrosexual. He loves grooming and stuff. But he was in London in a show, and he went, like you give Kanye West a microphone, and he'll just go off on whatever. So he went on a 10-minute rant, and he's like started like just saying Justin Timberlake and Jay-Z, like his new song. And he was like, yeah, I'm not playing with that. No, thank you. He was going on like for 10 minutes. He just went on rant.
Why?
He discussed other stuff. Because it's Kanye. What do you mean, why?
Why is he against that?
Why does he do anything?
He also said that
Jealousy?
the Oscars could suck something, something, something.
The Oscars or the Grammys?
Whatever they are.
The Grammys are music.
The Grammys. He said
I
a whole lot of stuff, and it was just like, oh my god.
But Kanye West is an idiot, and like I can't. Oh god, I wish someone.
Why do people give him microphones?
Because he's
a good artist.
Yeah, he makes
and it's
music.
working. I mean, we're talking about it right now.
We need Stanley to be his engineer, and then like he's playing music, and then as soon as he goes like he's done with his song, it's like mic down,
just get him down.
That's right.
Because he's not allowed to talk anything else.
He thinks he's a robot. He's weird. I don't know.
No, I mean he doesn't do press. He doesn't do interviews. So this is how he gets his press.
By
I can't
saying-
just do the damn interview. Yeah, he doesn't do press
Because he says stupid things. One time he compared himself to Emmett Till.
Stop, Stanley,
and Jesus Christ.
Yeah, like
he definitely has a God complex. I mean,
yeah,
the serious God complex.
And then like there was like because hip hop's very homophobic, and like during the second album he was saying why should I be mad at my cousin who's gay? Like, should I stop talking to him? That's unfair that we're so like hard on homosexuals. And then they were like, Kanye West is gay because he's been known to get very flamboyant and
that's true. He's ostentatious.
When he's yes, that word. I don't know what that word is. I'm gonna look at dictionary.com.
Please, Stanley.
Hyperbole.
But speaking of our famous
onomatopoeia, we're just adding words like just bring up a big word.
Let me just throw the number out there. If you guys have some news that you want to share, you want to comment on the things that we're saying, you can call up 212-650-6903. Or you can tweet us, because that seems like it's your favorite thing to do, at @BHeard_radio.
I think we are much better at Twitter.
Yeah, we get a lot of listeners.
Tweets. Yeah,
Thank you for tweeting it back to us. It makes me feel
Definitely.
appreciated because the Twitter is like linked to my phone, and then when I get reception, it just vibrates for like 30 minutes straight of just like tweets and
Vibrating
stuff.
for 30 minutes straight.
Yes, I think it's a quickie, but it's not. It's actually you guys. It's tweeting me.
You can use it as a sex toy.
Yeah,
That's
vibrating
what
for
she
30
said.
minutes straight. Hey.
Oh, my chin.
Yes. We're saving money here. We talk about financial literacy. You can use your phone for two things.
So
it works.
It'd be an iPod, music player, sex toy.
Sex
apparently.
toy.
We've got all sorts
tell my
of
girlfriend to
Get some Clorox wipes.
I miss you, baby. Tweet me right now.
Wow, Stanley. I wouldn't be surprised.
Speaking of tweeting and Facebook, I want to mention the campaign we have going on right now, Ruler of the Airwaves. So listeners, if you have a favorite underground artist, band, group, anyone else, and you would like to hear their music on this radio show, make sure you go to our fan page, like the fan page, and then post their name with the hashtag Ruler of the Airwaves, okay?
Yes.
And the winner of this campaign, obviously, to get three things. One of their songs will be played in our rotation for a month. They'll get a feature article on our website, which gets sticky to lyvbh.com, and 2 weeks of free ad space, which is very valuable for an artist. So,
Our ad space is usually not free.
Yes, it is definitely not free, so you know it's real.
Yes.
And we have, I think Zeke is in the lead right now. And in second place, we have Don Paul, right?
Oh, sounds good.
Yes. And we have this. We've been getting a lot of different artists. It's really cool. But, I want to see some more bands, honestly, because bands will make you dance.
Oh, jeez.
Mike, yes.
Go
ahead.
One of the news issues with me, I mean, I don't know if you guys have been following the politics of the sequester.
Yes. Last week we spoke about it.
Yeah, I mean,
on it.
Please fill us in.
Yeah, I mean, I think this. Okay, what it is, just in a brief sense, it's across the board cuts that President Obama and the Congress agreed to in 2011 when negotiating the debt ceiling, the raising of the debt ceiling, which is of itself a terrible, terrible mechanism. But I think what this is highlighting is really the danger of centrism and the obsession with both sides playing an equal role. Because I think a lot of times the media mistakes balance, one part Republican, one part Democrat as truth, but that's not the case. I mean, I think, and it allows one party, and in this case, to be honest, it's the Republican Party, to be as extreme as they want to be because they'll always be balanced out against the other party, and I think we're seeing this now, President Obama has a plan. It's a very centrist plan. As someone who considers himself part of the far or relatively far left, his plan is not of the far left, but it's treated as if it's, almost like
Yes.
Karl
Not
Marx or
left at
something.
all.
Yes, I
Most
know.
of his policies are not very leftist
No,
at all.
I mean, I always say,
Very
other than,
centrist.
supporting gay
and
marriage.
it's funny. Anytime, I mean, he on social policy he's moved to the left, but on economic policy, and I understand it's a concession to the reality of the situation, but the way it's treated in the media is as if he's the equal but opposite reaction to the Republican Party, and you're seeing it with the sequester, and it's clearly not.
This is not a mathematical equation.
Yeah, I mean, they're saying cut everything. It's nothing, and Obama's like, well, we have to raise taxes somewhere. Revenue can't. There's an ideological opposition to taxes at all costs in the Republican Party, and it's it's as if the election had no consequences whatsoever, and it's very, very disheartening.
I think we need more political parties. We can't just be like two. It's just not enough.
That might be a solution.
I mean, I think the problem with that though is that until there is an electoral change in the electoral college, you're not going to have, because otherwise you're just going to continue to cut off your nose to spite your face, with the two-party system.
Right.
Because I know people that supported Al Gore, and Ralph Nader in 2000 in regards to Al Gore, and I can't say there are differences. Al Gore, I think, would have been a much better president than George W. Bush. I can't say that there's no difference, and that's the argument that the far left usually uses. But as someone who is part of the far left, I still vote for the Democratic Party, and I probably always will, because I think the Republican Party has gone off the deep end.
They're psychos now.
They really are.
They are psychos.
They are detached. I would
detach from like everyday people and life.
Reality.
Definitely.
I wish that they can become something that eventually in the future I can be like, maybe
they're sane
but
or something.
I
But
doubt it. Not the way this is going.
I mean, the way it seems is that unless you're part of like the privileged class, the Republican Party is not for you. Yeah, no matter what it is.
And they need to rebrand themselves because they're actually paying the consequences. We just saw the last election.
Not enough, in my opinion. Not enough, because.
Do you think they'll win the midterm elections 2014?
Generally, sadly, the Democratic voters don't come out for the midterms. That's the problem.
So they win it by default.
Yeah,
they're all high and unemployed.
And also, the fact that they got to control a lot of the state houses for 2010 allowed them to redraw the district lines, that the Democrats won 2 more million votes in the House of Representatives, but the Republicans still control the House by 33 seats, and this is a problem.
Yeah.
And
we need to focus on the smaller people, the people closer to us, our Congress people, our mayors. These are the people that really affect our daily lives.
Yeah.
And we don't really give them enough attention.
No, people don't even know who they are.
The president.
The
president has very little power compared to
especially constitutionally authorized power.
Exactly. The people in your neighborhood that can really, really have access to your schools and your jobs and your streets.
Exactly. And the fact that people don't know who represents them at a local level, I think represents a problem, because then they get a lot of the wrongs get blamed on the president. I mean, that's why the Republican Party stonewalled everything.
I know. And Selena gets really upset when you blame Obama for stuff.
Yeah, listen, I am a huge Obama fan. Although I'll tell you, I gave money to John Edwards in 2008.
Why'd you do that?
For his haircut?
Well, no, it was out of this, and maybe I don't think I have a bias I don't have a bias. I don't think I have a bias as a white male, but he was actually he was the most progressive candidate in terms of policy, and the safe bet was Southern white male could take back I just wanted the Democrats to get the White House back.
Like, as long as this is Democrat.
I fell in line. Clearly, I voted for Obama and gave him money too. Not a ton, but whatever I had.
And be glad you made the right choice. And
I would never consider a Republican under. I don't care.
Not under these
even
circumstances.
Yeah.
No, I was for Hillary at first.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
It was until like he made that speech on race, and I'm like, okay, he's not just a gimmick. I can really take a look at him.
The speech after the Reverend Wright.
Yeah,
that was an incredible speech.
At the beginning, I wasn't definitely not for Obama either. He was just somebody. He didn't have enough for me, and there was just nothing that I knew about him. So.
And then he won us all over in our hearts. He started from the bottom, and now he is here for his second term. We're going.
Hillary would have been great too. Keep going.
Hillary 2016. I'm voting for her.
Yeah, let's do it.
Hillary.
Let's make her. You have to, Hillary.
Started from the bottom, now the whole team here. Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now the whole team here. Started from the bottom, now we here.
90.3
Started from the bottom,
New
now the
York.
whole team here. Much tell stories about the man. Say I never struggled, wasn't hungry, yeah, I got it. I can turn your boy into the man. Really much out here that's popping up without us. We just want the credit where it's due. I'ma worry about me, about you, just as a reminder to myself. I wear every single chain, even when I'm in the house, cause we started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bottom, now my whole team here. Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the
too much explaining. Stories stay the same, I never changed it. No, but we don't feel that. Fake friend, where your real friends at? We don't like to do too much explaining. Stories stay the same through the money and the fake.
Hey, spit that
fire.
Came in the game with no lane and it changes. Taking in 10 different ways. They see you just smile on your face. You wanted me up, they been time to replace. Running the pound. Yeah, it's going down. It's going down, it's going down. Started from the bottom, now we here. Had a dream about a car and went and got it in a gear. All black trucks when we pull up to the Lear. All black coupe, I look like Bruce when I'm steering. Hope the homie Drake don't get pissed. Cause never ever put your man on songs like this. And I probably said no to it before. But I made 20 million, so we should probably go on tour. And I just seen Whcr the other day. He wasn't tripping, we just talked about the money we been making. Cause we started from the bottom, now we're here.
And we are back. This is Let Your Voice Be Heard on WHCR 90.3 FM, the voice of Harlem. You know, guys, when I listen back to our segments, I hate the way that I say that portion. I know now I feel like, but when I hear myself back, I don't like it. So just letting you know.
Why?
I don't like my radio voice. I don't know. I feel like I say Let Your Voice Be Heard kind of funny.
We love your accent.
Oh, thank you.
I didn't know she had an accent.
Come on.
Really? You know that's what she got me here. She's like, we need a Latina, and she has to have a little bit of an accent.
No,
you know?
a thick accent. A thick accent.
You think I have a thick accent?
Not if it's offensive.
Speaking of,
if you take that offensively.
Speaking of Latina, Soledad O'Brien, maybe.
Oh yes.
Maybe we can push Patricia out with Soledad.
Oh jeez. You could, and I would leave gladly, but
I would die.
She wouldn't come because I'd ask her to marry me at least once a show.
Oh, jeez.
And she's already married, and she has
a weekly
kids.
segment where you ask Soledad O'Brien.
She's cheating on me with her husband. I don't know what's wrong with her.
She's awesome.
I love her.
But anyway, moving along from I hate the sound of my voice to the White House has released a draft immigration proposal.
Oh, yeah.
The proposal would provide illegal immigrants with the tools to become legal permanent residents within 8 years. President Obama's immigration reform proposal is 4-part. First, it continue to strengthen our borders. That's the first part of the proposal. Second is crack down on companies that hire undocumented workers. Third, hold undocumented immigrants accountable before they can earn their citizenship. And fourth, streamline the legal immigration system for families, workers, and employers. So that was it. I read the whole thing. It's 29 pages. You can find it online. It's not the end of the world. And it'll give you a good idea of where Obama is heading.
And you said it's an easy read, right?
It is. Yes, Selena. It's not like legal document. It's so easy. I mean, it was made for it's like a pamphlet. You can kind of pass it along, and it's and it's very approachable. Like they talk to you we understand that, you need to, your family works very hard and we want to help you. It's kind of like that. So in essence, I'm not going to lie, you read it, it makes you feel like, oh, yay, we're doing something good. But then when you dissect it, there's some things in there that feels a little bit like elitist, actually. Like they kind of wanted to target people that are better educated. They want to get I'm doing air quotes because I know this is radio, you can't see it, but better brand of immigrants. Seriously, that's what it felt like. But let me introduce you to Daniel Coates. He's the lead immigration organizer for Make the Road New York. Daniel, are you there?
I am here. Hello.
Hi, Daniel. Thank you so much for being here. We really hope that, you can give us some insight on this proposal. Yes. Have you read it? I mean, I'm sure you have.
Yes. We've looked through the president's proposal as well as the, what's coming out of the Senate, and what, pretty much what everybody has been discussing these days. So, yes, excited to speak to you guys.
Sorry, what is your overall feeling of the proposal? I mean, do you think that it's good, that we can move ahead with this, or would you strip the whole thing and be like, no, let's start over?
Well, that's a great question. What's currently going on is that everybody is trying to deliver on November's elections, so it's sort of a race to who can get their proposal out. But the reality is that there's a very complex sort of song and dance going on between the president and the Senate, because everybody knows that in order to get a real immigration reform passed, you've got to have bipartisan support. So, President Obama put out this, like you said, it's like a pamphlet. He didn't lay out particular legislative language. He talked about what he would generally like to see in a piece of legislation, with the idea being he's going to create the space for a bipartisan group of senators from Democrats and Republicans to sort of work out a compromise bill. And the idea is that compromise bill is coming out of a bipartisan group of legislators, and it would have the support from both parties to be able to pass and actually become law.
Right. No, so I was with you there. You said there's not enough meat and potatoes. Like, it's like this outline of what you like to be seen, but there's no steps to say how we're going to do it. And I want to tackle the first one. And he says he wants to continue to strengthen border security. I mean, and this is a little bit of a touchy thing because, you have Republicans talking about, hey, let's build this gigantic fence across the border. And I get this image of, like, we're keeping animals out.
Very true.
And I do agree that, illegal immigration is an issue, and it is wrong. It is illegal, and I'm not going to say that, hey, borders should be open and everybody could be here, which in an ideal world I would love to, because I don't really understand the whole idea of boundaries, which didn't
Keeping
exist.
people out.
I mean, especially in the Americas, which is like one entire continent where people used to actually historically move back and forth. It was very nomadic, and our traditions are very nomadic. So I definitely don't understand, but I understand for modern security that you must have that. And this is not something that just the U.S. has. I mean, every country you go to, they're like, let me see your passport and, let me stamp that. So I understand that. So, I mean, what do you feel about this? I mean, he didn't propose a fence, but he's talking about, having more boots on the ground. I mean, is this a solution? Do you think that this will help? Would it do anything? Will you see any change?
Well, you're totally putting your finger on the sort of one of the most hot-button issues within this proposal. Just by way of context, border crossings are actually at almost historic lows right now, and that's also sort of coupled with the fact that sort of immigration enforcement, when you combine sort of all the internal enforcement of immigration and border, it actually totals about $18 billion a year, which is more than all other federal law enforcement agencies combined, and has resulted in the deportation of over 1 million people in the past 4 years under the Obama administration, which, just to put in context, over 4 years, Obama has deported as many people as were deported between, 1982 and 1997.
That number, when you put it just like that, it makes you feel like it's just that much more. I didn't even know that figure. I mean, I knew it was a lot more. I didn't know it was that much.
Yeah, it's really outrageous, and is one of the big reasons that Make the Road New York and other organizations have put together a campaign and called it Keeping Families Together, because more and more what we're seeing is that families are just being separated and ripped apart. And anyway, so the border is a sort of flashpoint for this whole discussion, because many Republicans insist that the border is not secure and use that as a way of holding up reform. So what we really have to show is these things that we've been sort of discussing right now, that the border crossings are actually at a historic low, and that if you want to talk about the strengthening the border, we should actually talk about these ports of entry, where actually to go from sort of Mexico to the United States legally can take hours and hours in situations that actually damage sort of inter-country business and commerce and things like that. That's what we should be focusing on the border, not sort of putting drones and boots on the ground in a situation where we've already
a surveillance type.
Right.
All right. And you say that is not really the issue, that the whole people crossing over, and it's in an all-time low, which I would assume it would be. Daniel, Stanley, our engineer, has a question for you. Go ahead, Stanley.
Yeah, Daniel, everyone's making this big mess about the border, but I think it's fair to say that we have plenty of people who fly in here and just never leave.
That's That is true.
I mean, honestly, I know plenty of people who say, you know, we're just going to bring you here, get you a passport, fly you here, and you'll just stay, and we'll get your immigration done here. And because it's faster. And a lot of times it is faster. So, you know, why is it this big, like, fuss about the borders when we have people flying in from New Zealand, from Canada, from, you know,
everywhere,
from Senegal.
Well, usually they
everywhere.
come in with a visitors, like a visa
But
for
they just
visitors,
stay.
and then they stay, right? And I've seen that much more than I've seen people crossing the border. As you know, I was born in the Dominican Republic, Daniel. I don't know if you know that, but I mean, although I too came here with legal, you know, with a green card, I definitely do in my own family who came here with either a fake passport or they came here with a visa and then they just never left. So, I mean, are there any ways to tackle that and make it, you know, streamline it and make it better?
Absolutely. You know, we totally see that a lot. And, you know, somebody who overstays their visa, if it's a tourist visa or a student visa, you know, becomes undocumented and essentially has much the same situation in terms of ability to adjust status and other, you know, sort of hindrances and difficulties of being undocumented as if you cross the border. So, you know, what we're really fighting for is a legalization and a path to citizenship for everybody who's undocumented in this country, whether you've been, you know, whether you crossed the border 10 years ago, you came on a tourist visa, you came with a fake passport, and you've been living, working, and contributing to the country since then. We believe that everybody should be, you know, should have an opportunity to someday access citizenship and really a full participation.
But don't we already have a path to citizenship?
Excuse me?
But don't we already have a path to citizenship? Can't you apply for citizenship or a visa or something like that already? Don't we already have a path? What's wrong with the one that we have?
So there's two things, I think, to answer that question. The first is, if you're an undocumented immigrant, you actually don't have a path to citizenship. The only way that you could ever sort of get on a path to citizenship, if you are undocumented in this country, is through an act of Congress. If you are, let's say, you know, many people will say, "Oh, there is already a path to citizenship. It's called legal immigration." But if you really look at the system, if I'm an immigrant from Mexico and I want to petition for, let's say, my brother to have him come here legally, those backlogs and that petition time can often take over 20 years. So if I'm petitioning for a loved one, if I'm actually trying to do it the right way, I can wait decades in order to see them, decades in order to actually be granted that visa, especially if you're coming from countries like Mexico that provide where a lot of lower skilled, lower educated workers and people are coming from. So that's a huge part of what we want to really try to get at in this immigration reform is how do you make those wait times shorter, how you make the system more efficient.
Right, it's almost like they're setting people up to, you know, hey, sneak in, give up and sneak in, you know, while they're waiting for long. And like I said, I know people from just all walks of life that fall in all these categories, you know, that they've been trying to do it legally and it's taking years. And sometimes it's like their kid, and they don't see their kid until their kid is like 18 years old, things like that. So that is something that's very realistic. Like, you know, they try and they want to do it legally, and then nothing happens, and people just wait, like, they're left waiting and at home, like, not knowing. And it's not very easy to get information. Like, you know, you can't just call in and be like, hey, can you let me know the status of my application? So they're just like, oh, you know, just to even get your status, it takes forever. And I mean, just kind of bringing on that, I'm going to go in a little spiel here because I want to talk about part 2 of that proposal, which was steps to become a citizen. And I'm just going to read exactly what it said in the proposal. So bear with me. It's going to just taking it off from there, requiring illegal immigrants to register and submit to rigorous security check and verification of eligibility, including submitting their fingerprints for criminal and national security background checks. Individuals convicted of crimes or otherwise deemed to be national security threats would not be eligible to continue in the process. Individuals will be required to pay a registration fee and a series of fines. In order to move forward, individuals will have to learn English and basic American civics and demonstrate that they paid any back taxes. And lastly, after 8 years, individuals will be allowed to become legal permanent residents and could eventually become citizens after 5 years.
That's pretty much what we're doing now.
No, not necessarily. I mean, they say you have to learn English, but you just have to pass that like very basic test.
I have a question because even though like I guess some people
this is for illegal immigrants.
I'm sorry, my headphones aren't on, so I
No,
can't really
that's
hear
all right.
myself. But even though some people would say or argue that this is really strenuous, it kind of sounds like it's not that hard. I mean, maybe learning English. But are they giving subsidies so people can take English classes? Like, what is this too hard?
It's not, but it's
you know?
backloaded and there's a lot of bureaucracy
Right.
and a lot of paperwork that slows the process down.
And at the same time, I would imagine, I mean, I'm not, but I would imagine that you're naturally going to be very skeptical of any of these institutions that could potentially lead to your deportation or something like that.
Right.
You're just going to be scared of institutions
that's
like that.
true.
You know, the second you're,
That's a good
because you
point.
don't want to go, if you're
You
off
don't
the
know
grid.
the truth. I mean, they're going to send you back.
I'd imagine interaction with the grid, let's just say, is inherently
Yeah.
something
And
that scares people.
Back to you, Daniel. Actually, I want to hone in on this whole part. Well, you know, they want to do this like background check on you, and if you have any like criminal record, then that's it. You're off the system. What does that? Does that mean like, hey, one day I got arrested for one night because I don't know, I didn't pay the subway fare kind of deal, or is this something like homicide? I mean, where do they draw the line? Do you know even?
This is still very, as you can tell, it's still in very general form, and we're hoping that with the Senate releases their legislation in March, that it will, really drill down on this. But it is very concerning, especially because what we know as the effect of sort of racially and class sort of tinged policing and these sorts of laws and their effects on undocumented people could mean that millions of people with small and minor infractions, often the result of them being undocumented in the first place, could mean that they are excluded from a pathway to citizenship. So we're really trying to push to make sure that it is as expansive an option, an opportunity as possible. But again, it's unclear. People have different definitions for different sort of infractions or violations or crimes.
Right.
I think it also bears mentioning that in the current criminal justice system, if you are convicted of X serious crime, many of those people are already deported, and so just bears mentioning that connection is already
right. So
sort of really
if somebody
strongly
had
established.
right, so if somebody had committed a murder, for example, or I don't know, some robbery, something a little more, it will be considered these crimes that we know about. They probably are already deported, and the people that are actually still here illegal that have a record, it's probably for something minor. You mean?
That's sort of what I'm getting at. Yep.
Okay, so we just have to see and find out if, what's going to be covered under that. I mean, I think that bringing that back to now, a lot of people have been arrested like in protests, just for protesting, like the DREAM Act and things like that. Or, I mean, not protests, but, for activism, actually. And, I mean, that's a common thing. People get arrested for other activism. And it would be a shame if they could not go on a legal path to citizenship because they were arrested trying to defend their rights. But
yeah, I think that's totally right. Just to add to those, if you think about people driving without a license and, the need to drive to take somebody to the hospital to get to work sort of a thing.
Yeah.
And also, so many of Make the Road New York's members are day laborers, and we know that people get tickets left and right for standing on a corner looking for work.
Right.
So we really are hoping that those sorts of things do not exclude somebody from the opportunity to become a citizen in the future.
All right. Thank you so much, Daniel. We're going to go on a short break, so just bear with us. Guys, this is Let Your Voice Be Heard on WHCR 90.3 FM. We'll be right back.
Stop the looting, stop shooting, pickpocketing on the corner. See, as the rich is getting richer, the poor is getting poorer. See me and Maria on the corner, thinking of ways to make it better. In my mailbox, there's an eviction letter. Somebody just said, see you later. Yeah.
Chola, mama, chola, ahora vengo, mama, chola. East Coast, ahora vengo, mama, chola, ahora vengo,
Maria, Maria. She remind me of a West Side Story.
mamma chola. Ahora vengo, mamma chola. Southside.
Hola! And guys, we are back. This is Let Your Voice Be Heard on WHCR 90.3 FM.
Viva Nueva.
The voice of Harlem. Oh, geez.
Ay.
So you guys are saying, we're talking to Daniel Coates. He's the lead immigration organizer for Make the Road New York. And we're talking about the White House immigration proposal. We're dissecting it. We're saying, hey, who does it benefit? What does it do for us? So, guys, if you have any questions, the number is 212-650-6903. You can also tweet at us at BeHeard_radio. Daniel, I'm going to throw the mic to our friend here, who's also Mike, and I keep saying Mike and Mike. He has a question for you. Go ahead, Mike.
Hi. No, I'm just wondering about the politics here. You mentioned the Senate plan, but the House, and I'm wondering, just as someone who teaches political science, do you think there's a chance for this to get through the House? Because the GOP, Selena mentioned earlier the GOP's rebranding effort, and one of the keys to their rebranding effort is its outreach to the Latino community, and that the main tool for that is going to be immigration reform. And you see it now, with Marco Rubio giving the response to the State of the Union. But the House seems hostile to this, and they're also exceptionally hostile to the president. And I don't think, personally, I don't think it can get through the House. That's just my take on it. I mean, I think Rubio is going to have to make the Republican Party feel as though they're thumbing their nose at Obama, even though the plans really don't represent. There's not too much daylight between the two, at least what they're talking about. But the House of Representatives, the committees that will get it, the Judiciary and Immigration, I believe, based on where the steering committee puts it, their members there are exceptionally hostile to any form of immigration reform. I'm just wondering what you think of that, because there's a lot of talk of immigration reform, but I just see it hitting a roadblock in the House of Representatives.
That's a great question, and certainly something that many people are spending a lot of time thinking about. I don't have a foolproof solution or a silver bullet, but I can say that things are certainly shifting, between the sort of rebranding that the Republican Party is trying to undertake, with Rubio sort of front and center on that, and between sort of people like Karl Rove and Grover Norquist telling hardline anti-immigration, anti-immigrant organizations like the Center for Immigration Studies and FAIR and Numbers USA that they should really just shut up and not participate in this debate because they're doing more harm than good, is really showing a sea change in the Republican Party. I think that we've seen in the past couple months two instances where the House has broken with what's known as the Hastert rule, that no legislation can pass without the support of the majority of the majority, where John Boehner has passed legislation with actually a majority of Democrats and a minority of his own caucus, both in the Sandy aid and in the fiscal cliff vote. So, we think it's possible, and we think that immigration reform has enough of a critical consensus and public opinion support across the country, not to mention, you could argue delivered the swing, the swing votes in many of the key presidential states in 2012, that this could put enough pressure on the Republicans in the House to pass it over the voices of the most conservative in the party.
I understand you referencing the Hastert rule, where you have to get 218 Republicans to get on board, and otherwise it won't be brought to a vote.
Right.
But I'm wondering, you say that popular will and stuff like that, but with the gerrymandered districts now, do you think that even? I don't know. Maybe I'm just being cynical, negative, whatever you'd want to call it. But I just don't see that. Do you think that you can, groups such as yours, and obviously not? I know you're focused in New York, but do you think groups like that? Do you think that it's possible that they can put enough public pressure on these people in these gerrymandered districts where there's such hostility towards immigrants, and the myth that immigrants are taking all their jobs is alive and well there?
They took your jobs.
Yeah, it's a real question, and the House is certainly more polarized than the Senate, and like you mentioned, the swing districts are rapidly evaporating. I think at the end of the day, if you look at the legislative timetable, the way this thing is progressing, if all goes well, we should have a bill that will pass out of the Senate in late spring to move through the House in the summer, and Republican congressional reps are going to have to ask themselves if they're going to be the ones to stand in the way of watershed historic moment to legalize
in some of
11
these
million
districts,
people and do something that presidents and Congress has been unable to do for almost 30 years.
But in some of these districts, I mean, don't you think that it could be worn as a badge of honor to some extent to vote against it the way I think they'll vote against gun legislation the same way? I know that's an unrelated topic, but I'm just saying that these right-wing districts, they're going to look at it as a badge of honor.
No, they're totally related in that they are, hard, quote-unquote, hard votes for conservative Republicans to, or middle-of-the-road Republicans even, who are concerned about a primary run from the right.
Yeah, it's a tough fight. It's going to be a tough fight. It's not easy.
No, absolutely. But, I feel like the current, there is a sort of quasi-secret House group meeting that's bipartisan that includes some of the most conservative members of the House, like Raul Labrador from Idaho, but also some of the champions of immigration reform in the Democrat side, like Luis Gutierrez from Chicago. So, they've been meeting. John Boehner has made sort of reference to this idea that, we're close to having an agreement. So, even, I certainly was dismayed about Bob Goodlatte, the representative from Virginia who heads the Judiciary Committee, to talk about, I couldn't ever see a path to citizenship for undocumented folks. But, that he's one person, and we'll see what comes out of this debate between the this bipartisan group, and really, this thing could have a lot of momentum come spring and summer, where the future of the Republican Party is really going to be looking at whether or not they can get it together and support this legislation.
You're right. And Daniel, Selena has a question for you guys.
That was the way you ended that question was actually that was actually my question. I wanted to know, because I see like so many people and advocates for immigration putting pressure on Obama, and we see that this is a vulnerable time in the Republican Party when they don't know what to do in order to get this support. Should we, and are we putting enough pressure and focus on the GOP to make the changes and to sort of jump on board towards this shift? I mean, if they do, it'd be advantageous to them. So, could it happen, or is it happening, or are we just putting so much focus on Obama make a change?
I think that the focus on Obama is not unfounded. Like I mentioned at the top of the conversation, he's deported over 1 million people, and that is not those are not Republican numbers. That is a number that the Democrats and the Obama administration has to own. And so, in that sense, he should be accountable for those actions, and we should continue to put pressure on him in that way. Right? He has to lead. We know that things get done when he leads. So, in that sense, we can never sort of let up pressure on him, even though I think he's done great work up till now. The fact that he talked about immigration the week after he was inaugurated, he's really moving on it, is great, right? I think to your point of Republicans, the immigrants' rights community, folks who are supportive of immigration reform, should continue to, show that this is a growing consensus amongst voters, amongst folks. Last week we registered voters on Long Island, where demographics are rapidly shifting. We're registering voters this week in Bay Ridge and Brooklyn, another district where demographics are rapidly shifting. So, we just need to continue to send that message to the Republicans that, this is a life or death issue for them.
Right. And I mean, just to switch it up a little bit, because we're running out of time, but I really want to get to this. And the proposal talks a lot about reducing barriers for high-skilled immigrants. So they want to give incentives to people that are, that have a skill that we don't have, usually very highly trained people. And to me, this is what kind of rubbed me the wrong way, because it feels like we're adding to the problem that will continue making immigration an issue in the United States, which is that we're, making these inequalities. I mean, in a study, actually, in the 2010 World Bank, it showed that almost quarters of nurses that were trained in the Caribbean actually came to the United States to work, or to Canada. So that left with like 3,300 unfilled seats for nurses that are deeply needed. So the United States actually has a big deal with, like, they promote these inequalities that happen in the South. Well, immigration is not something that's just like, oh, they want to come here, they want to want to take over our country. It's a real issue. They're living in poverty. They're living in issues where there are no jobs for them. There's nothing for them to do. Their education system is not really working that well. And their most qualified citizens are leaving their own countries. And this is why we have an immigration problem. And it's one of many reasons. So, I mean, very briefly, because we ran over time, but, I mean, do you think that this is going to help the immigration problem to kind of put an emphasis on high-skilled immigrants to make it easier for them to come here, and not as much for low-skilled immigrants, what we call like agricultural workers?
That's a great question. I think really quick, one response to this is, this legislation is about fixing the immigration system, right? It's not necessarily about fixing the root causes of immigration, which we know have a lot to do with things like NAFTA, with our trade policy, with our economic policy, especially in Central and South America, but also all over the world, right, that cause the situations that force people to immigrate in the first place, which sort of really, I think, gets to your question about low-skilled workers. But, I think there is also this push by the business community and a huge consensus led by sort of folks like Mike Bloomberg, who are saying it's crazy that the United States has an amazing educational system, but is sort of, because of this broken system, we're unable to capitalize on talent and innovation that could be kept in the United States and support the American economy, but that because of these sort of antiquated immigration laws, people are forced to go other places. So, it's not devoid of, it's certainly difficult within a large sort of global economic context to think about what is necessarily the right thing to do. But my sense is, we need to streamline and make an immigration system that works.
Right.
But we need to not lose sight of what's sort of creating these these economic factors and pulls and pushes, and that we should continue to address those in the scope of global migration. So,
agreed.
Quick answer to that.
Yeah, no, this proposal is like a dent in a really, really big problem. And my personal opinion is that immigration is always going to be an issue unless we tackle, economic inequality, war, environmental issues. There's so many things that are keeping people from staying where they were born, where they want to stay. And until those things are resolved, we're going to continue having an immigration problem. But that is a topic way beyond this discussion. We have reached the end of this segment. Daniel, thank you so much. Just let us know how we can learn more about your organization, or we can read more about you. How can we join you in your fight?
Fantastic. So to join, you can go to www.maketheroadny.org, learn about our work and the big sort of national campaign that we are involved in. As New Yorkers, we play a huge role. Senator Charles Schumer is the chair of the Immigration Subcommittee in the Judiciary, is working on this bill day and night with other Republicans. Call him, tell him what we think, what you think, participate, tell your congressional reps what you think. It's, the time really is now. The legislation is being written. So.
All right. Thank you so much, Daniel. This is Let Your Voice Be Heard on WHCR 90.3 FM. We'll be right back with Stanley and the Quickie.
Nobody thinks that they're just right. Be more
direction were they talking about in that song?
That's a good question.
This is Let Your Voice Be Heard on WHCR 90.3 FM, and this is the Voice of Harlem, and we are the Voice of Harlem as well. If you have any questions or comments, tweet us because I'm not picking up the phone anymore.
We're the Voice of the World. Can I just correct you?
The Voice of the World. Yeah, we have listeners from like China,
tiny neighborhood.
Japan. And like, I really appreciate the people who like wake up extra early to listen to the show. We love you guys. Keep on going to the website because we love you and we love it when you do that. But it's time for the quickie.
Woo!
Oh yeah, and my birthday just passed, so I have some extra energy. So you'll get 16 more seconds. Oh
What?
Yeah. Sounds good, doesn't it?
That's because I gave you a couple more minutes than I usually do. Hurry up.
Listen, like I always say, it is a race, and you need to brace yourself because I move fast and efficiently.
People in the studio looking at you like you're 5 minutes.
Shatisha, stop it, okay? Shatisha, do not judge me.
It's okay,
I've been purposely
Sandy.
getting Selena's
We love
cousin's name
your-
wrong like all day just to tease her.
We love your comic relief.
Thank you. That wasn't a joke. This is when we move fast.
She
But
laughs,
anyways,
so it doesn't matter.
yeah, Selena laughs the uncomfortable laugh. Selena. But okay, so what I'm here talking about for the quickie is the mortgage refinance bill. So, real quick, because I have it on my phone and I don't have to panic today, the president and Democrats are pushing a bill that would assist families who have mortgages that they cannot afford to pay. And, because of like the value of their house has gone down or, whatever reason, they are unable to refinance it. So pretty much for you non-property owners, people with houses have to pay mortgages every single month, as you know. But sometimes that price...
Well, if you have a loan on it. Not if you paid it off already. I'm just saying.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Columbia
Well, some
University.
people might be like, wait, what happened? I want to pay my house all cash.
Yeah, I actually paid for my soda this morning in all cash, so I didn't have to pay a mortgage for that. Thank you very much. So anyways, yeah, you got to pay a mortgage every single month. And, when you start paying off the mortgage, you might be in a position where you can afford to pay it every single month. So, like, it's $10 a month and you're making $20 a week. So you can pay it, but then say you lose your job or, like, you have more bills, so now you're not making as much money as before, so you can't pay it. Or maybe you have one of those mortgages where they say, we're going to start you off paying $10 a month. But then in a couple of years, it's going to change. It can fluctuate. So it may go lower, but it may go higher as well. And then just so happens, some coincidence, air quotes, it goes higher. So instead of it being $10 a month, in 2 years it goes to $150 a month, which you absolutely cannot afford. And there's a chance it can fluctuate again.
So that happened.
Not to me personally, but
No, it does. Well, that's why a lot of people lose their homes because then eventually they can't make the payments anymore because they get balloons.
Okay.
The adjustable rate as opposed to the fixed
Exactly.
rate.
Yes.
And usually the adjustable is so much cheaper when you first get it if the economy's doing well, and then it becomes like so much more. That's the problem.
Yeah, it pretty much prices people out. So now, what a lot of people who own homes do, they like to refinance, but some people can't refinance. In particular, there are 12 million people who got their loans through Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac who had played a huge part in tanking our financial system, but that's another topic.
No, I would argue that Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac get an unfair share of the blame on that.
Really?
Yeah, no, I would totally. They were 3 times less likely to do subprime lending than private banks were. You had to be more. The qualifications were more stringent for Freddie Mae and Fannie Mac. It's just I would see it as it's become a conservative talking point because it kind of plays into that narrative of
too big to fail.
But also that the government is wrong. The government shouldn't be involved in the economy. I mean, you saw it in Marco Rubio's State of the Union response speech when he said that the cause of our financial crisis was too much government. So what they do is they highlight these quasi-public-private entities such as Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac and just repeat something over and over again. But the reality, if you look at it, is that it's not the case, that it was private lenders that were more likely to exploit people in such a way.
Oh, wow.
All right. So I'm still on the fence with that one because I'm
I would love to know your response.
Yeah, we got it. We'll have this. Oh, okay, Selena.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to transfer this from a quickie to a much longer segment.
They just don't all have the blame. It's just not one direction.
Yeah, but it's just become... I'm not saying that Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are without blame. I'm just saying that they get, I think, an unfair...
You know where I got that from? The book that I read, Too Big to Fail. I read
the Andrew Ross Sorkin book.
Yes.
Yeah, well, Andrew Ross Sorkin is in my opinion, a corporatist of the highest order.
Oh my God! All right, I gotta look into that. Hold on. All right, I gotta finish up real quick. I'm already like halfway done. You guys haven't even started yet. Your problem. No. So.
Sorry for
pretty much, this is okay. These ladies know how I roll. So pretty much, people want to refinance. So what does refinancing mean? When you refinance, you pay off your existing mortgage and create a new one. So we talked about a couple of reasons why you may want to refinance, or but like 2 reasons in particular. 3 I'm going to do is 1. Say you're making a lot of money and you don't want to be paying your loan for the next 30 years. You can refinance to have your loan shortened. So that gives you 2 options. 2 things it does. It can make your monthly payments more money, but it will shorten the amount of time you pay it, which means you'll pay less in interest rates. Or you can extend it to shorten the thing. So if you had a 15-year mortgage, you can extend it to 30 years. And what that does is, since it's going over a longer period of time, you can decrease the amount you're paying a month, but you're going to pay more money in the long run because of that loan. So, those are two options that you can refinance for, or maybe interest rate, maybe like you had a bad credit score before and like your credit score is like superb now, and you want to refinance your loan so you can get an interest rate at your new credit score, because the better your credit score, the lower your interest rate will be.
Right.
So now you have an 800 credit score, and people with 800 credit scores can get a 1 interest rate. So you want to refinance because of that. So those are some reasons that people refinance. So anyways, I was going to give you guys an example, but I think you pretty much
I got it, Stanley. I finally understand refinancing, and that definition was so simple.
Thank you.
I wrote it down.
Thank you. I see Danielle kind of glazing over, so I think she got it too. So what else this bill does? The bill would also reduce upfront fees that borrowers pay on refinances and eliminate appraisal costs for all borrowers. So if you wanted to refinance your mortgage, it would eliminate some of those beginning fees. It would eliminate like the appraisal where they check out your mortgage to see if you qualify. It would knock out those things like that. And if it goes through, it has the potential to put back up to $100 a month in homeowners' pockets, which means $100 less you're paying a month in mortgage and $2,500 over the course of a year. So to someone who's making $700 million, that's not a lot of money. But if you're making $50,000 a year, $2,500 extra a year, that's a lot. That's a lot. That can go a long way. So that's what Obama administration and the Senate, Democrats are pushing. Republicans are not too into it, as usual. This has been something that received bipartisan support before, which means that both sides were kind of pushing for it. Right now they're saying the last thing we need to do is get government even more involved in the country, because it's going to hurt the economy in the long run, and all you're doing is giving people who are irresponsible with their mortgages a chance to get out through a back door.
Listen, I'm not going to say that there aren't people that are irresponsible, but there's
Absolutely.
no reason why people shouldn't be able to refinance. Like, what is the problem with
No,
that? If
well-
they're in a better position now, they should totally be allowed to do
There's
that.
some people who really shouldn't be refinancing because they shouldn't have gotten the house in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
And
That's
they-
what they
It's
are.
not their fault they got it.
You're right, but you know what? They're not going to be able to pay
They
it, and it's
should know.
always going to be there's a thing called the one-shot deal. For some people, if you can't pay your rent, right, but you're making enough money, they'll pay it off, right? But you have to pay them back, and you can only do this once a year. So this refinance thing will be like that, where like they'll let you refinance, and now you can pay your mortgage again. But then because you were barely getting by before, it's only a matter of time before you can't pay that mortgage anymore, and then you want to refinance again. So all you're doing is just resetting the system over and over again, when you could have a family in there or someone who can afford a house and they can get it. But because you're in there and you keep resetting the system, you're hurting it for everyone else. And those people, God forgive me, they don't need to own houses. Not right now, at least.
No, they're not. What do you mean, God forgive you? They're not money.
No,
They
yo.
forgive you for nothing. They don't have the money. If it's too good to be true, why are you getting yourself into
Yeah, but some
trouble?
people don't see it that way.
You
Some
need
people
to.
think that everyone deserves a house, and everyone
I
does,
do.
but you just can't afford it
Not if you don't
sometimes.
have any money to pay for it.
Like, I want cable, but I can't afford cable, so I watch Netflix. And that's just what it is. Like,
that brings other people down. If I'm irresponsible, that brings the entire system, and that would collectively, it's.
I mean,
really
wouldn't you
bad
say
thing.
though that existing, it doesn't exist in a vacuum? I mean, we have a larger system in which
Exactly.
banks know that if there's something wrong, if they pose a
shouldn't
systemic,
allow it, right?
they can be bailed out. Like, I mean,
Wow.
as someone who studied Congress, Congress is a historically slow-moving institution. They got the $700 billion out the door.
Yeah.
And I know that's fighting an old battle, but still, I mean,
it always goes back to that, because that's what they said. We've already spent billions of dollars already on this, so why are we going to do this again? But what they're missing,
but I mean, but these are average people, not banks.
Exactly.
directly.
That's
I mean,
exactly what I was going to say. That's the point. No, we bailed out companies and banks like AIG, who thought about suing us 5 minutes after we helped them.
Yeah, which is
let's
might be
not
the most arrogant moment in the history
of arrogance.
of Western civilization. I don't know.
But let's not get crazy. But guys, look at the mortgage refinance bill. Make sure you're calling your politicians. Make sure you're responsible with your payments. Young people out there our age, you don't need to own property right away. Pay up your student loans and save your money. And we will be back next week with another exciting show. Let your voice be heard on 90.3 WHCR, the voice of Harlem. We're out of here.
90.3 FM, New York.
Greetings, Communicator audience. This is Brother Senke, along with Sister Stephanie helping me out today.
Hello.
We're about to bring you our Sunday session of the Communicators. You know, we air every Sunday from 1 to 3 p.m. And we got a very special lineup for you today. Very special lineup. If you remember last week, we had a little difficulty with one of our guests. We couldn't get in. We rescheduled her. She'll be back with us today to get in what we didn't get in last week. So as we await her call to come into the studio, I want to thank you for tuning in today. And what we also have in store today is a follow-up from another segment that we did last week on the same topic. But I don't want to spoil anything for y'all. We got 3 great guests coming in for you today, and so just stay tuned right here at 90.3 FM Whcr, the voice of Harlem. And our first interview will be coming up very, very shortly. In the meantime, stay tuned.
This is the topic. Let's talk about sex. How do we handle this issue?
Nothing like some love.
Indeed.
You know what I mean? So let's share some love. We got this platform here, and we want y'all to remember to tune in to some of the other shows just as well.
Hi, this is Flo Wiley inviting you to listen to Black Beat New York every Thursday night at 6. Black Beat New York is all about what's happening on the arts and culture scene in New York City, with a special emphasis on what's going on in the sweet village of Harlem. Celebrity interviews, ticket giveaways, Black Beat weekly events calendar, and I'll play for you some of the finest music you'll hear on the radio anywhere. Every Thursday at 6, Black Beat New York, the Flo Wiley Show.
Hi, this is Sister Virginia Cotton, and I'll take you to that place every Tuesday morning from 6 to 10 in the a.m. on the Gospel Legends program. We'll lift the Savior and take a trip down memory lane. How far back will I go? Tune in on Tuesday morning, WHCR 90.3 FM from 6 to 10 in the a.m. And don't forget the website. That's the 3Ws.WHCR.org. I'm so excited.
Greetings, this is Honey from Harlem 411. Tune in to Harlem 411 Friday nights at 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. for information on health, education, housing, community events, and more. Harlem 411 serves information to you with the opportunity to call in with your questions. Harlem 411 produced to serve the community's needs. Let us serve you with information. Friday night, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. on Harlem 411.
Tune in to What's Going On Sundays, 3 p.m. to 4:30 with your girl Steph. I love sports. I like to talk about everything, knockouts, big shots, Game 7, and game-changing plays. You need heart to win. Yes, heart. You'll think twice about everything you hear or see after my take. Why? Because I'm changing the game. What's going on? I'll tell you. Sundays, 3 p.m. to 4:30 on WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
All right, Sister Jasmine Kinnick?
It's Canic.
Canic. I'm sorry, Jasmine. Well, communicators.
Jasmine.
Thank you, Jasmine. We have our guest, Sister Jasmine Canic. Some of you may know her as a sister from L.A. who reports on the media's reporting of things, especially in our community. She is someone who's affiliated with NPR, NBC, everything media, consultation, activism, you name it. But we have her on today for a different reason. Even though she can speak to, all of the sort of things we talk about here on the Communicators, we have her on because she is going to share with us a very special experience of something which happened in her life that was so moving and so raw that we wanted to bring it to you over the airways. And basically, in Black History Month, that a lot of celebrities and big names like Spike Lee, Oprah Winfrey, these people have traced their roots through a company called AfricanAncestry.com or just DNA testing, ancestry testing. And Jasmine did it, and she posted the video on the web, and people all around the United States were just loving that video. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce Jasmine to our audience here on 90.3 FM in New York from Los Angeles. How you doing today, Jasmine?
Hey, so I guess I should say good afternoon because you guys are 3 hours ahead of me. Not good morning.
Yeah,
good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So first we wanted to start off by asking you, why'd you do the ancestry trace? What made you want to do it?
Okay, well, that's an interesting story. I have a friend. Many of you guys may know him. He's an actor, Isaiah Washington, from Grey's Anatomy and from a number of Spike Lee films and other projects. And he, let me back up a little bit. I was the director of communications for over 10 years for the Pan-African Film Festival. And Isaiah was a part of the festival. He wasn't like most actors who just show up for the red carpet. No, he really understood the importance of independent filmmaking and how film festivals help propel black filmmakers. Because oftentimes, we don't get picked up by Paramount or Universal. And so these film festivals all around the country, and I know New York has quite a few of them as well, give our filmmakers that venue, that space to showcase their work, and he was a part of that. And I'll never forget this, I was working in Sacramento at the time, and he called me on the phone and said, do you think you could get away for a couple of weeks? And I said, I probably could. He said, okay, well, pack your bags, we're going to Sierra Leone. And I said, really? He said, yeah. And literally, I was gone, within 4 days. We went to Sierra Leone, and the reason why we went to Sierra Leone was because he had traced his African ancestry through AfricanAncestry.com with Gina to Sierra Leone, and he wanted to go there. And this was in the middle of all of that crisis going on with Grey's Anatomy, and he just needed to get away. And we hopped on a plane and went through London, down to Liberia, and went over to Sierra Leone and started building schools and water wells and things like that. And when we got back, he said, you need to do this, Jasmine. You need to trace your ancestry, and I'm going to make sure you do that. And he was the reason, really, how it happened, because he literally brought the kit to me and said, let's do it. And I did it.
Wow. And, that's amazing. And for, our listeners who may not be familiar with some of the backstory on that, that was a story in and of itself, because I remember when Isaiah Washington was in the media for the instance which happened on the show with the F word, and you came to his aid, and people were like, they're saying that, why is someone who's also gay coming to his aid? And you went to not only speak to the differences in the black community, in the LBGT community, but you did it in such a way that, I mean, you taught a lot of people about, you know, this whole way things are perpetuated or handled by, you know, these established acting, you know, Hollywood agencies and whatnot. So that was very interesting. I did not even realize that, you know, Isaiah Washington had brought that to you. But I remember you. What is the? You were picketing somebody at the time. Also, what was his name? He was doing blackface.
Oh, Shirley Q. Liquor. That I'm on radio. That jerk.
Right.
So, yeah, no. Even in the video I posted online, which I will say I'm amazed, because it was literally a home video. Like, I'm sitting on the floor in my office talking to Isaiah on the phone because I wanted to wait to open the envelope until we could talk, since he was the one who initiated it for me. I wanted to share that experience with him. So I waited, even though it came like a couple of days sooner, I waited until we had the time to be on the phone together before I opened it, so I could like share that whole experience with him. And so that's who I'm actually talking to on the phone in the video. But yeah, he was the one, and Isaiah's a good man. He's not. We already know he's a great actor, but he's a good man. He's a great father, and he's a great friend. And it's for me, knowing the racism that exists within the gay and lesbian community as it relates to white and black folks, as well as the homophobia in the African American community. There's no way I was going to sit up here and let somebody trash someone that I know personally, who I know has gay friends, who I know is not, as they were trying to label him at the time, homophobic. And that's, typically what they try to do to black actors. They try to blacklist them, get them out of the industry, once you're labeled as being something, it's very hard to shake that label. And I just felt that it was important for those of us who knew Isaiah and who could speak to the kind of person he was with credibility and authority to get out there and do so. This man's career was on the line. This man being able to take care of his family, not to mention all of the good things that he's done. And trust me when I tell you, when we were in Sierra Leone, none of that mattered. all he was to them was someone who cared. You understand what I'm saying? You got to put it in perspective. All of this stuff was going on. He was at the top of the news. Every single network, every online TMZ. I remember there were times like we would go get tacos because I was working at a production company or his nonprofit, and we would go eat, and it'd be like looking around, like, people in British and stuff. And it's like,
you trying to say that the regular people turn to sort of paparazzi behind it?
Yes, but and the paparazzi, and then to get on a plane and just escape all of that. And that's why to this day I tell people all the time, when I'm through here, meaning in America, I know exactly where I am going, because life is so much more real and so much more peaceful abroad and overseas. And the things that we think are so truly important in our breaking news here are not breaking news over there. Over there, even though all of this was going on in America for Isaiah at the time, he was worried about building the school, bringing medical supplies and health care to remote villages. The stuff that we did while we were there, I will never, ever forget. And I thank him, because he kind of opened my eyes a little bit. It's one thing for us as African Americans or blacks in America to say that we're connected with Africa and we're African, but it is a completely different experience to get on a plane and go stay over there for 2 weeks, have to sleep in a mosquito net, have no access to hot water, have to take cold showers, have to bring your own bottled water, the things that you have to see and the people you interact with. I mean, even up until this week, including this week, there are people I feel talks towards Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone is like I know I'm not from Sierra Leone, but I feel like I'm a part of Sierra Leone. I made friends with the Sierra Leoneans here in Los Angeles. We're pretty tight because there's a huge group of them. But then the young men and women I made friends with there, thank God for technology, we're able to connect still on Facebook. And, so I can still keep up with them and they can keep up with me. So it's like that connection hasn't been lost from that trip.
Jasmine, what was your family's reaction when they found out that you were going to use DNA technology to trace your ancestry?
First of all, I didn't tell my family anything. Secondly, when I did, I think in that video, I called my grandmother after I got the phone with Isaiah. You have to understand, my family is not Jasmine. So I'm probably the one in my family who's the most outspoken, the most, if you want to use the term activist or willing to rock the boat. My family is like, even this week I had a conversation with my sister about that because I want to take my sister. I have two sisters and a brother. I want them to travel outside of the country and see what life is really like for most of the world. Because sometimes in America, right, we take this for granted. We think that everyone lives like this. And my sister, I'm older, she's like, no, I'm American. I'm cool. I'm staying here. I know where I'm from. I'm from America. See, that's her mentality. And that's a lot of black folks' mentality. They're like, I'm not African. I'm American. Okay, that's cool. If that's the way you want to look at it. I'm clear on where I come from now. And I think that it's important for those of us who are African American who want to actually know where we come from. And 9 times out of 10, it'll probably be somewhere in West Africa because that's simply just, given the history of the slave trade, was where they were basically plucking us from and bringing us over here. But I think it's important for us to find that out. I mean, technically, we are African,
yeah.
And I think that we all have a right to dual citizenship as well once we figure out where it is that we come from in Africa, because the reality of the situation is none of us would be here. Most of us, rather, would not be here had they not done what they did.
Now, when your family, as you said, they're not you, and I think that's probably the case for a lot of people. It might be something that they themselves might do, but they're more so what I'm speaking to is the older members in the family. From what you know and from what you can share with us, is there a difference between the interests in generations in doing this sort of roots tracing?
I think so. My grandma was pretty clear and frank with me. She's like, I'm American. At the time, she was 87 years old. She was like, I'm 87 years old, and I come from, Ohio and South Carolina. and that's pretty much the extent of it for her. But I think younger generations, like I'm 35, we do want to explore. We do want to learn exactly where it is that we come from in this world, and where do we get our looks from? Where do we get our features from? We know we get them from our mother and our father, but where do they get theirs from? And it's really interesting because even with the, my results came back that I was, how do I say this, related to several people. So, right, in Equatorial Guinea, it was the Bubi tribe, the Bubi people, and in Cameroon, it was the Pikahasa Fulani people.
So, wait, Cameroon was on the matrilineal side, your mother's side?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And so I hooked up with the Cameroonians here in Los Angeles, and it's really interesting just looking at all of us, like our features and our skin tone, and it was a great experience for me, and I mean, I love it. I mean, I have a whole new, I already had a great big African family here in Los Angeles anyway, because if you know anything about L.A., I don't think we have as many Africans in L.A. as you guys do there in New York, but we have a lot. So, and being involved with the Pan-African Film Festival, trust me, I had a huge circle, but now it grew bigger, and in the fact that I went and actively seeked out the Cameroonians here in Los Angeles, like, hey, I'm really one of you. And they embraced me. Matter of fact, I got one of their community service awards last year from one of the Cameroonian groups. And it's been a great experience. I've met a few people here from Equatorial Guinea, but not a lot.
Wow. So, in your experience outside of having your world open to understanding where you come from a spiritual aspect, emotional journey, can you share with us some of the things that you went through just having this information or this knowledge, even if you didn't do anything with it as you did, just how it changed you?
Well, for one, I just felt a lot more empowered. It's really interesting when people say, you know how in passing conversations you may have with people, it may come up with new acquaintances. Well, where are you from? And, usually, someone like me, I'd be like, oh, I'm from Compton, or no. I'm from, and I say Cameroon and Equatorial Guinea, or I actually say I'm from Compton by way of Cameroon, Equatorial Guinea. And they're like, oh, really? And I'm like, yes, really. And I think that's really important for us to know, because what I got out of it was a connectedness, feeling like, okay, we know what the horrible history of America is as it relates to black people. And now I've been able to trace my roots outside of this country to the motherland, and I know where I come from. I think I did a lot of research, like just looking up famous people. Like one of my favorite groups, and two ladies who I'm happy to say that I actually have made acquaintance with. The sisters Les Nubians, the singers.
Yeah.
They're from Cameroon.
Wow.
And and it also inspired me to take up French, since French is like the main language in Cameroon.
Yes.
So it was like, and hanging around a lot of Cameroonians and not being able to speak French was awkward for me. Everybody is speaking French but me. So I said, okay, well, this is another reason to take up another foreign language. Like I said, it did a lot of different things for me, but really it just made me grounded. I felt like I know where my roots are. And I can't wait to get over to Cameroon and Equatorial Guinea, because I will. Mm-hmm. I plan on going over there and I don't know, getting involved, doing some good work, but as well as just exploring the culture and the people. And, I hope that more African Americans who don't know where they come from outside of the Deep South will take the opportunity to find out. And then once they do find out, challenge the U.S. government for their dual citizenship.
Now, let me ask you something. You mentioned it, you'll say I'm from Compton by way of either of these two countries. What has your reaction been different with African Americans than European or white Americans when you say that?
No. You know what? There are just some poor souls who are just never going to get it. They're just going to always give me that blank stare like, I. Mm-hmm. And then there are those that are actually intrigued, and they're like, well, how do you know that? Or I didn't know that about you, Jasmine. And then that's where I get to launch into my African ancestry DNA commercial. I feel like I'm a spokesperson for them. But, I tell people, if you're black and you want to explore your African ancestry, you should do it through African ancestry. That just makes sense.
Right.
Since that is what they specialize in. And a lot of these DNA, businesses don't specialize particularly in Africa. And I think it's important for us as African people to make sure that we're getting the right results and the right information about where it is that we come from. And I find that to be true with Gina and her company.
Yeah, I mean, to my understanding, basically, like if you use like Ancestry.com, they have a DNA kit, and some of the others, they'll just tell you what you already know because their database is mostly European. They'll say, this DNA here, this is from somewhere in Africa or this area in Africa. It's they're not going to give you anything about country or even region. Whereas AfricanAncestry.com has about like 95% or some in a high 90 percentile that you will, that they will find it for you. So
yeah, see, I would have been very disappointed if I'd have used another service and they'd have been like, yeah, your roots are based in England and somewhere in Africa. See, then we would have had a problem.
Right.
So, luckily I did it with African Ancestry and we got it right.
Mm-hmm. And you were saying, it's like what a lot of people call enrollment, where you then use that to, open up a discussion and let people know about this experience. Even if they don't do it, it plants a seed for a greater conversation, more understanding with people who might not have contemplated the idea of doing it because, for one, when it first came into the Western Hemisphere, we were seeing it done through roots, which was more of a historical sort of tracing through record keeping, bookkeeping, and the oral tradition. But now that we have this technology, which has come so far in such a short time, it opens up a whole different experience for people who might want to do this and who, we can't, I'm not going to mention cost on the air, but, it's really, it's in the cost range for many people to do it now, So, I mean, I'm surprised at the fact that, more people haven't, taken to this sort of thing in sort of droves, that it hasn't gone viral.
Well, look, let's put this all in perspective, okay? We're talking about generations and generations and generations of black folks here in America who have been oppressed and are depressed. You have to be in a certain state of mind and have a certain willingness to take those shackles off, okay? And what I mean by that is, your brothers and sisters on the corner, doing their thing, are not thinking about, where do they come from in this world. You understand what I'm saying? So we're not all there yet. Because trust me when I tell you, all I have to do is look out my window and I can see that we're just not there yet. But for those of us who are there or who have a desire to get there, yeah, I think we do have a responsibility to do that and then share that information. Share it with other people in our family. Share it with our friends in hopes that they, too, will want to know where it is that they come from, because it's really sad to me when I hear black people say that they are American and that's all they need to know about themselves.
Jasmine?
Yes.
Hi, Jasmine. This is Stephanie. I'm one of the co-producers in the studio today with Brother Senke. It's nice to hear you and meet you via all of your comments and how you feel and what you've done, and it paints a picture for me of who you are without being able to see your face. So welcome. I have a question about some of the things you just said. I'll just cut straight to chase. Why don't, in your opinion, the brothers and sisters want to get off the corner and stop doing their thing?
That's a loaded question. Look, like I said, we've been oppressed and depressed for so long that I don't think some of us can. And I know that's a sad commentary, but it's just a fact. We're talking about a group of people who have literally made themselves believe that using the N-word as a greeting is okay because they took off the E and the R and put an A or an A-H, depending on how they decide to spell it. We have conditioned ourselves to believe as women it's okay to call ourselves B's and H's, okay? And that, there's nothing wrong with, having blonde hair and blue contacts on, and that this is how we're supposed to look. This is how we're... You understand? Put it in a bigger perspective.
Jasmine, we're going to hold your thought for 1 second as we take this time to do a station identification.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
All right, again, for if you just tuning in, we have Sister Jasmine Kennick from Los Angeles, and we're coming to the end of this interview. We only have about 3 more minutes left, and she's been sharing with us her thoughts on tracing her ancestry using DNA technology, and she was responding to a question about our brothers and sisters in Los Angeles and, this situation, as we should say. I'm sorry, Jasmine. Continue, please.
Well, first of all, this is not germane to L.A. because I've traveled all over the world and all over this country.
Indeed.
Okay? And we got black folks in crisis everywhere, all right? Especially as it relates to self-identification, okay? Because you got to remember, all right, we live in a society where you got non-black women tanning themselves just dark enough not to be considered black, getting implants just big enough to look like they're black, okay? But then our very own sisters, are ashamed of their features. You understand what I'm saying? So there's just been a lot of confusion going on. And for those of us, I know I was one of those people. I tell people all the time, before I got involved with the Pan-African Film Festival, I had a weave like going down my back, and my hair was like super extra straight and relaxed. And I used to wear like these weird colored contacts. And then like after 6 months of dealing with the festival, and mind you, this is the early 90s, I, locked up my hair and found a whole community of people who were just happy to be nappy, and I have been happy ever since. Okay? So you have to also want to embrace, who you are and all of what your people are. Like, I understand and recognize these difficulties and crises that we have in our community. With the sisters that wrote the book, Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome, I truly believe that is what we're dealing with. And I love my people for it. So even the ones that aren't trying to be enlightened won't ever be enlightened and are going to continue to do what it is that they do. They're still my people, and I love them regardless. So like I said, for those of us who want more, who want to learn more about who we are as a people and get a better understanding of history, because believe me, everything that's in the history books that they've taught us here, that's not the reality of what happened.
I have another question, if I may. We're winding down, so I'm slipping in my questions at the end of the interview, if that's okay. 2 things. I believe you were or you may still be a media consultant. Am I right?
In my day-to-day life, I am a media consultant, political communications and media consultant.
And in a nutshell, can you remind our listeners, and this is my first time meeting you, and can you tell me as well what you do? Well,
basically, I spent several years working in Congress, working in the legislature here in California, up in Sacramento, and in some of the local cities. When I decided I didn't particularly want to work for members, I decided to become a consultant. And basically what I do is, how you'll hear in the news, such and such Congress member found $50,000 in his freezer or something like that, or there's some crisis, so-and-so congressman was tapping their foot in the bathroom, in the men's bathroom, and now all of a sudden there's a scandal. Well, I work on those kind of issues with elected officials, as well as campaigns of people trying to get into office, or issue campaigns like when you're trying to get a bill through a particular legislature, or you're trying to get something on the ballot for people to vote on. And then I just do that for regular organizations and businesses as well, who may not have the capacity to bring on somebody full-time to be their public affairs director or oversee their media communications. And so as a consultant, I will come in and just sort of deal with situations as they arise.
Let me ask you this. I'm into painting pictures. I come out of television, so bear with me. When that congressman or woman finds $50,000 in their freezer, what is your job? What do you have to do? And if you can give us a couple of details.
Okay. First of all, let me rephrase that. It's not the congressman that finds the money. It's usually the law enforcement agency that's investigating them that finds it.
Right.
My job is to get in front of the cameras and with a straight face say, the congressman does not know how that money got there. They have nothing to do with it. They want an investigation to find out how that money got there. So basically my job is be the spokesperson. And that's what I did in Congress. I was a press secretary for members of Congress. I was a press secretary for people here in Los Angeles, in politics here, and I enjoy doing that work. I mean, you don't see enough African Americans, or black folks rather, who are in the forefront of that sort of work. Even with our current president, and you look at who the press secretaries are in the White House, you don't see us very much.
All right.
So, yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Jasmine. It's been a pleasure interviewing you here today on the Communicators. You're somebody who we definitely look to use as a resource in the future. Thank you so much for sharing this last 30 minutes with us.
Okay, thank you. And people who want to reach me, I'm at Jasmine on Twitter, so it's JASMYNE. And on Facebook, it's just Jasmine Canick, CANNICK.
Spell it one more time, Jasmine, for our listeners.
Sure, JASMYNE. Most people spell it with an I, just replace the I with a Y.
All right.
Canick, CANNICK.
That's right, and they can reach you on Facebook or Twitter, either social media. And if they have something important to say, she will get back to you.
I will. I try to get back to folks. I do.
Jasmine, thank you for being here on the Communicators with us today. And by the way, our last interview, she hooked it up. Jasmine did. Thanks, Jasmine.
No problem. You guys have a great afternoon. Thank you, New York. Thank you, both of you guys, for hosting me.
All right.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
That's our next one. Okay, Communicator audience. We're going to take about 30 seconds. We have our next interview on the line. He's a professor at George Mason University. His name is Dexter Gabriel, and he's going to be with us for 20 minutes, and we're going to be discussing a very special topic. So just give us 30 seconds, and we'll be right back to you.
Second, I need to get my story straight. My friends are in the bathroom getting higher than the Empire State. My lover, she's waiting for me just across the bar. My seat's been taken by some sunglasses, asking about a scar. And I know I gave it to you months ago. I know you're trying to forget.
All right, Communicator audience. Again, we have Professor Dexter Gabriel at George Mason University, and today we're going to be discussing slavery in film. This gentleman has some insights onto, slavery in film that, a lot of people haven't heard. He is one of our young, up-and-coming, bright stars and geniuses. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Professor Dexter Gabriel to the Communicators.
Hello, how you doing, Tinke?
I'm doing okay, Dexter. First things first, you teach a class, Slavery in Film, and one of the things, and in teaching this class, I'm sure that you uncover, and you for one, you've got way more information than a typical person, but what are some of the predominant themes that you have found in teaching slavery in film? There must be some theme that you find in this genre that you can share with our listeners.
Well, I teach the course, and I basically go through America's history of slavery in film, as well as a larger look at slavery in film in other countries. But if we're just talking about the United States, I think one of the most recurring themes that you will find over and over again is this need to discuss and negotiate our present-day issues of race within our films about slavery. So, for instance, one of the first films in the United States which discusses slavery, of course, is, you may know, D.W. Griffith's Birth of a Nation. Birth of a Nation comes out in 1915. It is supposed to be about slavery and Reconstruction. However, most of what it speaks of is mythology, of course. It depicts Reconstruction as a period in which blacks overrun whites. It depicts the Ku Klux Klan as a noble group that comes to save whites. And when you watch Birth of a Nation, you realize what you're seeing are not so much a depiction of slavery as it was, or even Reconstruction, but you're seeing ideas of race in 1915 presented on the screen. And simply slavery is used as a metaphor to give that belief system of the time.
So you basically, when you're saying that the way film is used, I mean, I guess we could say that means that we have the Oscars coming up tonight, the Academy Awards.
Right.
Whatever you will. And, 2 films are in the listing for Best Picture or getting a lot of fanfare. If you look at Django and you look at Lincoln, what sort of things do these 2 films bring to the screen, which is, being lived out because of the current atmosphere that we live in?
Right. So let's take a film like Lincoln first, right? Lincoln, in a sense, is Steven Spielberg's project on the life of Abraham Lincoln. It's a movie itself that took some 12 years to make, according to the screenplay writer. They simply wanted to make a movie about Lincoln. They didn't know where to start. They had several ideas. One of these, interestingly, was to tell a story about Lincoln and Frederick Douglass. They scrapped that. They decided not to go with that. Instead, what we got was a story that's very focused on Lincoln's life, and particularly Lincoln's role in helping pass the 13th Amendment. In doing so, what we then get is a political movie where slavery, again, is the backdrop, where African Americans and slaves themselves are minor characters in the film. And so what we get instead is this idea of Lincoln as this great savior figure, as a father figure in America. And it fits our times, right? We live in this era where people are troubled by what is going on in the country at the time, and there's this notion of romanticizing great leaders. And Lincoln is likely one of the most romanticized leaders in American history. And so what we see in the film is Lincoln taken to a level of savior status within the film. And this follows very closely, if you've seen Steven Spielberg's past films relating to slavery, such as Amistad, Amistad, for instance. Again, we have, like in Amistad, another film ostensibly about slavery, which ends up being a courtroom drama, in which white actors play the lead role.
Well, I mean, if we juxtapose that with, let's say, a film that was done in the 70s, let's say, which used slavery as a backdrop, like Legend of Nigger Charlie by Paramount, will we find the same sort of themes from that time? Could you speak to that?
Well, when we look at slavery films that use slavery in the United States, they go through phases. We have the beginning phase, of course, with Birth of a Nation, begins this. After Birth of a Nation, the movies that come after it are similar yet different. Birth of a Nation itself, at the time, extremely popular, depicts this notion of happy slaves, as well as this notion that once freedom comes, freedom turns free blacks into sadists. It turns free blacks into brutes who chase and attempt to rape white women and plunder the South. The movie itself was quite controversial, even though it did extremely well. However, because of issues of World War I, this need to show national unity, as well as some of the controversy, it caused riots. When by riots, I mean white citizens would watch the film, become enraged, and go out and find African Americans to beat up or attack. This is what I mean by riots in this case. In certain cities, it was even banned. Because of all of this, Hollywood decided to take a different picture. By the time the 1920s and the 1930s come along, they wish to make stories where slavery is in the background, but they don't want all of the ideas of blacks chasing white women or what have you. They want happy films. So around the 1920s and 1930s, we will see slavery in film in Shirley Temple-type films, right, where you have her dancing along very happy slaves. All of the slaves in these films are happy, they're content. These are the films known as the plantation epics. The most popular of the plantation epics is Gone with the Wind in 1939. which again is, you can think of as a much lighter version in the sense of Birth of a Nation. Many of the same themes are there.
Professor Gabriel, just hold 1 second while we identify ourselves.
Sure.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Please continue.
Sure. So let me get back to the question you were asking itself. And the point I was making was that by the time you have movies like Gone with the Wind, these lighter versions of Birth of a Nation, these are the type of films we see, these plantation epics where slavery is depicted as a time of happy, content slaves. The 1960s changes all of this. It changes all of this because what is happening in the country. The civil rights movement, the black protest movement caused great shifts. Hollywood reacts to this. And so by the time you're talking about when movies such as The Legend of Nigger Charlie, such as Boss Nigger, or even Mandingo, or there's another movie starring Ossie Davis and Dionne Warwick, Slaves, comes out in the late 1960s, Hollywood is reacting to what's going on the ground. And they realize that these old plantation epics, the mammy-filled depictions of slavery with happy uncles, the last time they had done this was Song of the South, and it caused black protests. They realized they can't do that any longer.
No, that's good.
So what we see then are these hyper-masculine images of slavery, where we now have almost fantastical notions of slavery with very powerful black men often fighting back against the slave system. But again, much of it is still a bit fantasy because these aren't depictions of slavery. They are notions of black masculinity that come out of the Black Power movement, that come out of later blaxploitation films, and are transcribed onto slavery. So even then, we see in some ways certainly more informed and more humane depictions of African Americans during slavery, but it's still not really based on history. It's still based on this theme of presenting modern notions of race through the metaphor of slavery.
Wow. Again, for those of you who are just tuning in, we're speaking with Professor Dexter Gabriel from George Mason University. One of the classes that he teaches is slavery and film. He's here with us sharing his expertise and experience of slavery in films. Some films that he's mentioned you may not have heard of, some you may have, some you may have seen, some you may not have seen, and he's putting it into an historical context. You know, he's one of the few people who I've met who can do this sort of thing, look at the history and has seen all these films. You either get either or. You get people who've seen all the films, but they don't have the backdrop to put it into a historical context, or they have the history, but they haven't seen all these films. So I went and searched out for somebody I thought who had the expertise to do both, and that's what. Then we have today, Professor Dexter Gabriel. Now, Professor, I had a question that I've just been long on my mind about, slavery and film. At all of the first, can you, if you know about how many films, not foreign, but in this country, have been produced, films, not like sitcoms or anything else, that deal with slavery, and in addition, out of all of them, which one do you see as most historical, for the historical record, most closely resembles the experience, and why you think that film is?
Okay. I don't think I can give you a direct number off the top of my head. So actually, films dealing with slavery are much more rare than you would think. Given slavery's powerful impact in the United States, the length of its time, if you put it up against the majority of movies made in the United States, it is not a common topic, even during the era of the plantation films, especially for Hollywood to tackle. So I don't want to give you a direct number, but to answer your second question, if I had to look at films and see which one I suppose is, I don't want to even use the word accurate, but more closer to historical, to giving some type of historical worth, I would have to say one of the movie that comes closest to this is the television drama miniseries Roots. Would be one of them. And it's interesting because Roots itself was based on the book by Alex Haley. Now, many parts of Roots are still contrived. If anybody's watched Roots, they've seen the opening scene in Africa. A very interesting scene, certainly powerful, and yet at the same time a bit romanticized. Fits very closely with late 1970s notions of a post-civil rights African-American community who is looking for middle-class values. And so we get this notion of Africa that very much fits this idea of slavery almost as an immigrant experience. Yet and still, the movie goes out of its way at times, even if it downplays certain things, to give us a depiction of slavery for the first time, for instance, that depicts the horrors of the Middle Passage. Even though we can probably never depict the Middle Passage as horrible as it really was, it attempts to do so, and is doing so for a TV audience, though we know it's going to be much less graphic. It attempts to do so. It begins in Africa, goes through the Middle Passage. It, for the first time, attempts to tell stories predominantly through the lens of the slaves themselves. The slaves no longer have to speak with a white person in the background, as you would have seen in Gone with the Wind or other films. Neither are all of the main figures in the film hyper-masculine males, as we saw during the blaxploitation films like Boss Nigger or Legend of Nigger Charlie or what have you.
Now,
you
Professor
now
Gabriel,
have,
before you continue,
women characters who are able to express themselves.
Professor Gabriel, before you continue, can you for any of our listeners who may not understand what you mean when you said hyper-masculine males, can you define that for them?
Sure. Well, part of the trope that we would see during the era of blaxploitation films, people are probably familiar with the blaxploitation films that come about after Melvin Van Peebles' Sweetback. We get these films that often feature these notions of black masculinity, which are, by hyper, I mean they are exaggerated. These are black men who are able to do things that black men in the past may not have been able to do, and so they become sort of these fantastic notions of black men who have great sexual prowess. They are often able to bed both black women and white women. No white man can possibly stand up to them. They are, in this sense, their masculinity, pardon the pun, on steroids.
It's so funny that you say it's on steroids because I just was coming across ESPN analyst who was retweeting an article about the NFL Combine and how it so closely resembles, slavery and a slave auction where, because the NFL is close to 70% black, when you go there and you see mostly white management and these men prodding on these athletes, she said that, she plays into that same genre you talk about. She says that it looks like, a slave auction, it's jump how big the muscles are, etc.
Right. And these notions, it's interesting because these ideas, I mean, while I'm critical of many of these movies, doesn't mean that they don't have worth. I think there was some worth within these films, these attempts to assert black masculinity that had before been subjugated. Unfortunately, it came often at the expense of ever talking about black women, for instance, who are pretty much ignored in these films. And they still live with this. I think it's very interesting that despite the power of miniseries like Roots, and even the power of very independent films like Haile Gerima's Sankofa, which also attempted to really give a very realistic and gritty portrayal of slavery, but yet was simply marginalized from mainstream cinema. Despite these films, the films that seem to have resonated today seems to have been the blaxploitation films. I think we can see that especially within the most popular slave film of our times, which is Django Unchained.
And when we only have a few more. We only have about 5 more minutes with you. But being that you mentioned Django Unchained, this film seemed to do much better from a box office standpoint than some of the other more accurate films that you mentioned. And could you speak to why you think that phenomena is and what that's about?
Right. I mean, it's even hard to compare Django to, let's say, Sankofa. Sankofa itself was never released in theaters. It never had distribution. This was a film that the director had to fight for every bit of money to make the film. So it's hard to even compare how it did in box office or its popularity, because it was a film that was literally an independent effort by both the director and even the viewers, because you had to hunt it out in order to see it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Django Unchained is different. Django Unchained is a project of director Quentin Tarantino, who most people are not unfamiliar with. He had the ability to get the money to make a major film, and Quentin Tarantino basically looked back to blaxploitation films to make his film. Quentin Tarantino himself has made the very controversial comment that he found the roots inauthentic, but I suppose he found the blaxploitation films more authentic. In fact, his favorite film of all time, one of them is Mandingo, the blaxploitation film. And so what we ended up getting in Django Unchained was, much like the blaxploitation films, a fantasy version of slavery. However, unlike the blaxploitation films, which at times had a great deal of black input, what we saw in this case, I would say in Django Unchained, was much more a white fantasy version of slavery. It is a movie in which the main hero, like his blaxploitation counterparts, is very hypermasculine. He does everything almost by himself. Unlike the blaxploitation films, however, he is very singular. He is unattached from the slave community. The rest of the slaves throughout Django Unchained are remarkably just like the slaves from Gone with the Wind. We have our Uncle Toms, we have our Mammies. It's almost as if Quentin Tarantino tried to make this blend of the films that we've seen before, like Gone with the Wind, with blaxploitation, and gave us what was a popular fantasy, a movie that fit our times again. We have a figure here who is very masculine. He doesn't take anything from anyone. Whenever he's fighting, we hear hip-hop tracks behind him. It fits the times, I think. I think the director skillfully made a movie that he knew that people would identify with. Whether it is based on any form of history or not, that's another matter.
Yeah, that's very interesting, because I did notice that. I saw online, I paid $2 to see the original Django film, which all of the soundtrack to the current Django film is the same except the hip-hop songs. That whole theme, the way the spaghetti western comes on, all of it, and that Frank Nero, who plays the guy at the bar in Django, when he asks him what's his name, and he says Django, and the D is silent, that's the original Django, and when I watched
which really wasn't about slavery, right? It's really a spaghetti western, but it's interesting that it's reinterpreted through the slavery lens for our modern day.
Well, Professor Gabriel, you've been very remarkable here today. We'd like to thank you for coming on the Communicators and sharing with us your expertise on slavery and film, and taking time out of your busy Sunday schedule. And maybe in the future we'll be able to do something. I mean, I know you teach a lot of classes, and again, I tell our listeners, Professor Gabriel has a lot of insight on things that, and he's just one of our up-and-coming stars, You can take my word for it. So again, Professor Gabriel, thank you for spending your Sunday with us to discuss these topics in, of course, Black History Month. But, of course, this is a topic which, we could be discussing any month, but especially because it's Black History Month.
Of course. Well, thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
All right. Thank you, Professor Gabriel.
All right.
All right.
Give me a second, I need to get my story straight. My friends are in the bathroom getting higher than the Empire State. My lover, she's waiting for me just across the bar. My seat's been taken by some sunglasses, asking about a scar. And I know I gave it to you months ago. I know you're trying to forget, but between the drinks and subtle things.
All right, audience, we only had another hour left with us. We're waiting for our next and final guest. She's someone who's never graced our airways before. She's got a lot of information for us. She's a criminal defense attorney out of Los Angeles who's worked with L.A. Fire Department, LAPD. And, you know, we had on Charles Castro last week discussing about Christopher Dorner, but this is a topic, you know, this indigenous to her being from Los Angeles, working with a lot of these same police officers, as well as she's someone who questions them at trial and catches them in corruption and catches them in lies. So, you know, she's going to be gracing our airways with us. And for this last segment, we will allow you to call in and ask questions.
You know, I just can't help but play that music today as I'm about to do the station ID, because at some point in the beginning of the song, the cat says, "I'm just trying to get the story right." We'll be right back.
There we go.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Welcome to WHCR's Black History Calendar. All the events on this calendar are produced by the Black Studies Department and the various departments here at City College of New York. All the events are free and open to the public. The following events take place from February the 17th through February the 26th of 2013. Sunday, February the 17th at 4 p.m., co-sponsored with the Maisleys Institute, there will be a rear screening of the documentary King, a film recorded from Montgomery to Memphis. The legendary Harry Belafonte will host a discussion following the film. The Maisleys Cinema is located at 343 Lenox Avenue in New York. For more information, please call 212-582-6050. Tuesday, February 19th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., Cohan Library Archive presents the 3rd Annual Fine Art Exposition, Black Latino Artists in an Inter-Caribbean Dialogue with Artist Talk and a Closed Reception. The Cohan Library is located at 160 Convent Avenue in New York City. For more information, please call 212-650-8117. Thursday, February the 21st from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., Solution Building at the Roots Youth Speak Out Open Mic. With special guests, the youth speak out to create resolutions. The Roots Youth Speak Out Open Mic is located at 160 Convent Avenue in the North Academic Center, room 1202. For more information, please call 212-650-8117. Friday, February the 22nd at 4 p.m. and at 7 p.m. in the Shepherd 9-5 film screening, a tribute to Shirley Clark, showing 2 films, The Connection, 1962, and The Ornate, Made in America, 1985. Clark focused on Black historical figures in her film. A reception will be held in S290 between films at 6 p.m., and the intimate film critic historian J.B. Haberman will introduce the second screening. Shepherd Hall is located at 140th Street and Convent Avenue. For more information, please contact 212-650-7661. Tuesday, February the 26th, from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m., Counsel Charles Barron presents Take Responsibility for Your Life, a lecture on how to regain control of your life and find direction in it. This event is located at 160 Convent Avenue in the North Academic Center, room 5101. For more information, please call 212-650-8117. For a list of Black History events produced by City College, please visit www.ccny.cuny.edu/calendar. For other events during the month of February, go to www.whcr.org and click on Calendar. If you have an event to put on WHCR's community calendar, please call 212-650-7481 and leave a message with the number and date of your event. This is Lillian George from WHCR 90.3 FM, the voice of Harlem.
All right, communicator audience. Thank you. We had to take that time out to identify our community calendar events. Once again, this is Brother Senke, and we have Sister Stephanie in here, manning the boards for us. And we have our final guest on the line. This is a sister out of Los Angeles. She's a criminal defense attorney for over the last 20 years. Her name is Nana Jumphy. She's a lawyer, attorney, Pan-Africanist, human rights activist, and a lecturer. And again, before we went to the break, I told you that she's someone who's bringing some new, experiences and some information that we did not hear. We have not been getting about the Christopher Dorner situation. As you know, of course, Christopher Dorner is the former cop and Navy reservist who shot a few cops and took his life. And she's here, as I said, she's represented those in the L.A. Fire Department as well as cross-examined some of these police officers. She's just got an incredible resume, but I can let her show you better than I can tell you. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Sister Nana Jumphrey, attorney from Los Angeles, to the airwaves of 90.3 FM, The Communicators. Nana Jumphrey, how you doing today?
I am doing so well. Thank you so very much for inviting me, Brother Sinka. I'm extremely excited to be here.
Yeah, well, first of all, you are someone that we had to have because, you can speak to so much that we hear misinterpreted or misrepresented, as well as not represented in a right way because of your background. So before we start asking questions and, and after about 35, 40 minutes, I'm going to let some of our listeners, even get to ask you some questions. But first, about Christopher Dorner, he was getting all sort of nicknames. He has a strong following. Can you tell us what it is that you know about Christopher Dorner and even answer the question, was he brainwashed also?
Okay, I don't know him personally, right. Obviously. If I had known him personally, we would have worked something else out. You know what I'm saying? The brother could be living today, and we could have been going after justice in some other kinds of ways. But we do get some insight into who he is through the manifesto and the information that he has provided, kind of the public information that we have. We know that he's a brother who grew up in parts of Southern California that are not necessarily the hood, okay? That, which a lot of us have. It's that integrated world, and we know that he grew up in that integrated world. He went to Southern Utah, for example, for university, so, it don't get too much more out of the hood than that. We know that he was someone who went into the military, that he was in the military for some time, about 10 years, that the LAPD was like a second stop. He had gone into the military first, then went to LAPD. And in fact, during some of his LAPD point, he was out and back into Afghanistan before he returned. So we have some information in terms of the type of integrated lifestyle that he was used to living in. I think it's important because it speaks to his way of looking at the world. You can tell from the manifesto that this was a brother who really believed all that he was taught. When he was in those lines, doing the left, right, and they were telling him, it's not for us to wonder why, it's just for us to do or die. All of that. He was in that. He was in that. He believed that he was fighting for freedom and justice, and that he took this gig as a police officer kind of in that same vein, that he believed he was going to be on the side of the good guys. And we know that there was some experience that he had with racism throughout his life. I mean, they shut down a school, an elementary school that he had gone to, because he had mentioned that elementary school in his manifesto as a place where he had first encountered racism. So this is not a brother who was totally brainwashed in the sense that he didn't know racism existed or that he had never experienced racism, but he definitely fell into the category of people that thought that if you did the right thing, if you followed all the rules, if you did what the system tells us as black people you should do, then you will be able to be victorious in the end, And so he comes to the LAPD, and it appears, and again, we don't have his whole personnel file, just bits and pieces we've gotten from the media, but it appears he even had an incident in LAPD in the very beginning where he was in a squad car with some people, and people started slinging the N-word around, and he objected to it, and it got to the point where it actually may have even gotten physical in terms of his objection to that word being used. So he wasn't totally unaware that racism existed within the LAPD or that he was dealing with people who had racist attitudes and views of the world. However, clearly he, continued to push forward and felt like this is something that, I can use to be of a benefit to, society and all of those things that they tell you should be reasons that someone should want to be a police officer. And you can tell from the manifesto that at some point he realized that this was all a lie. It's like his world was shattered in a way. He had this idealistic view. In fact, the father of the Latino man who was kicked by Dorner's training officer, he said he had met Christopher Dorner. And that when he was asked how he would describe him, he said, he was a nice guy, really, someone you could be comfortable with. He said it, but he was too idealistic. That's what this father said. He was too idealistic. He could tell you about to be ground up by something up in there.
Wow.
Yeah. And you can see that. I mean, the hurt that he exhibits, the hurt that you can feel when you read the manifesto and the portions that he's describing, what was done to him and his desire to clear his name, etc. You can feel the hurt of, wait a minute, I did everything y'all said I should do. And I followed the rules, because every year there are memos that come down, both through the LA Fire Department, City Fire Department, and Los Angeles Police Department, where everyone gets reminded, from the chief down that, the chief does this, puts these messages out that says, hey, people, remember that you're not to discriminate, you're not to do this, you're not to do that, and, here's the policy for what you do if you see anyone doing that or if you hear of anyone doing that. So he really, Dorner, was following the rules as they had been presented to him when he came forward with his allegations. And you can tell by the level of his hurt that he thought that when he came forward with the, in the way that he was told he was supposed to, that they were going to maybe not be so happy to learn that this training officer had engaged in this behavior, but that he would be vindicated and rewarded, for stepping up and doing the right thing. And instead, he was retaliated against in, the most vicious way that you can in terms of discipline. I mean, you can't do more to somebody than terminate them, the highest level of discipline, because they said that he lied, because it couldn't, two things can't be true. She's saying, hey, I didn't do it. He's saying, yes, she did. So if they believe her, that means he's making up a story. And they decide, they could have done a lot of things with that, CK. They could have given him a warning. They could have given him a reprimand. They could have, required him to go through some kind of suspension period, some kind of program, that helps you to work well and play well with others. But instead, they took the highest form of discipline, the highest form of punishment, termination, and subjected him to that. And he realized at that point, when they were going after him, because they tell you ahead of time, before you go through the whole administrative process, they tell you ahead of time, this is what we're recommending. And I can only imagine him receiving that paperwork and thinking to himself, what the heck? These folks are going after my head.
Right.
And all I was trying to do was the right thing, and it devolving from there. Because he probably then thought, well, no worries. We're going to have a hearing, and when we have a hearing, I got this video, I have this audio, I have, all of this testimony to be able to present to show that I didn't make a false statement. And little did he know that kangaroo court wasn't going to do nothing but come back with what the recommendation was. And you can imagine now we got another level of hurt, you know what I mean, and another level of anger, and a level of bitterness all the way through. I mean, he took it as far as you could take it.
Attorney Jumphy, well, first let me say this. Listeners, we can see the call line lighting up, but we're not taking calls yet with Attorney Jumphy. We're going to start, a little later on. She's got a lot more information she has to give us. We see you calling in, but we're not going to be taking calls at this time. We want to get a little bit more into some of the things we brought on here to discuss. Now, Attorney Jumphy, a lot of times some of our listeners might be saying, well, I can't empathize with Christopher Dorner because, a lot of these black officers, they bleed blue. Can you talk about that phrase? Is it true? What's your angle on this whole idea of bleeding blue?
You know what? I think that is an expression that relates, frankly, to white officers that, really started off these fire departments, and that we have adopted that description of black officers that seem to side with, the departments, these police departments, or, don't say anything, or even worse than the white cop that's their partner, right? And we say, they just bleed blue. I don't think most of these officers bleed blue, even though they may describe themselves as bleeding blue. I think they just adopted a term that white people use, like how, sometimes sisters adopt the term feminism. You know what I'm saying? I think we just grab a term and said, okay, they're using that, so we'll apply it to us. But most officers, most black folks that join the police department, they know what time it is. They're not confused. I am a sister who is a transplant. My parents are from Ghana. I did not grow up in the hood, though I live in the hood now. But even as a little girl, in the times that we lived in America and Virginia, I was clear about the police and their, relationship with black folks. And I never lived in a black neighborhood, but I was clear. I didn't stop the police and say, hey, can you tell me how to get directions like Mr. Rogers said you're supposed to? Because I knew the police were not going to respond the same way to me as they were to my white neighbor, Allison. You know what I'm saying? That was clear. So they know what time it is. And I think the truth of the matter is that what they bleed is selfishness. You have a lot of officers who will not say anything because they want to promote. They want to keep putting food on their table. And when I say selfishness, I'm not saying it necessarily as a negative. We all are running around here trying to put food on our table, okay? But what I'm saying is the interest is a self-interest. I don't want to do anything that's going to cause me to not be able to make this money I'm making, because they make money, between overtime and their basic salaries. You got people often making six figures, that may or may not have anything beyond a GED. That's all that's required. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They are, looking to promote, because promotion is so pushed in the department. It's like, if you don't promote, it's like you ain't nothing. So everybody wants to promote. There's only so many positions to promote through, but everyone wants to promote, and you know that if you put yourself in a position where you might be looking like the spook who sat by the door.
My favorite film.
Then they ain't going to want to promote you. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to want to move you forward. So it's best to put your, in the minds of most black officers to either stay out of it, you know what I mean, act like you don't see things that you actually see, or aggressively present yourself as the black person that these white folks don't have to worry about.
Good afternoon. Attorney Humphrey.
Jumphy.
Jumphy.
Yeah.
Okay, my apologies. See, I was nervous. Just listening to all that stuff,
right.
everything she had to say. This is Stephanie, and I'm co-hosting with Brother Sinkay this afternoon, but Brother Leroy is always here in spirit. Let's not forget that.
Indeed.
Always. And I'm listening, and I just wanted to ask your opinion. You said, even though you said you like we're all from, I'm paraphrasing, you compared blacks in Africa to blacks in America, and you were painting a picture of this officer who unfortunately, went through whatever he went through with the police department, and how he also was educated in Utah and some other, and you just painted a picture of him as not your typical black American in a lot of people's minds, because he was educated and he was this, that, and the other. In your opinion, what is the difference between the folks in Ghana and here in America? I don't know enough about Africa to know what their lives are like and what they're like, and I've never been. I hope to go. But we often get compared to them, and sometimes I'm under the impression that somehow they're different from the way we are, because we were raised here in America. And I'm quite sure there is some truth to that question. But what are they like? And because I hear the comparisons all the time. In Africa, who I love, and I want to get there and see it, I think as in each nation, whether you're black, white, green, or purple, you still have your troubles.
Correct.
the people. So I'll shut up so you can talk.
No problem. No, when I was bringing up the Ghana part, I wasn't doing a comparison between Ghana and here, because the police departments in Ghana, are darn near paramilitary, if not military. What I was bringing up was that, in fact, many of us have this integrated lifestyle that we live. And I was saying that even and that integrated lifestyle, meaning that we have a lifestyle in which at some point or other we are into this world that is dominated by white people, whether it's the world of school or whether it's the world of, the grocery store, or whether it's the world of work, that we find ourselves in the world. And when I was bringing up the Ghanaian piece, what I was saying is that, for example, even myself, who did not, whose parents didn't come from this country, so it's not like they grew up in a situation in which they had LAPD or some, police department that was policing them at all times. And then we were raised here for part of our lives in Virginia in this completely integrated community. So you would think that, hey, I should be someone who does not understand the relationship that black people have with the police. But in fact, even in my situation, I still have that understanding. That was the point that I was making, was that we do have situations and, we do have this thinking that sometimes that we project that you have to be a black person that grew up in the hood to understand that the police have a relationship that is oppressive with black people. And the point that I was making is no. Regardless of what your upbringing is, as a black person, if you're aware and your eyes are open, you watch TV, you pay attention, you'll know that, hey, most of these police departments do not have a positive relationship with black people. So as an officer, as a person who decides to be a member of the police department, when you go into that police department, you go in to do that application, you know what time it is.
Thank you.
You can't bleed blue. There's no blue to bleed. You understand that you and these folks that you're with, that there's a historical relationship that goes beyond you. That's why they tiptoe. That's why they walk on eggshells. That's why they don't complain. That's why, or they aggressively try to show themselves as being more loyal to the police department than even white folks are to the police department, because they know that historically there is a relationship of oppression there. There's a relationship of distrust there. And I think when people talk about Christopher Dorner and other officers, sometimes black officers, they try to make it seem as if they've gone through some kind of men in black brainwashing where they have no understanding the relationship that the police departments have with white folks, black people, and so they just jump in, blind. And the point I'm making is, no, they're not blind. They just believe that if they do everything they're supposed to do by either not seeing stuff that they actually see, or aggressively presenting themselves as pro-police department, that they won't have to suffer any repercussions and they can make it through to their retirement, collect their pension, and move on.
Speaking of finance, Attorney Jumfie, now you said something that we had a guest on last week, and you made a correlation that I made well, I'm not sure if you made the correlation. Let me run it back to you. You mentioned the fact that, you only need a GED or a high school diploma and you can become a police officer. And a lot of these officers are making an excess of $100,000 a year through overtime and things like that. I personally believe, I saw a story in the New York Times also recently, that this sort of overtime feeds corruption, because this is how, if you can trump up charges and you can have all these people, you making overtime for yourself, so you're making money. My former police officer, Sergeant, disagreed, that overtime was a contributing factor to corruption and these things. And were you also making a comparative analogy between officers and their overtime pay and corruption, whether it's LAPD, NYPD, etc.? Could you speak to that?
I think that there is a connection. Okay, there's ways in which people are corruptively getting overtime, in the sense that, that overtime is something that increases the budgets. We have a situation in L.A. where at one point, and it may still be this way, 50% of the city's budget went towards law enforcement. And, we've had scandals out here. specifically with the fire department, with respect to folks just billing overtime, like getting twice and 3 times their income based upon overtime and trying to work that overtime train. And so you have, just the corruption in terms of people trying to, get more from the taxpayer than they really probably should be getting based upon this, desire to have overtime and live the lifestyle that folks are trying to live. Now, with respect to whether it causes people to engage in more misconduct, I'm not sure. Now, what it may cause people to, and the reason I'm saying I'm not sure is that a lot of these police officers don't like to write up police reports, That's something that's not pleasant to them. So they're not running around here trying to create more reason to write a police report necessarily. But what I will say is that it does create situations where people are on the job much longer than they should be. In terms of just what their shifts are, you know what I mean? That they're pushing themselves and pressing themselves more. And so you may have people just psychologically and emotionally less able to contain their racism that they may have in their hearts because they're just too tired to be bothered with trying to cover that up. But I don't know necessarily that people are out engaged in more misconduct because they have overtime. Now, it doesn't hurt that they get paid overtime while they're engaged in that misconduct, but I don't know if that, if the correlation is that direct.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up. So, one of the things that we noticed here through the lens of the media, we see a lot of the supporters of Christopher Dorner, young whites we see being pictured as Christopher Dorner supporters when they show the coverage, like he has a growing quote unquote fan base and number of supporters. We see what can you speak to those images that we see here, what that's about, and try to help us understand that?
Well, okay, Christopher Dorner does have a lot of support. I mean, you see through the fan pages, etc. There's a lot of support in the black community. It's always prefaced by, well, I don't think it was right for him to kill those people, but I understand. And then you get, another half an hour of discussion, right? But we always have to, as black people, preface it with the fact that we believe in peace. We don't believe in killing. And then we go on to we got people calling him Christ Dorner. We got people calling him Rambro. We got people calling him, Nat Turner Return. So we have a lot of things happening in terms of our community. Now, the images, and I thought even here we have the same images that are being presented to us, are images of people in this Occupy LA movement. They were some people who decided that they wanted to have a demonstration in front of Parker Center. In terms of, most of the black organizations and black connects, we didn't have any of this information, so it wasn't, it was sort of the usual Occupy LA situation where you have mainly white folks who, a lot of them may be part of the RCP, Revolutionary Communist Party, or Refuse and Resist, and, some other organizations, October 22nd movement, and, that kind of thing, who decided that they wanted to do something. And since it was across from Parker Center, they had their masks on and all of that. That's something that some news media at least are going to go over and check out. But in L.A., there's an Occupy L.A. and then there's an Occupy the Hood. And we have, definitely two separate entities that may have some similar conversation and goal. But, it's clear, it became clear during the Occupy movement that a lot of the concerns that black folks, brown folks, people of color in general had were not really being addressed. And so some folks put together this Occupy the Hood movement, and you didn't, that wasn't really something that they put out or that they were involved in. So the reason you see those images is because that's who organized that particular protest.
Okay. Before, I wanted you to answer a question for us before we go to our next station break. What we see, we notice that there are, this happened in Los Angeles, but why we see a lot of the cops that are shot, they were not from Los Angeles, the target area where, he wanted to get at. We see that San Bernardino. Why, can you tell us why San Bernardino and these other places and why not L.A.?
Well, these other officers that were shot at and that were shot were people who were working part of the detail to protect people who were on the list that Christopher Dorner had. And what we find with LAPD is we have a lot of LAPD officers who do not live in the city. Some of them don't live nowhere near the city. San Bernardino's like an hour away. We had another, there was a shooting that Torrance Police Department shot this white surfer man, or shot at him anyway. And they were on their way to, doing a detail to protect someone out there. Torrance is about, 35 to 40 minutes away. So it's another piece of the issue here, in that because police officers do not have to live in the city, they literally can do their dirt here and then, live an hour away where they have no expectation that their children are going to run into our children at their school, that they're going to run into us at the grocery store or the movie theater. They can be in, places, gated communities or other such places outside of the hood while they do whatever they want to do in the hood. They don't have that personal, physical, we're right here all together accountability. And so that's why, I remember when I first heard about San Bernardino, I was thinking, now, why the heck would he be out there? And then, as the news started talking more, put two and two together. Oh, that's because he knew there was someone whose address was out there, and he was headed that way.
Attorney Jumphy, hold that thought right now while we take a second to identify ourselves.
No problem.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Again, you're listening 90.3 FM, WHCR in New York City, broadcasting from City College of New York in the village of Harlem. Again, for those of you who tuned in late, we have Nana Jumphy on. She's a criminal defense attorney for over 20 years, lawyer, attorney, Pan-Africanist, human rights activist, lecturer, all-out dynamite woman who is on the air for the first time ever with us. I can see the phone lines lighting up, but again, there's a few things before we allow you all to call in at 212-650-6903 that we want to get to, and we haven't gotten to them yet. So for all of you calling in, please hold those calls, because I know that if I let you start calling in, we're not going to get to this, and we already have her for basically 2 segments. After I spoke to her, I knew that she's a sister that we had to have on for an extended length of time. So we see the calls coming in. Please just be a little bit patient with us. Again, Attorney Jumphy. I wanted to, before we start opening up lines in the next 5 minutes, I wanted to ask you, now as a criminal defense attorney, you often interrogate, or not interrogate, but cross-examine police officers who are on trial. How do you know when these cops are about to lie? What's for you? What is it?
I'm sorry to laugh. I'm laughing because I'm thinking of something that Christopher Dorner put in his manifesto. Okay. He said, as soon as an officer testifies and says, based on my training and experience, the next thing that's going to come out of the officer's mouth is a lie. And I feel that all day, because that usually is where they're going to tell you something that sounds completely fantastical, but they're letting you know that their training and experience is what you should rely on to know that it's true. They will testify and let you understand that they have eyesight that is beyond the regular human being's eyesight. It can see through walls. It can see around corners. They can see, things that no one else can see. That they have hearing that allows them to hear things that are being said. It's like I hear the gick of the bionic man, the $6 million woman. They can smell things that no one else is smelling, but mysteriously they can smell it. It's this superhuman, super ability. They can read people's minds and know when people are dangerous and not dangerous, know when people have a gun and don't have a gun. And it's to the point where you can see it when they're testifying. They testify when they're telling the truth. You see it's a normal gait. They talk like the rest of us. And then when you start asking the critical questions, well, why did you think he had a gun? Or what did you see? Then suddenly they get into what we call test the lie mode, right?
So, so you as an attorney, if someone says, if you're you're cross-examining a police officer who's on trial as a criminal defense attorney. If they go into that whole line that Christopher Dorno talks about in his manifesto, it's by saying, based on my training and experience, what would someone with your background do? How might you handle that?
Well, you ask them what the training is.
Yeah.
What is the training?
Mm-hmm.
You find out from the training is some 1 hour video. The training is some 4 hour video. The training is some training that was given by another cop. You know, the training is it's about how people think, but it's not being given by a psychologist or sociologist. It's given by another cop who doesn't have a background in sociology or psychology. They just have copology, and so it's a lot of copologists teaching other cops about copology. But it turns out that it's really not a training. What is your experience? And you start pinning them down. Tell me, when did you take that training? You know, what year? What month? You know, who taught it? How many hours? What experiences have you had like this? When was the last time? You go through that whole discussion and you find them, folks, the lips start quivering, the chin starts moving up and down because they can't believe that you're questioning just that phrase based on my training and experience. But once you do that, you find that there is no training or very little. There is no experience or very little. And that it's really just based upon what makes this fit so that I don't look like I did something illegal.
One last question before we open up our phone lines to our listeners. Right now, what we're seeing in regard to Christopher Dorner case, we're seeing there's a police officer. His name is Sergeant Tangrino. He's a white police officer. He's a sergeant, and he's married to a black woman who's also a cop. And the media has been, showcasing them as examples that there is no race. She says there's no racism, and a lot of black people see this interracial couple and, Sergeant Tangrino, who was one of the main people that Christopher Dorner talks about in his manifesto, wanting to get him. They're seeing him being paraded around, and people are confused. Can you talk about Sergeant Tangrino and his wife, or what this experience is when we see this and people become confused about what they're seeing?
Yes, his name is Tangrides.
Okay.
Sergeant Tangrides, and he is one of the people who, his name comes up often when we're talking about discipline coming out of, particular bureaus in Los Angeles within LAPD. And he is one of the people who ends up, in Dorner's case, is one of the people who did make the recommendation. They do their own little investigation, and then they write up something, and they say, this is what we think should happen to you. And so that's the reason why he's the target for Dorner, and why he has been, such an issue for so many other black police officers, and actually both civilian and sworn, so both people that aren't officers but are just black folks working at these stations, and sworn employees, because he's the person that starts the ball rolling. If he recommends termination, then you're going to really have to fight to not get terminated, and the likelihood is that you will get terminated without putting on that kind of, no bars fight. Now, with respect to having him and his wife, it's clear that the goal was to show, some ebony and ivory in some attempt to make it.
Attorney Jeffrey, turn your phone down. Thank you. Your radio down. Thank you. Okay, you'll be on. Attorney Jeffrey, please continue.
Their goal was to show some ebony and ivory living together in perfect harmony, to make it seem as if that's what's going on, with the department. It is clear when she made the statement that there's no racism. There have been so many cops, ex-cops, black cops, who have come out to describe the racism that they experienced, even up until recently. And it's clear this was the LAPD's effort to try to counter that discussion. But it really didn't do anything in terms of the black community. Now, maybe white folks saw that and they were convinced. But in terms of black people, it's going to take a lot more than having a sister come out who's married to a white guy and say, hey, racism doesn't exist. I mean, it wasn't like she showed herself to be, someone who was so concerned about race issues to begin with. So it really didn't have much of an effect, but it was part of the PR that LAPD attempted to put out to make it seem as if Christopher Dorner was just a crazy person.
Okay. Caller, you're on with attorney Nana Jumphy. State your question, and she'll do her best to answer it.
Okay, real quick, just wanted to know if she thinks that they will follow through now with their pledge to review his case, and when is Brother Leroy coming back? That's it. I'm going to hang up.
I can't answer about Brother Leroy. I got to leave that to sink in to Stephanie to do. But with respect to the first question, remind me what the first question was.
I actually missed it. The caller came on so fast. I actually missed it, but we got a new caller on.
All right, go ahead. She asked, was they going to follow up on the case now that he was gone?
Thank you. All right, I appreciate that.
Well, let me ask my question as well.
Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. Answer that.
With respect to the follow-up, this LAPD does this dance whenever they find that they have really messed up and people get upset. They do this thing of, we're going to do this investigation, etc. They are investigating themselves. Bonnie cannot investigate Clyde, people. It doesn't work out well when Bonnie investigates Clyde. And that's what we're talking about, Bonnie investigating Clyde. After all the money that was spent in this manhunt, basically, and all the killings and the woundings that have occurred, the LAPD is not about to look up and say, you know what, the brother was right and we were wrong and we messed up. That's not about to happen. So we know that this is really a sham. It needs to be done by a completely independent panel. I got a list of names that I think of people that should be on that panel that can review this and really let the community know one way or the other, people that we, the community, trust, what happened here.
Yeah, my question. Brothers and K, good show. Attorney, great show.
Thank you.
Here's the deal. I was standing in my kitchen, and I heard, when I first became aware of this, there was a police officer on 1010 Winds here. I'm sorry to call another station's name. But in any case, it's on 24/7 here. Here's what happened. This other officer said he told him not to testify against his own people. And I said, wow. Did anybody hear that? That's number one. Number two is, you mentioned the mixed couple on the police force. Here in New York, in Brooklyn, as a matter of fact, when a couple of years back, a cop took a baton and shoved it up the rectum of a guy out there.
Right.
And there was one of the cops had a black girlfriend. They paraded her around.
Yeah. Right.
And I personally believe that when somebody's dating somebody out of their race, and that person, if they got a jealous nature and they think back of, you growing up dating and all of that, it gets a little crazy in their head, But, that might or might not be the case. But I just think they ought to follow up on that cop who said that he didn't, he told him not to testify against his own people. Yeah, they should definitely follow up on that. And somebody should have said something about it by now.
Well, I think, again, it's out here. I don't know about out there, but out here it's so par for the course that people accept that this type of blue code, that this type of keep your mouth shut, that this type of let the police do whatever they want to do is normal.
The new young cops have to stand up.
It's normal. It's nothing to follow up on.
Yeah, the new young cops have to stand up.
And so people don't feel the need to follow up on it. They don't feel the need to check and say, hey, what's going on? There's someone was telling me previously, they said, well, if Dorner had just gone to the media, then maybe he could have got his story out. I said, please, the mainstream media in Los Angeles, they're not trying to hear about that. They all know it happens. And they're not running around picking up those stories. They have investigative stories on, the butterfly and whether the butterfly is better than the ladybug, and they'll spend 15 minutes on that.
Attorney, I like your style.
2 minutes on us,
Yeah, I'm going to remember your name, and I'm going to listen out for you.
All right. Thank you.
All right,
then. The other question, I had, again, for those listening, because that's a good reminder, our guest today is attorney Nana Jumphy, and she's a criminal defense attorney, and she's given us, being indigenous to L.A., she's able to give us certain things that you're not going to get from, here in New York. She's on the scene, she interviews, she cross-examines, and speak to do you have any history of, even though you cross-examine these police, do any of them ever come to you for any reasons? Could you speak to that?
Oh, yeah, they come to me like the voodoo priestess. You know, at home we talk about how when people go to Jesus and it didn't work out, and they go to Allah and it didn't work out, and they go to the bush, right, and look up the voodoo priestess to try to give them the help that they need. And that's how people come to me. It's in secret. You know, it's not, you know, we're not meeting out in the open at the nearest Starbucks. It's at some weird hour of the night, and they're saying, hey, sister,
hold on, caller, turn your radio down.
That you might be able to help me. I'm having this problem. I'm being retaliated against by the police department, or I'm being retaliated against by L.A. City Fire Department, and, you know, I need your help. I need you. Can you give me some strategies? Can you give me some thoughts? Can you, you know, give me anything that I might be able to use, because these people are going for my neck? And so I have had those experiences. Now, so far, I've not had anyone that I have cross-examined come to me and do that and make that inquiry, at least that I know of. But that does definitely happen. You know, that goes back to what I was saying before. You know, you have people that, you know, regardless of how they may appear to bleed blue, when they get turned on, you know, it's like O.J. Simpson. He knew how to find his way to a black church. You know what I'm saying? They figure out how to get their way back to the people to try to get some kind of protection and assistance.
All right, caller, you on? Please state your question.
Yeah, this is Jay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You and your guest. Basically, you know, do the attorneys feel in any way that there's something fishy about this case, based on the high skill set that Dorner had in regards to the individuals that he did kill? I mean, it surprises me in a sense that there wasn't more people that he killed. In the way that he went about doing it, one would think that he would have been killing people left and right, just based on the simple fact that he was so highly trained. You know what I mean? So, I mean, that's been the strangest thing to me in this whole case, that he didn't pick and choose certain targets on who he was going to kill and who he was not going to kill.
Well, I mean, I think that he did, and that's the reason why you didn't have more people killed. I mean, he was not. The media tried to portray it like it was this killer cop who was running around trying to kill everybody. You know, in fact, I had this defense attorney, white defense attorney, turn to me and say, "Well, aren't you worried?" And I was like, "No, I'm not on that list." And like, the brother hears about me, he's gonna try to come get some help. He's not gonna try to kill me if he asks anybody about Nana Jumpy. So I'm not worried about my safety. I'm not on that list. I haven't done this brother harm. And, you know, you think about the people he allegedly tied up. He didn't kill them. The person who he supposedly, you know, carjacked, he didn't kill that person. He had weapons on him. He wasn't just running around trying to kill people. Remember, this manifesto was on his Facebook page and was pulled from that, that it was something that the LAPD got before it got to the media. So when they got it, they didn't like immediately just release it, and you know that was information that the media got second. LAPD had this information, and they immediately, deployed their people to protect folks. Brother was on his way to someone when he was shooting the cops in Torrance. He was on his way to someone when he was shooting the cops in San Bernardino. So it's not like the brother didn't try. I mean, remember, he killed two people. The daughter of one of the cops and her fiance, he killed those two people before he put the manifesto out, because I'm sure he realized, once I tell these people who I'm going after, they're going to go protect those people. And so, skills are one thing, but he really, Rambo is a movie. You know what I'm saying? It's not like in real life people just get away with doing that kind of thing in a planned type of way. It's one thing if you just go to a station and start shooting everybody. But that wasn't his goal. He had very specific people that he was interested in. It wasn't like he was just, mad and going to throw a grenade into 77th Police Station and blow up everybody. He had specific targets, and he referred to folks as targets. And, the reality is that when you let people who have more people power, more people to deploy and put out there than you, if you let them know ahead of time I'm going after people, they're going to send people to protect those folks.
Follow-up question right quick. Could you give us an idea on what is the race relations between the Hispanic and the black community in regards to just regular everyday living and also in dealing with the police? And I'll hang up and listen. Okay. Have a good day.
I'm going to give you the quick and dirty, just like I need to do a quick and dirty with respect to the Pan-African, how we're different and who's not different and how people are different. But here's the quick and dirty with respect to this. There are pockets of folks who are attempting to operate on a black and brown alliance. For the most part, the issues that you see between black folks and Latinos here in Los Angeles and Southern California in general result from either gang-related issues, right, in terms of Mexican gangs or Latino gangs being directed to target black folks, or race-related issues because, in Latin America they have their own form of white supremacy, which can be described as Iberian supremacy, right, based upon this Spain thing, this conquistador. And so all of that racism then bleeds itself into their relationships with black folks. Black folks also, are not happy about the fact that now you have all of these Latinos in their neighborhoods, replacing them on job sites and in different types of employment, so you have an economic friction as well. Now, in Dorner's manifesto, he points out that you have Latino officers who, in front of their white and black counterparts, will, refer to a Latino suspect as a wetback or some other term derogatory to Latinos, on purpose, obviously trying to show that they're down with the white supremacy as opposed to being down with their communities. And so obviously if that's happening with their own people, it's definitely going to happen with some black folks, because in the racial stratosphere, we are usually placed on the bottom. And so we do have that issue between Latino cops and the black community. But let's be very clear, that's just the issue of the police and the black community, especially those who are the most policed. Because, yes, if you're living in, some part of upper-class black America where the police are barely coming into your neighborhood, or you don't feel like the police are there to bother you, then those folks are usually the ones who are the most supportive of the police, and proud to have people on the police department. When you are the one that feels like you are living in an occupied territory, your relationship with the police is a little bit different, and you don't have those same feelings of pride in the cockles of your heart when you see a black police officer getting out of a police car. And so, there's a lot of different factors that affect the relationship, but generally the police and the black community do not have a good relationship, whether that person is Caucasian, whether they're black, whether they're Latino, whether they're Asian.
Attorney Jumphy, we only have 4 more minutes with you, but I wanted you to, from your experience and, being from Los Angeles and handling Los Angeles police officers, I wanted you to just compare the 3, I guess we call them major police departments in the country, Chicago Police Department, NYPD, and LAPD. Can you compare and contrast them and tell us what sort of different perceptions and, I guess, schemes, if you want, that, we're dealing with when we see these mobilizing forces at work?
Well, they all have their histories of racism, of racial violence in particular, against African people, of, setting people up and planning things on people and all of those things. The difference, I think, is more a perception difference. I think when you talk about NYPD has, the image or the perception that we have here is that NYPD has no problem being gritty. They have, when you have the image or you think about folks deciding that, this is a good move, let us take this baton and put it up someone's rectum. It's like, this is what we think of. Stark, in-your-face brutality. Stark, in-your-face brutality that is not trying to look cute, is not trying to look pretty. When we think about Chicago, we think about similar things in terms of perception. Chicago has a reputation in particular for torture, and there's a whole, commissions that have been set up, cases recently that have come up dealing with the history of torture and the Chicago Police Department. And that's not to say NYPD doesn't also torture, or the LAPD doesn't also torture. All three of these organizations do. But in terms of the perception and, what is the way that people look at these police departments, that's what you see. With LAPD prides itself in having taken this police thing to another level, prides itself on making the police department a professional outfit, on making the police department a paramilitary outfit, on, sees itself as sophisticated, clean terrorism, terrorism that looks good. You look at the cops in L.A., it's like everybody look like they should be on TV, It's like the neatness is beyond neatness, you know what I mean? The men got their brows tweezed, you know what I'm saying? It's like everyone looks all whatever, like you could take them in a minute. They ready for their close-up at any time, But just as brutal, just as killing, just as tasing, just as choking, kicked her sister in her genitals and she died, you know what I'm saying? This is like last year. Just as awful. But cleaner doing it, cleaner looking doing it.
Just real quickly, and we have less than a minute left. So, being that you also, represent Los Angeles Fire Department, and then you have juxtaposed and you cross-examine police officers criminally. Is it kind of oxymoronic to you? Because a lot of times these are the same sort of mindsets which go into each of these civil service branches, or maybe I'm wrong, or is there?
No, I think it is the same set of mindsets. You find the black police officer, black fire department, black firemen, have the same issue. Black fire people have the same concerns, same issues, same retaliation, same discrimination. The difference is that their job is not a life or liberty job in the way the police is, so people don't necessarily see it the same. But, they have the same ways that they discriminate against people in the street and the same concerns that black fire people have about raising issues of racism within and outside of the department. So, yes, it is a situation that is very strange because it shows the way in which black people in law enforcement are always on this tightrope, distrusted by the system, distrusted by the community, trying to please the system while also trying to please the community. And as that lead character in The Spook Who Sat by the Door, as you'll know, tells his friend, the black sergeant, you want to be with the community and have the love of the community and also be with the department and have the love of the department, and you cannot do both.
Wow. Well, Attorney Nana Gyamfi, thank you so much for taking time out. I know it's early in Los Angeles, for coming on our airways and sharing your experience in training with us.
Thank you so very much. Thank you, CK. Thank you, Sister Stephanie. Thank you to all the callers and all the listeners. Really, really enjoyed it.
Thank you. And maybe we'll be hearing back from you again in the future.
Of course. I would love it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And this concludes this Sunday's segment of The Communicators. Our great brother Leroy is at Savior's Day in Chicago today. And Sister Stephanie was kind enough to come in here and engineer, help me out with the boards and field your questions. And, it's been great today. Stay tuned for our Whcr Community Service Black History announcement. And we will see you next Sunday, 1 to 3, from myself, Brother CK, Brother Stephanie, Brother Leroy, the Wayne Grice, and all of the communicators. I'm sorry, Sister Stephanie, and all of the communicators. We bid you adieu on this Sunday. Take care.
Welcome to WACR's Black History Calendar. All the events on this calendar are produced by the Black Studies Department and the various departments here at City College of New York. All the events are free and open to the public. The following events take place from February the 17th through February the 26th of 2013. Sunday, February the 17th at 4 p.m., co-sponsored with the Maisleys Institute, there will be a rear screening of the documentary King, a film recorded from Montgomery to Memphis. The legendary Harry Belafonte will host a discussion following the film. The Maisleys Cinema is located at 343 Lenox Avenue in New York. For more information, please call 212-582-9999. 6050. Tuesday, February 19th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., Cohan Library Archive presents the 3rd Annual Fine Art Exposition, Black Latino Artists in an Inter-Caribbean Dialogue with Artist Talk and a Closed Reception. The Cohan Library is located at 160 Convent Avenue in New York City. For more information, please call 212-650-8117. Thursday, February the 21st from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., Solution Building at the Roots Youth Speak Out Open Mic. With special guests, the Youth Speak Out to create resolutions. The Roots Youth Speak Out Open Mic is located at 160 Convent Avenue in the North Academic Center, room 1202. For more information, please call 212-650-8117. Friday, February the 22nd at 4 p.m. and at 7 p.m. in the Shepherd 9-5 film screening, a tribute to Shirley Clark, showing 2 films, The Connection, 1962, and The Ornate, Made in America, 1985. Clark focused on Black historical figures in her film. A reception will be held in S290 between films at 6 p.m., and the intimate film critic historian J.B. Haberman will introduce the second screening. Shepherd Hall is located at 140th Street and Convent Avenue. For more information, please contact 212-650-7661. Tuesday, February the 26th, from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m., Counsel Charles Barron presents Take Responsibility for Your Life, a lecture on how to regain control of your life and find direction in it. This event is located at 160 Convent Avenue in the North Academic Center, room 5101. For more information, please call 212-650-8117. For a list of Black History events produced by City College, please visit www.ccny.cuny.edu/calendar. For other events during the month of February, go to www.whcr.org and click on Calendar. If you have an event to put on WHCR's community calendar, please call 212-650-7481 and leave a message with the number and date of your event. This is Lillian George from WHCR 90.3 FM, the voice of Harlem.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Tune in to What's Going On Sundays, 3 p.m. to 4:30 with your girl Steph. I love sports. I like to talk about everything, knockouts, big shots, Game 7, and game-changing plays. You need heart to win. Yes, heart. You'll think twice about everything you hear or see after my take. Why? Because I'm changing the game. What's going on? I'll tell you. Sundays, 3 p.m. to 4:30 on WHCR 90.3 FM, New York. Trades, big deals. What? Deals? History-making deals. For those of you who are hanging in there with us this afternoon, you just gonna stick around. Thank you. It was my pleasure to sit in here with Brother Sinkay and do what only I could do, just be of service. You know what I mean? And so many things were running through my mind as Brother Sinkay was talking to all these different people. You know, the communicators is heavy. I'm light stuff. That's just me. I got to be me. But I did steal some stuff that I'm gonna use. It's your girl, Steph, and I'm here in the studio. I've been here all morning, and there's no other place I would rather be on a Sunday than with you. So keep that in mind as we talk, as I put out what I think was, is important. It's sports, so don't take it too serious. And you can call up and you can take me to task like you always like to do. I enjoy it. It helps me to keep my dignity and my integrity intact. And by the way, it's New York, so everybody's got an opinion. And I've got a platform for that opinion. And if you call me at 212-650-6903, the world, we stream live on the web as well at Whcr.org, can hear just what I'm talking about. If you're not listening throughout the tri-state area, 90.3 FM on the dial, you know where to find us by now, right? So let me just say this. I was really appreciative of everything, but the brother that talked about black, films, and he's the professor. Man, I couldn't stop writing when he was talking, because I said, okay, if this, the first and foremost, here's what came to mind. I'm going to ramble for a minute, and then, I'll come back to it. Perceptions, illusions, and by the way, the truth is nowhere to be found, and everybody's got their own opinion. Tonight, the Oscars are on television, and so there's no coincidence that we're sitting here talking about what's real and what's not real. And I don't know, I wrote a note for myself, which is which, the Oscar over in South Africa or the gold guy that you're going to see people holding up tonight when they get up on stage, because the truth, once again, is nowhere to be found. And it's immediately. When I think of Oscar Pistorius out in over in South Africa, and who's been accused, the Blade Runner, the track star, the Olympian, who has been accused of intentionally killing his girlfriend, so that's a story. That's supposed to be like a real life story. And then everybody that'll come up on stage tonight, they live in the world and they pretend to do things that they haven't done. So, when I say which is which, when I look at the headlines of the day, I'm like, well, I'm a little confused. I'll go back to one of the things I said before, perceptions and illusions, and the truth nowhere to be found. I'm looking at headlines, for instance. I'm on Black Star, the Atlanta BlackStar.com, and USA Today, and ESPN, and y'all know. and the New York Times, and sometimes, let me preface this by saying sometimes before they call up my general manager, the truth is nowhere to be found. And I don't think it has so much to do with what's real or not real all the time when it comes to the athletes. Everybody's questioning whether or not Darren Williams is the real deal after all. Did the Nets really get what they thought they were getting? He was supposed to be the number one. He's the top point guard in the game at the time that we were hoping to sign him instead of him going back to Dallas. And now they're trying to figure out how to make him and Joe Johnson the other guy who does the same thing he does, but he's not the $100 million man that we signed, and he's not the franchise player. But Joe Johnson is nothing to sneeze at either, who we got from the Hawks during the off season. So I look at the headlines, right, and let me just ramble. Let me continue to ramble. Dwight Howard admits his conditioning has cost the Lakers games. Manti Te'o, hoax fallout, definitely embarrassing. Robert Griffin III, way ahead of schedule, says NFL doctor. Reports, Falcons to cut Michael Turner. Interview Manti Te'o. Oscar Pistorius granted bail in murder case. Robert Guerrero says he's ready. Floyd Mayweather is slowing down. This is, Kobe says he guarantees Lakers will make the playoffs. Does this sound like a script and an ongoing theme for a movie project? And this is what, to some extent, it's all boiled down to, whether it be some of the things you've heard Brother Sinkay's guest talking about, or some of the headlines of the day that I have to choose from that I believe just might make good conversation. But anytime I show up on a Sunday afternoon at 3 o'clock, as long as you guys are on the opposite end of the conversation, I believe in it. I trust in it. Because it's New York. And people going to call up and tell you just how they really feel and what they really think. And I've been doing this long enough to know that that's true. You know what I mean? You're not going to call up to please me and to say what you think I want to hear. So 212-650-6903. This conversation, as always, is just as much a part of yours as it is ours. Is it true that Danica Kirkpatrick really had the fastest, legitimately, and had the fastest time in the races that led up to this weekend's Daytona 500? Or was it time for NASCAR to let her take the driver's seat for real? Because it's going to be good for their sport. And believe it or not, they do understand that you have to continue to reinvent yourself over and over again, in particular when what you do, puts you in the spotlight and keeps you in the spotlight at all times. You want to be relevant. You want to keep it interesting for people. That's how, folks pay bills. I'm going to keep it simple. Writers have something to write about. The crew, everybody, you have your crew. They change your tires when you roll up in and make your pit stop. You've got people on the air who talk about what you're doing. You got the hot dog man and the hamburger guy and everybody who's promoting something at these types of events. I was down at the Daytona 500 last year because Daytona and Orlando are just a hop, skip, and a jump from each other. And so I took a day trip down there and I checked out Daytona Beach. I stopped by the grounds of the race. I didn't go in for the trials, the races leading up to the big day, just to take it in, because I said some things you just want to see for yourself in life. And I understand where they're going, not even just with Danica, but we have two young black drivers on the rise. One is a 19-year-old hotshot named Darrell Wallace, whose father, I believe, was in the racing game. He's going to be driving for, is it the Bush family, Kyle Busch? And also a woman, a young lady, Tia Norfleet, who's also got a big heart, and she don't care what you think about her, because you can't care, by the way. I mean, I'm not talking about stooping to the, what they call stooping low. Y'all know what I mean when I say that. I mean, again, when you say you're going to go out, pursue your dreams, you say you're going to stand up to whatever, you fill in the blanks. People are going to always have their opinions. You think Beyonce really cared about what you thought about her? Well, maybe she did, because, to some extent. But it wasn't going to interfere with that amazing performance she gave during halftime of the Super Bowl. Do you know what I mean? So Tia Norfleet and Darrell Wallace are going to take these opportunities. There we go. Thank you. Bring my point home. And they're going to run with them. And whether or not the truth is anywhere to be found or not, they're going to take it. So, Django and Lincoln, and, I loved all of that. I was like, wow, okay. And whether Danica really wanted on her own the fastest time, what is it? I think it was a trial, obviously. They have these races before I used to be the assistant to the Indy 500 producer. So let me see if I can, in other words, the time trials or something like that is what they're called. And, you're getting yourself revved up, and for people who are there possibly not even for the day of, they get a chance to see drivers and see different races. And it's just, it's like the week of the Super Bowl, the week of the All-Star game, all these other things are happening, and so they have these time trial races, and I think also she has to finish she has to finish well within a certain I want to say period of time, but that's not the word that's coming to me. I mean, that's not what I really want to say. She has to finish well as far as her timing is concerned. There you go. To maintain her position in the big race itself. So what I am saying is that I think just like they bumped her car and did all these things they did, or took their time to let her, come front and center as one of the faces of NASCAR and of auto racing, there's a possibility where they said, okay, here's where we're really going to, take a step back and let her shine. And they understand what it's going to do for the sport overall, just like they understand what it's going to do to have these two young black drivers in the mix and to give them a shot. And they understand what it does straight across the board. Numbers. This is a numbers game. It's still a business, everybody. And everybody's still in it also to make money. And that equals success as well for a lot of people, not just holding up trophies or having your name, being written about or being talked about. And so, I was like, wow. And then I have this article that I want to get back to, that I was trying to reach out to Bill Rhoden, seeing through the illusion of the sports hero that I teased last week, but I actually went through it at the end of the year because it was one of those things at the top of my list of stories that stood out for me in 2012 in the world of sports. And then I'll continue to ramble a little bit more. If the deal of all deals at this moment, at least for today, at least this week, right? Well, Oscar Pistorius might have got the bigger deal, but we'll I don't know, getting granted bail. Floyd Mayweather left HBO, went over to Showtime. He's only got to fight for about, a little less than 2.5 years. He's only got to fight 6 times. And there's a rumor that he was guaranteed $32 million right off the bat just to leave. And then who knows what he's going to make in his pay-per-view numbers. And his first fight is coming up in May against Robert Guerrero, who feels like Floyd has passed his time and all that good stuff. And I think Floyd is really smart. I mean, so smart. And what does it do to elevate the game of boxing? Not much, but what does it do for the history books? It does a lot for me to be living alive and a part of this particular generation where all these types of things are happening, and to be able to say, I saw it, instead of saying I had to read about it. Now, again, some people may say, well, still, he ain't got no power. He can't go build no, he can't go build a shoelace company. I love y'all. You know how y'all call up and y'all speak your mind. Like somebody's calling me right now. Call me back because I'm gonna pick up in a minute. So, but it's still historical for me to see this young man do this. And as I said, make this decision to leave HBO and go to Showtime. He's using what power he feels he has. And I don't think you're going to see a Manny Pacquiao Floyd Mayweather fight after all. I don't think Floyd thinks there's anything left in it for him. But there's always that small possibility. But I think it speaks volumes. So much other stuff is out there, man. And I'm like, does this sound like real life? Or is this more of just a running script? Like I said, the Oscars are tonight. For real. A-Rod selling one of his championship ring. And then I had to chuckle because Attorney Jumphy did remind us all that Rambo is a movie. So when you hear us speaking, whether it be me, it's Stephen A., it's Chris Broussard, it's the guys on the fan. God, I'm going to say this right. Please don't forget to, at the end of the day, to make up your own mind, man. Take what we're saying, but, there's an expression, you take what you like and you leave the rest. Make up your own mind. I mean, you've been following sports, or you've got common sense, or right from wrong. I guess that's going back to the comment about you've got common sense. You come in from a place where you've been taught well, in some way, shape, or form, where you've learned well, and from somewhere, like Jada Pinkett said in an interview she did with her sister and her daughter. Her sister. Did I say that? Her mother and her daughter. Mother's Day, almost a year ago, because they're schooling her daughter now about life and about what's really going on out here. But she talked about where she learned a lot of stuff from, and she said the streets of Baltimore prepared her for the game of Hollywood. So you're bound to get it from somewhere. And I know you see us talking to athletes. We got access to them. High profile athletes. I'll even throw that in there. People you wish that maybe you could sit down and talk to. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, at the end of the day, make up your mind for yourself. And there's sometimes when the facts are really clear. And I really love that you appreciate what I have to say every Sunday from 3 p.m. to 4:30. And that you tune in, you take the time to call up and kick it with me. But be mindful that folks are human beings at the end of the day, just like you and me, and they're living life just like you and me. Their bank accounts are bigger, their houses are bigger, they have a little more access to things, and what we sometimes consider, they're more privileged. But they putting on their pants one leg at a time. The reason why these illusions exist is because we buy into them. So, okay, I had to say it, y'all. I had to bring my point. And because we do create a lot of the script, whether it be our need for a hero, or sometimes, our lives are not interesting enough in their own right, or sometimes you just love, I love Denzel Washington's work. Oh my God. And I love sports, obviously. So sometimes, I understand reality can be a little blurred, or because the entertainment, okay, that's a good word, help me. Entertainment is designed to make you feel good. You know what I mean? And I get that, whether it be, you work 100 hours a week, I'm hypothetically speaking, and you like to watch Sports Center at night. You like to tune in to me in the afternoons. You like, to put a movie on when you come home. I get that. But the Oscars are for a reason. Because there's a certain percentage of it that just might not be true. You really have to work hard to find the truth nowadays. And then you got social media. You have so many outlets for people to put messages out there. And believe what you want. Whatever your interest may be, you have that right. This is the United States of America. That's why people want to be here. I had a cab driver tell me, this was over a year ago, but I'll never forget him, that the things that we get away with, the things we're able to do in this country, like mocking our presidents and just being able to say whatever you want to say, the freedom of speech, I guess is what he was referring to. People don't have that ability, that right. They can't do it in most other countries. There are harsh penalties to pay for that. So I understand, this is I understand to some extent enough why people love this country so much, or at least want to be here. And then they come and they have their own agendas, and that's their business, and that's a whole nother conversation. But all these headlines, films, you know, all the corruption, you know, and you know what I mean? I had to ask Brother Senke. I said, Brother Senke, please remind me of why this cop, what pissed him off? You know, the cop in L.A. that we were talking about during the last segment of the Communicators, who they say is dead. The remains of his body were found in a fire at the cabin where he was held up. And, you know, so he said, well, he reported racism, acts of racism or whatever, incidents. And he was only on the job for 3 years, and then they fired him. And I said, oh, okay, he found out the American dream wasn't really what he thought it was. And that's keeping it simple, because I know I got another hour to get through the rest of the show and talk about some other stuff. But I couldn't. I said, my God, the Oscars are tonight, right? Let me get in gear. Hold on. Let me get in gear. Let me get on board this particular wave. You know, you have to pick and choose the ones you want to ride. And then sometimes things are chosen for you, and I get that too. So, I mean, you know, I was talking about Billy Hunter, the former executive director of the NBA's Players Union. And how they were getting rid of him. And, you know, a lot of times, only people know who really know what happened are the ones involved. And you don't know whose version to believe sometimes. So I guess that's why it never hurts to have a good lawyer who can hopefully get to the truth. And, yeah, some people don't trust that. You've got all the things that are supposed to be. You know, this young man that I mentioned last week, Neril Noel, whose hopes of playing in the NBA might just be shot. It's over. It's a wrap. It's a done deal. Towards ACL. He's a freshman at Kentucky University. You know, the one and done school. Everybody knows you want to get into the NBA, you go play for Calipari, the head coach down in Kentucky, and they usually have a good run at, or make a good run at the NCAA title, which is upon us. The tournament everything's heating up. They'll be talking brackets if they're not already talking brackets any day now. Road to March Madness. Put it that way. Let's see who is this. Hi, caller. Welcome to WHCR. You are?
Hey, what's up, Steph? It's Jay.
What's going on?
Not much. Good show earlier. You did an excellent job. You know what I mean? Make sure Shinkai take you out to lunch or something for assisting him. You know what I mean?
Okay, we're here now. What you got for me?
Oh, what I really wanted to call right quick about was that you were talking about that Floyd Mayweather deal. I had just read a good article in the Boston Herald by Ron Burgess talking about that deal, and he was saying that was one of the biggest rip-off deals he's ever seen in his life, based on the fact that Floyd could pick and choose whoever he wishes to fight, and they're guaranteeing him money, and that all of the names that he has in regards to the contract in place are not really mega type fights, and nobody there would put him in any danger of losing.
I know that. I got that part.
Yes, yeah, so
I'm not surprised.
I was very impressed. I was very impressed by that. But I mean, look, it all goes to show that Al Heyman is really a serious heavyweight in regards to negotiating and licensing these deals. Now, the thing I had also said earlier this talking about boxing was Andre Brawner, and they were talking about how they were offering him a deal for, I think, 7 fights, $12 million. Now, there's no way in heaven he could take that deal. It's no way in heaven, especially if he moves up to the 140-pound class. It's just too much money to be made. That to me would be seen and deemed to be insulting.
Andre who? Remind us again.
Andre Browder. He's supposedly the next big thing.
Hey, Tim, are you there?
Yeah. Yeah,
Tim Smith, sports columnist for the Daily News. You're hearing this conversation. Hold on, Jay. Jay, hold on, Jay. Jay, can you give me a minute? Thanks. Tim Smith, you hear Jay, who obviously appreciates your work because, you know, you could hear him. He couldn't contain himself, and I don't blame you, Jay. Tim's work is worth everything and more. Jump in there, Tim. I mean, we're talking. Jay started out by talking about Mayweather's deal being a ripoff or not measuring up, but at the same time, the fact that he doesn't have to face anybody that's a real threat to him over the next 2.5 years is not the worst thing in the world. I'm not surprised by it. And then he mentioned this other young man who, Andre, who they offered a possibility of another mega deal too, but it's just not, you know, real. So I'll throw it to you, Tim.
I'm sorry, I came late to the party. What are you talking about, the Mayweather deal?
Well, that's the first deal. Can we get your thoughts on that?
Well, I think it's good for Mayweather. He gets to bring his own opponent to every party, and if the guarantees that I'm hearing are correct, it's a very lucrative deal. I heard that the guarantees are 1.3 million pay-per-view buys and above, and at $60 a pay-per-view, you do the math on that. They're guaranteeing him a portion of that. Obviously, they're not guaranteeing him the entire sum, but even if he got 30% of the money that you could make off of 1.3 million pay-per-view buys at $60 a pop, you're looking at a guarantee for him of about $32 million, per fight. And I don't think he's going to fight 6 times in the next 30 months. I think he'll probably fight a couple of times this year, maybe one time next year. But it's a one-sided deal. It's a one-sided deal in the sense that, he gets to bring his own opponent, and he gets to call all the shots. Probably also within that deal, I mean, he has Mayweather Promotion. He probably gets to sell the network fighters from his or fights from his own in-house group of clients that he's managing. So it's a good deal for him, and with CBS, Showtime, obviously it gives them some cachet. It brings more eyes to their network. It gives them a little bit more, prestige, higher profile if they have the best boxer and boxer fighting on their channel.
And he gets to wear a green jacket from the cover of your paper today, or the sports section. That's a little play on whether he would go on to the Masters, which is the next one of the closest big events that CBS is going to broadcast to sort of pitch the fight in May. But I think probably what they'll end up doing is I think CBS still has the NCAA basketball tournament, so I think they'll mention that a million times there. He may show up at some of the games, to sort of push the fight in that regard. It gives him a great platform to reach a wider audience than he would if he were at HBO, which doesn't have a signature network per se, a non-cable network where he would be able to appear on shows. I mean, on CBS he gets Letterman, the morning programs, the late night shows. He gets all of that kind of stuff. So any daytime shows he wants to appear on. So they have a wider profile, a wider platform for him to pitch his fights on. So from that perspective, like I said, it's all good for Money Mayweather. Let me just say, this is WHCR 90.3 FM New York, the voice of Harlem. It's your girl Steph. I am in the midst of a conversation with sports columnist for the Daily News, Tim Smith, and a very loyal WHCR listener, Jay. Jay, you still there? You wanted to jump in?
Yeah. I just wanted to also ask him about Adrian Bronner and the deal that they had offered him at HBO, $12 million for 7 fights. That doesn't even sound economically right, based on the talent that he has and his talent at the 140 weight class. I mean, he would probably be able to double, maybe even triple that money if he was to do 7 fights against some of the talent at that level. And it would make him into a pay-per-view star, if you ask me, because I think he could beat Mayweather now just based on the fact that he probably hits hard enough and he's offensive enough to give him a very good fight. But I think all I can say about it is, Floyd, more power to the guy, man. And I'll leave with this. Could you maybe talk a little bit about this guy, Al Haymon? Because it seems to me that he's one of the greatest GOATs that the world has ever produced in getting people's money. And it's always a pleasure hearing your voice, Tim. Take care now.
All right, thanks, Jamie. First of all, the Adrian Broner situation, I have not heard that deal that Jamie was talking about. That sounds like a ridiculous offer, considering that several years ago when Mayweather was in his formative stages, they offered him a 4-fight, $16 million package, which is basically a $4 million guarantee. So, counting for inflation, with a fighter of Broner's magnitude, you'd almost have to double the amount of money for the same number of fights, 10 years later. So, I mean, I don't even know. I mean, I've not heard about that deal from any official sources. So I can't really comment on that. I know that he's very much tied to HBO at this point. But obviously, money comes into play. He can jump around and move around wherever he wants to go. On the second matter, he was talking about Al Haymon, and yeah, Al is a great businessman. He's a very smart guy. He's figured out, what boxing is all about. He's merely doing the same thing that the Don Kings and the Bob Arums have done, and probably doing it a little bit better. They did this for years. You take the top boxer in the game, whether it be Mike Tyson or Evander Holyfield or Oscar De La Hoya, and you leverage him for everything you can from the cable networks that are paid. You have, it's sort of like whoever has the goal makes the rules. So, at this point, Mayweather's the gold standard. He's very loyal to Al Haymon, and, they're making the rules as it goes with regard to what Mayweather gets. And, obviously Mayweather can't fight forever. And, so as long as they can use that leverage at the time that they have to either sign, the top-notch boxers to get the best deals that they possibly can for those guys, all power to them. But like I said, they're not reinventing the wheel. They're just making it, smoother and run better. But Al Haymon's a brilliant guy. I have nothing bad to say about Al Haymon. He's a genius at what he does.
Tim, let me ask you, what is this? Does this hurt HBO or how much does this hurt HBO to be losing Mayweather?
I think it hurts. I think it hurts their cachet. I think it hurts their profile as if you're going to call yourself the heart and soul of boxing, or boxing is going to be the biggest brand for your network in terms of sports. I think it hurts you not to have the best fighter in the game, on your network. But they will go on. I mean, they still have dates. They still have lucrative dates that people want. That fighters are always going to want to fight on HBO. It doesn't hurt their ability to put on good shows. They still have that. They still have top-notch announcers and that kind of stuff. They still have a larger audience than Showtime. So, I mean, it hurts them just from a prestige standpoint, but it really doesn't hurt their product that much in terms of programming. It probably hurts the egos of the executives that let him go, but you know what? At the end of the day, they made a financial decision that they thought was best for their network, and that's the way that they have to look at it.
Now, when you're saying HBO made a financial decision that was best for their network?
Well, yeah. I mean, they weren't willing to match whatever it was that Showtime gave Mayweather. They lost them, so they made a financial decision that they thought was best for them. If it was very important for them to keep the best boxer in the game on their network, then they would have anteed up the money to do it. But apparently they thought it wasn't worth what what Mayweather was looking for in order to keep him, so they let him go.
Let me throw this out as well. Bernard Hopkins is fighting at the Barclays Center next month.
Mm-hmm.
What is your take on that?
Well, I mean, I've long ago ceased wondering why Bernard continues to fight at the age that he is, and I just marvel when he's able to summon, something from the past that makes him a good fighter. I don't think he has too many of those left in him, but somehow somebody keeps putting him on the network. More power to him for being able to find somebody that's willing to write him a check to continue boxing. His last fight was not what anyone would suggest would be, a great fight. But he has the power of the promotion company behind him. He has the power of being, legendary Hall of Fame, future Hall of Fame boxer, on his ledger, and there still are people that want to see him fight. I would love to see him retire and become sort of like an elder statesman in the sport, but he doesn't seem to, be ready to put that hat on. So, my hope for him is that he just doesn't run into somebody that's going to hurt him.
Wow. And let me, wow. Let me say this. Here's my take. The boxing game is just not in good condition. And so these cats are still fighting because of that. It's the only way, apparently, to keep it alive. Yes, maybe there are other ways, but right now this seems to be the number one way. Because the last thing you want is there not to be any fights, which that'll never happen. But second to the last thing you want is no-name fighters that people just don't want to come out to see or pay money to see. So that's just my take on it. It's
you know how you build names with fighters. You have good guys, good boxers that fight frequently. Like Adrian Broner's a good young talent. You have him fight frequently. You have him fight, 2-3 times a year, and you promote the heck out of him. You have Nonito Donaire do what he did last year and becoming Fighter of the Year. You have him fight 4 times, raise his profile, and become a pound-for-pound, top 10 fighter. That's how you build, the next star. And unfortunately, boxing is a star-driven sport. It's sort of like tennis. There are a lot of great tennis players out there, but if they aren't Venus, Serena, or any of the other big names that are out there, then people just, aren't going to follow them. People aren't going to pay tickets. It's a star-driven sport. And, unfortunately, that's the way it is. There are a lot of good boxers out there, but, the star-making machines have to get behind them.
So then, are the fans somewhat responsible for that? That they can't tolerate a guy or a girl who's who's up and coming?
Well, the marginal fan is responsible for that. The hardcore, diehard fans are not responsible for that. Okay. Unfortunately, boxing has been so marginalized, and it's a niche sport now, that you don't have a generally wide population that's going to watch the sport on a regular basis. And the only way you're going to be able to do that is to have boxing get back onto networks where, there's a wider audience of people. You look at American Idol, where you have 25 million, 24 million people Dancing with the Stars. You have 24 million people watching it. You're fortunate that on a cable network show, if you get 200,000 people watching a boxing match that doesn't involve a name player. Mm-hmm. And people rave about Floyd Mayweather doing 1.5 million people. Well, do you realize how many people there are in the United States? I mean, there are over 350 million people here. 1.5 million people is a drop in the bucket in terms of eyes to watch something. So it's not that big of a deal when you do 1.5 million, but in boxing, it's a big deal for you to get 1.5 million people to pay $60 to see something. But in their wanting to make more money, what they've done is they've marginalized the sport. They've taken it off network TV, so you don't have the ability for people that don't have cable network, that don't have access, or are not willing to spend $60 to pay to see a big-time pay-per-view show. You've taken their eyes away from the sport. So that's basically the sport has sort of marginalized itself because promoters, managers, and boxers have been chasing the dollars for like the last, 15, 20 years.
Okay, finally. I know it's Sunday, and I'm not going to keep you much longer, but finally. Mm-hmm. Last time I saw you, we were both in the press box at Madison Square Garden watching the Knicks.
Yes.
It's the second half of the season.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, really. Does Kenyon Martin bring that much to the table?
No, he's an insurance policy in case Camby and Rasheed Wallace don't come back. That's what you have. I mean, he's an insurance policy. They hope that he comes in and gives them some interior defense, helps out Chandler a little bit, and, basically give the team a backbone, because I think that's really what they're missing now, some toughness, some kind of an attitude, some kind of a tough presence, which they don't really have. They don't have that snarling, tough guy. I mean, I think Chandler is the toughest guy on the team. But really, the team's image is Carmelo Anthony, who is just a magnificent scorer. But when they go up against teams like Chicago, teams that are chippy like Philly, teams that are chippy like the Boston Celtics, they sort of shrink back. So, they need a presence. They need, an intimidating presence on that team, and they don't really have it yet. And maybe Kenyon Martin, although I read someplace today where he says he's going to change his attitude. No, they don't need him to change his attitude. They need him to be just as mean and surly as he's always been.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Tim.
No, I was going to say that because that's really what they're missing. They need that nasty, mean, surly guy to give them a presence.
Now, it's funny. The irony of the tough guy that they're in need of, right, is that another side of them shows up, right, where I don't know if it's a bad boy thing where they just melt down and implode because they're a New York team, but that seems to be what's happening to them to some extent, even with the presence of Mike Woodson, who I think is doing a great job. He's a great coach. But at some point, their attitude seems to get the better of them in a whole nother way, not the right way. According to what I'm hearing, my perception of what you said and what I was saying to another producer here before I came on the air today, we were talking about the Knicks. I said, what is this bad boy thing that keeps sabotaging them? They've started out really well this season. I'm like, oh my God.
Because they're not tough guys. They're not tough guys. They're not bullies, and they get knocked around, and then they want to retaliate, but they don't know how to do it in the framework of the game. And they don't have that. Kevin Garnett's a nasty, mean, nasty guy, but everything he does, he always gets the other person to retaliate back. So they don't have the learned mean nastiness. They gotta have a couple of guys that are sort of know how to get the elbow to the ribs when nobody's looking. Kind of what I'm saying. But they always get caught throwing the punch back, not the one that doesn't get seen. So they gotta get mean and dirty and raw a little bit. But I think also they started reading the clips and thinking, hey, we're good. We got the first round of the playoffs nailed. We're sailing right into the second round. Which what they have to understand is nothing is given to you in the NBA. You got to earn every single thing you get. And I think that realization is now slapping them in the face. And I think you mentioned Mike Woodson. Yeah, he's done a great job. But Mike has to bring them back and say, look, you guys haven't done anything yet. Let's go out there and win some games. Let's go out there and do what we're supposed to do.
One of our loyal listeners who always shows up to our fundraising parties calls them he said they're his cardiac arrest team.
Yeah, well, basically, yeah, they are. That's an apt description.
I said, what? I'm going to use that, but I'm going to give you credit. Well, Tim Smith, as usual, I appreciate you taking some time out to talk with me this afternoon, and I'm heading over to Brooklyn. I'm going to check out the Grizzly game tonight because the Nets are playing well, although, it won't get them a championship this year, but they have silenced the critics to some extent. They are playing well. The game the other night against the Rockets was a great game, but the Rockets were just too much for them because although James Harden didn't turn it on until the second half, he turned it on at the right time. Because I think all through the first half, he had maybe 7 points. And what Houston is starting to look like to me is the second coming of what OKC looked like when they first came out. And I said, I think Kevin McHale has something on his hands here. They play really well together. They're a good team. They look fairly young. Jeremy Lin, you can't take nothing away from him, even though maybe it wasn't the best decision for him to stay in New York. But he took his show on the road, and he's doing well. And just like Harden didn't stay in OKC, maybe that wasn't the best decision as well. And they've come together with these other players down in Houston, and they're looking good. I got to give them credit. They're looking real good. But so I'm going to head to Brooklyn, check out a game that I think is just another opportunity for the Nets to get better. I don't know if they'll beat Memphis, but I think
it's a good test for them.
Huh?
It's a good test for them.
Exactly. There you go. Thanks, Tim. I'll talk to you soon.
Stephanie.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
You know, I love it when people call up and talk to me, and in particular, a guy like Tim Smith, who at the same time really loves what he does, and he stays true to what he knows he has to offer as a really good writer. And I say that because I remember he was on television at one point, and he said he really just wants to write. And that's what I love. You know, he's just sticking to what he does well. He loves it. And he didn't want to get into the business of illusions so much, you know, because that's what you start doing TV to some extent, depending on the type of show that you do. And it was one of those new sports shows on I don't know, SNY or whomever, where, you know, you have to generate an interest in yourself so that people will watch. It's a new startup. It's not as new anymore. And you put people on there, like he said, the boxing game is star driven, and you know, when you put people on there that you think people will want to watch, you know, regardless of what's coming out of their mouths, because sometimes, man, like I said before, use your own discretion, folks. Really, I mean, you still have the ability to do that. I know we come on and you really, you know, you've figured out who you like and who you prefer to listen to and why. And that's your prerogative. But at the end of the day, that's important. So I appreciate and Tim Smith, put it that way, for calling up and giving us his take. And don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Welcome to WHCR's Black History Calendar. All the events on this calendar are produced by the Black Studies Department and the various departments here at City College of New York. All the events are free and open to the public. The following events take place from February the 17th through February the 26th of 2013. Sunday, February the 17th at 4 p.m., co-sponsored with the Maisleys Institute, there will be a rear screening of the documentary King, a film recorded from Montgomery to Memphis. The legendary Harry Belafonte will host a discussion following the film. The Maisleys Cinema is located at 343 Lenox Avenue in New York. For more information, please call 212-582-6050. Tuesday, February 19th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., Cohen Library Archive presents the 3rd Annual Fine Art Exposition, Black Latino Artists, in an inter-Caribbean dialogue with artist talk and a closed reception. The Cohen Library is located at 160 Convent Avenue in New York City. For more information, please call 212-650-8117. Thursday, February the 21st from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., Solution Building at the Roots Youth Speak Out Open Mic. With special guests, the youth speak out to create resolutions. The Roots Youth Speak Out Open Mic is located at 160 Convent Avenue in the North Academic Center, room 1202. For more information, please call 212-650-8117. Friday, February the 22nd at 4 p.m. and at 7 p.m. in the Shepherd 9-5 film screening, a tribute to Shirley Clark, showing 2 films, The Connection, 1962, and The Ornate, Made in America, 1985. Clark focused on Black historical figures in her film. A reception will be held in S290 between films at 6 p.m., and the intimate film critic historian J.B. Haberman will introduce the second screening. Shepherd Hall is located at 140th Street and Convent Avenue. For more information, please contact 212-650-7661. Tuesday, February the 26th, from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m., Counsel Charles Barron presents Take Responsibility for Your Life, a lecture on how to regain control of your life and find direction in it. This event is located at 160 Convent Avenue in the North Academic Center, room 5101. For more information, please call 212-650-8117.
For a list of Black History events produced by City College, please visit www.ccny.cuny.edu/calendar. For other events during the month of February, go to www.whcr.org and click on Calendar. If you have an event to put on WHCR's community calendar, please call 212-650-7481 and leave a message with the number and date of your event. This is Lillian George from WHCR 90.3 FM, the voice of Harlem.
You know, basically, as we're approaching the top of the 4 o'clock hour, all I'm basically saying to you, let's keep it simple. A lot gets lost in image making. And I know you know that. So that's what I'm suggesting at the end of the day. You know what I mean? What you're going to see tonight for 3 or 4 hours, whenever, you know, when you're watching the Oscars, for those of you that will, you know, you know, what you're going to see is an illusion. They're paid to create stories, to make things up. Now, obviously, there are documentary films and things based on people's real life. So, you know, I take it with a grain of salt when I say this. I get that. That's when you kick back and you're fully entertained. You know, this is just a suggestion. And, you know, wow. But you know for yourself, so-and-so did a great job. Like, I'm not going to lie. Daniel Day-Lewis, he rocked that role as Lincoln. See, I enjoy going to the movies. I love a good movie. You know, it's entertainment for me, and I get educated to some extent at the same time. Now, I'm not saying Lincoln educated me. It just came out in the same breath. I'm just saying in general. But yeah, a lot gets lost in image making. You know, whether it be an athlete or anybody else. But, you know, you can still kick back, man, and enjoy, you know, a good game, a good match. I've come to love tennis so much. You know what I mean? And I like it when I watch these young rookies play their heart out because they got something to prove. Like C.J. Watson, the point guard that subs a lot now for Darren Williams because of Darren Williams' ankle issues. So the Nets, you know, they got some backup over there, and he's, you know, he's good. He's decent enough. He's new, so he's, like I said, he's gonna hopefully get enough minutes and get a chance to prove himself, and then who knows? Maybe one day he does become a great player. You know, and I'm gonna catch what I can of the Oscars. I still love to be entertained. I love live shows. And I don't mean to break anybody's heart. I've had mine broken a couple times. I understand it's a part of life, but a lot does get lost in image making. You're not, as I say this last week, you're not going to buy tickets, especially at the cost of tickets nowadays, if you know who some of these people really are, who some of us really are. And really, that's not, God, let me say this right, important in some cases, depending, because a lot of people don't care. There you go, point made. A lot of people don't care. They're interested in the Blade Runner making, you know, and the thrills that he produces. Oh, come on. Oscar Pistorius got everybody's attention, or enough people's attention. Here you got a cat who don't have, he got half a leg in most people's eyes. Come on. He running on, he got half a leg. Y'all know exactly that's what you're thinking. You know, and he killing it. No pun intended. You know what I'm saying? Made his way into the Olympics, fought every governing body, every organization that he had to fight, stood up to him, and made his way into the Olympics because they were like, nah, you got an advantage with those carbon blades that you're running in, you know? And so the thrills, man, that they, you know, come on. But at the end of the day, I understand. Here's the truth. I'll say it again. You don't really care about who he is personally until you're forced to. Until you have a case, unfortunately, like the one before us all, where he's been accused of intentionally killing his girlfriend, shooting through a closed bathroom door, thinking he didn't know it was her in there and it was an intruder. I'll say it. I know a lot of you may not call up and say it, so I'll say it. That's not really who you paying to see. You don't care about that. That's for the law to deal with. And then, of course, you can jump on the bandwagon and say how horrible he is, at the end of the day, when something like this does happen. But come on, he's giving us exactly what we want. Sports, we want thrills. I want to go watch. I chose to go to Brooklyn tonight for a reason. Of course, I live close to the arena, but still, I want to see C.J. Watson do his thing. He's young, as I said before. He's got some talent, without a doubt. He's quick, got a lot to prove, and he likes going up against the more established players. The ones who so-called have an advantage over him. Who probably really out to punk him. You got to see him come down through the middle driving hard. I want to go see that guy. Now, do I at the same time, now that all the, stuff just constantly happens all the time, and I'm speaking sports, so I'll use athletes. With athletes, so I now have to think about, well, is he really a good father? I shouldn't go watch the Nets play tonight because they're probably going to use him when they need to give Darren a rest. Oh my God. No, I'm not. Neither are you. And they know this. And really, that is the truth of the matter. You're paying to see the athlete. You're not, you know what I mean? I'm sorry, call me back. I think I made a mistake and cut you off, whoever you may be. 212-650-6903. This is WHCR 90.3 FM New York, the voice of Harlem. It's your girl, Steph, doing what I love. I'm grateful. On a not-so-bad Sunday afternoon here in New York, we got a pretty decent week of weather ahead of us. I always try to put something out there about the weather. That's huge to us in New York. We had rain where we thought we were going to get snow. And I think most part of the week is going to be in the mid-40s. Hey, that's good for New York in February. Hi, caller. Welcome to WHCR. You are?
Wow. I'm Chuck.
Hi, Chuck.
Yeah, how are you?
Good.
Listen, just getting back to your caller there, the professional chap there, and your man Jay there. One thing about Floyd Mayweather, which slipped past both of them cats, is that Floyd, he moved over, but they setting up a big mega fight coming up. They got a Mexican kid that's undefeated, you understand? And he's supposed to be on the same card that Floyd is going to be on, fighting this guy for the belt. The guy got the belt in another division, so it'll be more or less a unification. You know what I'm saying? And they slept that. I mean, how he's so wise, and then Jay, and then they were talking about Floyd could pick who he wants. Roy Jones had it the same way. You understand? Roy Jones fought a cat after he wouldn't play the full court of basketball game. You know what I mean? And knocked the dude out in like the second round, the first round, or something with hook shots. You know what I mean? So that's just the way it goes, But the thing about Floyd that's miraculous is the amount of money that he's being able to take away from the table. You know what I mean? In terms of what fighters throughout the history of the game, how they've been raped. You know what I mean? So that's
rape doesn't take an advantage of financially. I just want to be clear.
Yeah, well, basically, you're absolutely correct. My bad for saying rape. I didn't mean that literally. That was just figuratively, and you broke it down just the way I meant it. But yeah, I couldn't understand that guy. He didn't make the connection because that Mexican Floyd's father said that Mexican guy could fight. He's undefeated, man. And they setting it up, And Floyd, plus he's going to be able to get a percentage of the pay-per-views. it's more money than just the money that was, put on the line by him making the change. And like you said about, the other networks that's involved with Showtime and however that works, I really don't know that part. But, I just had to bring that up. I haven't been able to get through because it doesn't work on my phone, but I got through. I'm surprised.
Oh, first of all, thank you for your persistence. Love that. And also, thank you for what you bring to the conversation. Love that. And, we're all human, so Tim ain't going to remember everything,
Yeah, well,
I'm not going to remember to say everything.
Wear the crown, you know what I mean? You got him wearing the crown.
No. Hold on now. That's, first and foremost, you're right. You're entitled to your perception of what you think or how you think I see Tim. So that's cool. I'm going to let you have that. But anyway, he's human. And that's the bottom line at the end of the day. He's not, and maybe that's not really what he wanted to focus on. Let's go there. But it's cool that, you guys will call up and do exactly what you're doing. Fill in the gaps. Hold people accountable. Hold me accountable. That's why I love doing what I do. And I don't know how other cities get down and what it sounds like, but I know in New York, they keep it interesting, and I'm loving that. I'm feeling that, and I thank you. You want to throw anything else out there before I let you go?
No, I'm listening.
Ah, look at that. Chop. Thank you, Chop.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Chop.
Yes.
Kenya Martin on the Knicks now, he in town, and it don't do nothing for you, do it?
I'm just listening. I heard y'all say they don't got
I'm asking you.
They don't got the beat down image, like they come for war and stuff,
I'm asking you. because, baseball is upon us. So it's only a few more months of this before we're going to be bombarded by baseball and Derek Jeter and Mariano Rivera and A-Rod's performance enhancement drug, the effects of him using performance enhancers. So, and we all want to see our Knicks bounce back. I don't know that they will. Can they hold their cool? Can they keep their cool? Can they, hang in there for 7 game stretches at a time as far as these, because that's what a series is.
You're making a mistake. You saying can they be cool? They don't need to be cool.
No, I mean be cool in the right way, like
but there ain't no being cool. There ain't no being cool right now. It's war.
No.
It's war.
What do they do?
War,
what do they do?
When it's war, you got to go to win. You know what
why
I mean?
do they keep melting down by losing they cool in the wrong way?
Yeah, well, like he mentioned, Kevin Garnett knowing how to make a person,
There you go.
They got to know how to play some mental games too.
There you go. Right. There you go.
If you remember Magic Johnson, he say when somebody fall on the floor, on the floor of the other team, you don't help pick them up. You leave them down there.
Point taken. Point made. Instead of saying, "Let me go fight right now. I'm gonna fight." No, man. Or let me I'm gonna miss all. We just gonna flat out not play well because somebody done got under my skin, and so what? We gonna live? Come on. Point taken. Thank you, Chuck.
Right. Okay.
212-650-6903. This is for me, not for you. My take. When I think of what I've been talking about, perceptions, illusions, things getting lost in image making, truth not being anywhere to be found. There are some stories, by the way, that still do it for me. And, I'm speaking just for today. Won't know what tomorrow's headlines are yet. I'll go back to Nerlin Noel, young man who I was talking about right before I took Jay's call at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Yeah, top of the 3 o'clock hour. And, the reality of his situation. Here's this cat that was projected to go into the NBA. He was a center for the University of Kentucky. Tore his ACL almost 2 weeks ago. And don't have no future right now, in my opinion. Because first of all, he got a rebound from the surgery. And for NBA teams, executives, scouts, and people who notice that this was his year. But as you see RG3, you've seen Adrian Peterson, he can possibly bounce back. They're professionals. They've been at this for a while. They've got great teams around them and the best doctors in the world. I don't know what Nerlin Noel has access to. But I see a big question mark, and that's real for me as far as his future and the NBA is concerned. This is where you get to find out what this kid is made of and who's around him and how much the university actually do care about him. And I don't think they could snatch his scholarship away from him because nothing's been proven yet. He got hurt, so it's not like they don't know that he can't play yet. But he was really just only, because you cannot go into the NBA directly anymore out of high school. He was just going to Kentucky, because that was the vehicle into the NBA. That's what, Okay, what else is on my hand? I wrote another note. I'll go back to Rajon Rondo. The reality is it was too much Rajon Rondo. It was too much Rondo up in Boston, the all-star point guard I love so much. People are saying it indirectly. I want to be direct. Don't mean I don't love him. This ain't the Oscars. Come on. I'm trying to put as much of the truth I can out there. For the truth from me. Like I said, I ain't gonna take your opinion away from you. The Celtics are doing well. They're talking about, and when you hear, rumors are rumors for right now because nothing's been done. It's nothing official. Life without Rondo. Well, could you trade this cat, or do you need to keep this cat after all? And, all these, you're gonna hear all that. So just, take it all. Use your filter. We all have a filter. We all have the ability to say, I don't know. I don't really believe that. We'll see. You have that ability. I want to find out and just say, I don't believe that. You have your opinion. We just happen to do this for a living. You're sitting at home casually having a similar conversation with your family and your friends and your colleagues and all that good stuff. You're the equivalent of the backseat driver. And you know what I mean? So people see us and hear us, but you're in the back. You're in the background with an opinion. But yeah, too much Rondo. Yes, it was. Yes, I did ask Brother Smiley and John Black. They called last Sunday, and I put it out there, and they gave their thoughts and opinions. But I'm telling you, for me, I could see. You can see as clear as day. For me. I told you about Bernard Hopkins and my thoughts about that. The fight game is just in a bad place. And this is a golden boy fight, and he is on their payroll. Not only, he's an executive on the payroll last time I checked, as well as, he's a fighter, obviously. And, people need something to watch. Maybe I'm too simple. But, I'm trying to manage my energy better these days. Where I focus my attention. This ain't brain surgery to me right now at this moment. The fight, they still have to have these people that people are willing to come out and see until they figure out that they need to do and take some of the suggestions you heard Tim Smith say about promoting these up and coming fighters that are good. And bringing back the game, resuscitating the game of boxing. And Don King said it best, obviously. He did, like him, love him, hate him, whatever you want to call it. He said it needs a hero. Sure, not the ones that, they're not perfect, folks. So we're not talking about that. We're talking about somebody who can carry the sport, who's exciting enough, who people will watch, who can resuscitate it. RG3, and NASCAR safety. Okay, NASCAR safety. That's real. They had this accident, obviously, down at the Daytona 500, and fans were hurt, and so now NASCAR has to get into damage control mode and reassure people. Because you definitely don't want it to its image to suffer. You don't want the sport to suffer. You don't want people to get scared. You don't want to all of a sudden talk about not letting people get close enough to the track, to see and feel, the race, when you're close enough, wow, the way it makes you feel, man, you can again, the thrills that it provides. You know how you say the third base, the sight lines in baseball are great. You ever hear people talk about that? You know how clear you can see the field from, if you're sitting, obviously, field level is always great, by the way. But they're talking about third base and then first base, obviously, because that's the closest you know, when you're out in the outfield, unless you're, again, you have a really good seat. But the sight lines, the way, you know, the visibility, I mean, that's huge. And then you don't want to feel distant from the sport you love or the thing that you are passionate about. Well, I'm talking sports, you know, so you want to have the best seat in the house at the tennis, you know, at the U.S. Open or at the Knicks game tonight or the Barclays Center. You want to be close enough to it. You don't want to feel distant. It feels cold. And what that is going to equate to is people not showing up, and the owners definitely don't want that. It's sports. They want to feel it, want to be close to it because of how it in turn will make them feel and do. They go out and spend their money. They're all pumped up. They amped. Oh my God, did you see so-and-so? So NASCAR is gonna, you know, we'll see what they do as far as dealing with, you know, how to make the tracks a little safer. But I'm telling you, they're not going to be able to do too much, possibly. You do not want those fans, you know, too far away. And I can't, God, I'm trying to think, other than on television. Yeah, they're close, and they have enough of a barricade up. But, you know, that car start flipping. It's a car. It's a car that's going, 500 miles an hour or something? It's a car, folks. So it starts flipping. You know, it jumps. It moves quickly. You know, it's not just spinning right there out of control necessarily on the track. You know, it's traveling. You know, so unfortunately people got hurt. Now this whole, you know, back to what I don't even know what's the word to describe what I'm trying to segue into. Let's just put it this way. RG3 just had a little baby boy named after him. A couple, a Redskins couple or Washington couple. One is a Redskins fan and the wife is a Cowboy fan. And they made a bet that whoever's team won, this was during the season when the Redskins played Cowboys, obviously, gets to name the baby. And the husband's team won. He's a Redskins fan. I can't make this up. Like I said, the Oscars are tonight. Come on, folks. But to each his own. You can do what you want. You can live your life however you want. And I get that. And because the Redskins beat the Cowboys, and it was a good game. I remember that. It really was. So I can only imagine how proud and how good this man felt. They named their baby. She just had the baby. RG3. Well, he has a different last name, obviously. But Robert Griffin and then their last name. Can't make this up. Can't make this up. And yes, I do know that Lakers owner Jerry Buss died. He was 80 years old. He had cancer. From what I understand, he is Showtime, or he was Showtime. You know, the whole image that the Lakers built and had, that they created during the days that Magic, Kareem, and Worthy, and who's the head coach out in Cleveland, Byron Scott, and all those cats played together, you know. So I want to, just make mention of that. And that's as real can get, right? For sure. He's no longer here. The man is dead and gone. When you think of all these stories. And people, like I said, have to have stuff to talk about and write about, especially when you have so many different outlets out there. But there are some really good stories out there as well. So let me make sure I remind you of that. There really are. You know, this might not be one of them to you, but I don't want to forget to mention this as well as I'm winding down. And I didn't write down the name of the company, but there was a mention. Maybe I know why. Sometimes I just will jot stuff down and I go, that's about all I could take of that. You know, there's a company that runs prisons that will have its name on a stadium. I think this is a football situation. You know, this relates to a football stadium. So more to be revealed on that. It's a business. Need I say more? Again, you can't have ethics and illusion at the same time. It don't work. Yeah, I did say that. I think it came out right. Let me just say, I do plan on getting out there to see, looking at my list, and I see that I made notes about today's games. You know, who's out there playing, who's doing what, when, where, and how. And I don't talk about St. John's much. The Red Storm. You know, I think Mark Jackson, who I just can't say enough about, and how well he's done with Golden State, who beat San Antonio a few nights ago. I fell asleep thinking, oh, they don't really stand a chance. Love you, Steph Curry, but, you know, that's the Golden State point guard. But, you know, you're not Tony Parker just yet. That's San Antonio's point guard. And wake up the next day and they've lost. Golden State beat San Antonio. So I think of Mark Jackson, New York's very own Mark Jackson, who is an alumni, and I'm really just like, wow, this dude, I mean, he's doing it. He waited for that head coaching job, and he waited, and he got it. And he's really, really doing a good job. And don't worry, Mark, you guys going to be in San Francisco soon enough, I hope. They're supposed to be moving him out of the Oracle over there in Oakland. And I've been there, and yes, they should move. Make a long story short. I had that conversation too before I got on the air. They're winning, and they have a future with the combination, hopefully a lasting combination between Mark Jackson and point guard Stephen Curry. You know how important that is. Okay, we need not say anymore. You know, they claim that A.B. Johnson had lost his team, and it had a lot to do with, or enough to do with, in some people's eyes, the fact that he didn't have a relationship with Darren Williams. So the point guard, and you heard the young lady who's a college basketball assistant coach, Khadijah, who I profiled around the time that Avery got fired. And she said, you know, the point guard and the coach have to get along. So hopefully that's a match made in heaven for right now. Figure of speech. And that they have a future together, you know, and that they can move to San Francisco, where it's just a much better, I think, place to be when you think of this particular situation. A good place for a professional basketball team. And I think San Fran might be able to offer more than what they were getting in Oakland. And like I said, the Oracle is not the most attractive place to be. Yeah. So Mark Jackson was an alumni of St. John's University. St. John's played Pitt today. That's what I'm getting at. And that would have been that's another good test. I like that. Thank you, Tim. We're talking about the New Jersey Nets and how games like tonight's game against the Memphis Grizzlies and games like the game they played, and they played really well too, the other night in Brooklyn against the Rockets, and other games they're playing really well, or just, you know, a good test, the things that'll make them better. And like I said, they're not going to win a championship this year, and probably not next year, but in any case, Pitt, I think, is a good it's a good look. It's a good test for St. John's. It's an opportunity for them to get better. So they were in action today, and I have not checked the scores. Maybe I'll try to do that before I sign off to see who won. Our very own Knicks are in action at the Garden tonight against the 76ers, and you heard Tim giving his take on how the Knicks respond when they play these chippy teams. You know, like the 76ers and the Bulls. And the Nets, obviously. You know, they're going to be in action tonight as well. These are 7 o'clock games. And if, you know, you're in the mood, you're in another gear already, as in baseball, then spring training is upon us, and they're already, it's no longer just showing up and working out and running and jogging or lifting and talking. They're actually playing as well. And the Mets and the Yankees were in action this afternoon down in Florida. That's where spring training takes place for most teams, if not all. Mets played the Houston Astros at 1 o'clock today, and the Yankees played Toronto Blue Jays. So there you have that. What else do I not want to forget to say? You know, let me just go back to a conversation I was having with another producer here who we talk sports. Usually when he sees me on Sundays when I come in to prep the show before I start talking with you guys. And, you know, of course, the Lakers came up and whether or not making the playoffs. First of all, whether or not they will make the playoffs. Because Toronto all of a sudden looks good with who is it? Rudy Gay is up there now, and then the young point guard that they have, or shooting guard that won the dunk contest down in Houston. Young, he's a rookie, got something to prove. He's got enough talent, and so he's going to be exciting to watch. And he got hot. So we talked about whether or not the Lakers would or would not make it. And, you know, we talked about Houston and all these other teams, and we talked about whether or not Phil Jackson would be coming back. And I said, well, they might need Phil. They plan on keeping Dwight, you know. And it may take not making the playoffs for whatever the issues are to be ironed out between Jerry Buss's son, who's now running a portion of that organization, enough of it that he can, you know, the decision, the fact that he's running it affected Phil Jackson's decision, apparently affected Phil Jackson's decision not to come back because Phil wanted more control. And so the other person I was talking to said, you think they'll eat that $20 million that they have to pay Mike Brown, because they're still paying him? They gave him a 4-year contract, and D'Antoni, who they gave a 3-year contract at $5 million each year, and Mike still got 2 years left on his, and D'Antoni would still have 2 years left on his. And I said, yep, because they're the Lakers and they can afford it and they have enough money. And I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to put that final call on. I'm just winding down because in about 3 minutes or so, Roots is up next. And these are things that you'll hear about continuously, probably throughout the remainder of the season and the off season. Remember, the Jordan Classic is coming up. It'll be at the Barclays Center in April. The Big East tournament is right around the corner. That will be at the Garden. And that's a pretty exciting tournament. And I think this year what's most exciting about it is the fact that this is the final year that it will look the way it looks. You know, the Big East is breaking up. Teams have left. New teams are coming in. And it's a real good tournament too, with a lot of history. And I think I just read somewhere that Georgetown beat Syracuse the other day, and that's like one of those hot Big East rivalries. So I'm looking forward to getting out there and covering the Big East tournament this year. especially because this is the final year, that all the teams that have been in it will still be there, obviously, will play together and or against each other. Remember Kemba Walker, everybody really got to see what he could do, 3 years ago when he took UConn from the Big East tournament, because that's when I first got wind of him, so I'll pick it up there, straight through to the championship, the NCAA championship, and then into the draft, and now he's playing with Charlotte, point guard from the Bronx. And I really enjoyed talking to his mother at the draft that year, who just, some parents, sometimes it just takes a while for it to sink in. They're not, they want to be sure it's going to last, it's for real, it's natural. I remember Jeff Green's mother, as I've said before, was the same way, and she just cried all night at the draft. It's exciting. There's some disbelief still hanging around, and then you're concerned about whether or not it will last, or yeah. And when I think of, let me get back, I didn't, I think of the Mets. Let me just read what I wrote. I should read what I wrote when I think of the Yankees too. Yeah, spring training is upon us and they're in action, and I wrote that after I wrote what I'm about to say. Really, what I wrote next to the Yankees was, here's what I have to say. Justin Timberlake and Jay-Z in July at Yankee Stadium. Like, there's really nothing I have to say right now. Let them get back out there, start playing, let them get some games under their belt, see what they look like, and, unless there's breaking news. And, we don't want to predict or project injuries on any players, and we don't, they're going to ride A-Rod no matter how you look at it. So he knows what he's in for. Otherwise, let him get out there and play, and let me decide how I feel after they start playing. And what I wrote next to the Mets was like, just remember the All-Star game is here in July. Again, what are they working with? R.A. Dickey, their star pitcher is gone, the knuckleballer, who won the Cy Young Award. That's the equivalent of the MVP for a pitcher. David Wright is the franchise player. He's a third baseman who they love dearly, and it's okay. It's okay to be loved. Nothing wrong with that. But, and I think I read somewhere they signed somebody, and they were even thinking about signing Brian Wilson, the real interesting relief pitcher that the San Francisco Giants seem to no longer want anything to do with. So we'll see. It doesn't look like they have a lot to work with, but you never know, right? So I'm not going to lie to myself in this case for sure. They really don't seem to have much to work with, but the All-Star game is in New York this year at Citi Field in July. So that's something to look forward to. And diehard fans will always show up. Like I said before, there are generations upon generations and amount of time of family members who've been watching and following teams and players, and they show up if for no other reason other than that. God bless. Whatever I didn't get to today, don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be back next week. Roots is up next. All righty? Thank you. Couldn't do it without you.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
It's the manager's mix. Get up out of that seat, get off that wall, and come dance with me on WHCR 90.3 FM, the voice of Harlem.
Let's do it. 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 You know you want to slow down. You've been working too hard, and that's a fact. Sit back and relax a while. Take some time to laugh and smile. Lay your head and know down, so we can stop and kick back. It seems we never take the time to do all the things we want to, yeah. But baby, we can do it. Take the time, do it right. We can do it, baby. Do it tonight, baby. We can do it. Take the time, do it right. We can do it, baby. Do it tonight, baby. We can do it. Take the time, do it right. We can do it, baby. Do it tonight, baby. We can do it. Take the time, do it right. We can do it, baby. Do it tonight. Love and feel like you feel for me. One life is all we have to live. Our love is all we have to give. There are so many things for us to do and see. Let's take some time to be alone. Lock the door, put out the phone, But baby, we can do it. Take the time, do it right. We can do it, baby. Do it tonight, baby. We can do it. Take the time, do it right. We can do it, baby. Do it tonight, baby. We can do it. Take the time, do it right. We can do it, baby. Do it tonight, baby. We can do it. Take the time, do it right. We can do it, baby. Do it tonight. Take your time. Take the time. Take the
Welcome to WHCR's Black History. All the events on this calendar are produced by the Black Studies Department and the various departments here at City College of New York. All the events are free and open to the public. The following events take place from February the 17th through February the 26th of 2013. Sunday, February the 17th at 4 p.m., co-sponsored with the Maisleys Institute, there will be a rear screening of the documentary King, a film recorded from Montgomery to Memphis. The legendary Harry Belafonte will host a discussion following the film. The Maisleys Cinema is located at 343 Lenox Avenue in New York. For more information, please call 212-582-6050. Tuesday, February 19th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., Cohan Library Archive presents the 3rd Annual Fine Art Exposition, Black Latino Artists in an inter-Caribbean dialogue with artist talk and a closed reception. The Cohen Library is located at 160 Convent Avenue in New York City. For more information, please call 212-650-8117. Thursday, February the 21st from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., Solution Building at the Roots Youth Speak Out Open Mic. With special guests, the youth speak out to create resolutions. The Roots Youth Speak Out Open Mic is located at 160 Convent Avenue in the North Academic Center, room 1202. For more information, please call 212-650-8117. Friday, February the 22nd at 4 p.m. and at 7 p.m. in the Shepherd 9-5 film screening, a tribute to Shirley Clark, showing two films, The Connection, 1962, and The Ornate, Made in America, 1985. Clark focused on black historical figures in her film. A reception will be held in S290 between films at 6 p.m., and the intimate film critic historian J.B. Haberman will introduce the second screening. Shepherd Hall is located at 140th Street and Convent Avenue. For more information, please contact 212-650-7661. Tuesday, February the 26th, from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m., Counsel Charles Barron presents Take Responsibility for Your Life, a lecture on how to regain control of your life and find direction in it. This event is located at 160 Convent Avenue in the North Academic Center, room 5101. For more information, please call 212-650-8117. For a list of Black History events produced by City College, please visit www.ccny.cuny.edu/calendar. For other events during the month of February, go to www.whcr.org and click on Calendar. If you have an event to put on WHCR's community calendar, please call 212-650-7481 and leave a message with the number and date of your event. This is Lillian George from WHCR 90.3 FM, the voice of Harlem.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Iba para el Bronx, ve a la casita de Chema. Iba para el Bronx, ve a la casita de Chema. Calle y Rebeca locura, tocando bomba y tocando plena. Calle y Rebeca locura, tocando bomba y tocando plena.
Si va para el Bronx, ve a la casita de Chema. Si va para el Bronx, ve a la casita de Chema. Calle y Rebeca no fuera, tocando bomba y tocando plena. Calle y Rebeca no fuera, tocando bomba y tocando plena.
De los mejores pleneros, allí tú encuentras la crema. De los mejores pleneros, mira, allí tú callas la crema. Viva para el Bronx, de la casita de Chema. Calle y Rebeca locura, tocando bomba y tocando plena.
Si va para el Bronx, de la casita de Chema. Si va para el Bronx, de la casita de Chema. Ahí repica los cueros, tocando bomba y tocando plena. Ahí repica los cueros, tocando bomba y tocando plena.
Vete pa' que me barro, ven pa' que baile la cena. Vete pa' que me barro, ven pa' que baile la cena. Aquí en el rico, la cosa se pone buena. Calle y Rebeca locura, tocando bomba y tocando plena.
Si va para el Bronx, de la casita de Chema. Si va para el Bronx, de la casita de Chema. Ahí repica los cueros, tocando bomba y tocando plena. Ahí repica los cueros, tocando bomba y tocando plena.
Allá en ese vacilón, yo bailo con mi morena. Allá en ese vacilón, yo bailo con mi morena. Aquí en el rico, en noche de luna llena. Calle y Rebeca locura, tocando
Y estábamos allí disfrutando.
Oye, Lola.
Bien, se nos fue la pieza allí. Estamos disfrutando de una producción algo viejita ya. Estamos hablando música de raíz boricua del grupo de Tato y Hierba Buena. Hierba Buena con la casita de Chema. La casita de Chema, para quienes no la conocen, está allí, como dice la canción, en el Bronx. Es un lugar para escuchar música, para compartir, para comer buena comida también. Tienen muy buena comida puertorriqueña. Y para también aprender a tocar la percusión, la bomba y la plena. Están ustedes en la 90.3 FM. Este es su programa Raíces. Yo soy William Camacaro.
Espíritu del agua, espíritu burlón. 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 Tengo que abrirte mi corazón. Tengo que abrirte mi corazón. Espíritu del agua, espíritu burlón. Espíritu del agua, espíritu burlón. Espíritu del embargo tengo ritmo. Ritmo aquí en mi corazón. Y el mundo, y el mundo, y el mundo, y el mundo se vuelve loco cuando toco mi tambor. Espíritu del agua, espíritu burlón. 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 Hombre, amarrate la lengua, la gente lo sabe. Aló, porque todo lo que oye lo sales a comentar. Deja la timografía, tu mamá te va a pelar. Aló, deja la timografía, la novia te va a dejar. Déjate de mentiritas que la verdad la sé yo. Aló, a nadie le tengo miedo porque tengo buena voz.
Y ahí estábamos escuchando el kitiplas. Este es el kitiplas, un tambor muy particular de Barlovento, una percusión muy particular, el cual es único en Sudamérica. Y se toca, son dos bambú con diferente sonoridad que se golpean al suelo, al concreto, y producen eso que escuchábamos allí, esa percusión. Estábamos escuchando pues Bocón interpretando el kitiplas, la extraordinaria fallecida cultora del kitiplas, Belén Palacios, quien es pues considerada la reina del kitiplas. Por cierto que hay un documental que está en este momento en proceso acerca de la vida de Belén Palacios. Asimismo se llama el documental La reina del kitiplas. Esto, por supuesto, no dije anteriormente, esto viene de Barlovento. Barlovento, tierra ardiente del cacao, viene desde allí. Y cantaba Heidi, quien es la vocalista principal del grupo Elegua, y también cantaba Cruz María. Ambas cantaban esta pieza del Kitty Plus llamada Un Bocón. Pero antes escuchábamos también a una de las grandes, de las extraordinarias voces de nuestro continente. Estábamos escuchando a Totó la Momposina, que nos llega Totó con su música de San Basilio de Palenque. San Basilio de Palenque, una zona afrodescendiente colombiana de negros y marrones que se escaparon pues de la esclavitud y se fueron a estas zonas bastante aisladas, de difícil acceso, y allí estuvieron viviendo aislados por casi un poco más, diríamos casi 300 años, en una zona que lograron preservar parte de su cultura, su lenguaje, allí en San Basilio de Palenque. Y la que escuchábamos allí era una pieza llamada Mohana, una pieza, diríamos, religiosa. Mohana, una pieza realmente muy hermosa. Bien, están ustedes en la 90.3 FM, este es su programa Raíces, yo soy William Camacaro, y hoy vamos a estar conversando más adelante con Jesús Chucho García. Jesús es un estudioso venezolano de las diferentes culturas afrodescendientes, no solamente de Venezuela, sino también del continente. Actualmente se desempeña como encargado de la Embajada de Venezuela en Angola. Él ha escrito una serie de libros como, por ejemplo, Afroespiritualidad y Afroepistemología, o como, por ejemplo, los afrovenezolanos y la Revolución Bolivariana, los africanos en la diáspora del Caribe y del continente, además de otra serie de libros. Debo decir que esta producción que estábamos escuchando es también una producción de Jesús Chucho García, porque él, como antropólogo y estudioso de la cultura afrovenezolana y fundador de la red afrovenezolana, pues él a su vez es etnomusicólogo. Se ha dedicado a recoger toda esta música afrovenezolana estado por estado, y la ha pues ido recogiendo, y esto es lo que vamos a estar compartiendo todo el día de hoy, puesto que él va a estar conversando con nosotros por un buen rato. Y es que Jesús Chucho García viene a Nueva York y va a estar aquí prontamente. Esta semana llega el 26, va a estar aquí en la ciudad de Nueva York y estará acá en el City College, en la 138 y Convent Avenue. Estará en el salón 1202, en el salón de conferencia 1202, en el NAC Building, North Academy Center. Allí estará pues presentándose Jesús Chucho García conjuntamente con José Ávila de Honduras, Garífuna hondureños, y Beth Modesti de Afropanamá, una afropanameña, y también Mónica Carrillo, quien la hemos entrevistado anteriormente, del Perú, una afroperuana. Esto es una actividad que está siendo organizada por la señora Falú, la doctora Falú, Georgina Falú, y su fundación Falú, conjuntamente con la oficina de la Secretaría de African Union Diaspora, y también conjuntamente con Afro Latino History and Culture del CUNY. Así que vamos a estar pues invitándolo a todos ustedes para que escuchen a Jesús Chucho García y para que también puedan asistir este próximo miércoles 27 a las 6 p.m. acá en el City College, en el NAC Building, en el North Academy Center, a las 6 p.m. en el Salón 1202. Vamos a escuchar un poco de música, vamos a hacer un ínterin musical mientras hacemos la llamada y entramos en contacto con Jesús, quien se encuentra en este momento en Barlovento. Así que vamos a primero a hacer un ínterin musical, lo dejamos con buena música y cuando volvamos ya tendremos a Chucho en la línea.
We'll be right back.
my people, open your eyes and answer the call of the drum. Freddie Mo, Samora Machel, Samora Machel has come. Maputo, Maputo, home of the brave, our nation will soon be as one. Freddie Mo, Samora Machel, Samora Machel has won. Mozambique, a luta continua, a luta continua, continua. 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 And to those who have given their lives, praises to thee, husbands and wives, all thy children shall reap what you've sown. This continent is home. My brothers and sisters, stand up and sing. Eduardo Mondlane is not gone. Freddie Mo, your eternal flame has shown us the light of dawn. Mozambique, a luta continua, a luta continua, continua. In Zimbabwe, mama, a luta continua, a luta continua, continua. In Botswana, a luta continua, a luta continua, continua. In Zambia, a luta continua, a luta continua, continua. In Angola, a luta continua, a luta continua, continua.
entrevistando en Nueva York.
Bien, ahí estamos escuchando esta melodía que nos llega de Carabobo, bandera venezolana. Esto es una producción de una serie venezolana, colección Patrimonio Musical de... esto es una colección que se pasea por toda la geografía venezolana, que va por 7 diferentes estados. Y es una colección del patrimonio musical venezolano que fue hecho por Jesús Chucho García, quien tenemos ahorita en la línea. Bienvenido, Jesús.
Buenas, ¿cómo está William? ¿Cómo están todos los oyentes de tu hermoso programa?
Bien,
y
chévere.
Aquí desde Barlovento, que estamos ahorita en Barlovento, precisamente en la región de mayor concentración de población afro en Venezuela. Un saludo para todas y todos.
Chévere. Mira, estamos aquí escuchando, que yo ya les había anunciado a nuestros oyentes que tú vas a estar por acá, por la ciudad de Nueva York prontamente, este próximo 26 de febrero estarás por acá, invitado por el City University, por la Universidad de Nueva York, hablando en el City College. Acá esta emisora, por cierto, se encuentra en el City College. Así que vamos primero, antes de entrar en materia de el motivo de tu visita, aprovechar un poco para que hagamos un recorrido musical y nos eches, por ejemplo, el cuento de lo que vamos escuchando, porque hay muchas cosas que uno coloca aquí y a veces uno no tiene toda la información, no maneja todos los datos, y es bueno que tú estés del otro lado para que un poco pues compartir esos conocimientos sobre la afro-venezolanidad y la música venezolana acá en la ciudad de Nueva York. Entonces, mira, háblanos un poco de... esta es una producción ya vieja, esto tiene algunos años ya, pero háblanos un poco de la historia de esta producción, porque todo el que la conoce, debo decirte, todo el que la conoce realmente la quiere tener, se enloquece con la producción. Entonces, háblanos un poco, échanos un poco este cuento de toda esta producción que tú has hecho a nivel musical.
Bueno, ese es un trabajo que podríamos decir, un trabajo muy sistemático que se inició en el año 87. Es decir, la idea es, y fue el proyecto original, recoger las células ancestrales de origen africano en nuestra comunidad afro-venezolana como parte de un patrimonio musical. Eso me llevó a recorrer casi todas las comunidades. Hasta ahora he realizado 12 discos. Esta colección que ustedes tienen allí, que usted está escuchando, es una colección de 7, pero hay otras más que pronto van a salir. Y esta va a ser la colección más completa de la historia de la música afro-venezolana en Venezuela. Lo más importante es que hemos ido de comunidad en comunidad recogiendo de boca y de las manos callosas de los autores tradicionales, precisamente los géneros que hemos presentado. Lamentablemente, ya muchos de estos autores, por ejemplo, hoy están escuchando Bandera Venezolana.
Ajá.
Es un tema muy nacionalista de los años 40 en uno de los puertos más importantes, el puerto más importante de Venezuela, como el puerto Cabello. Precisamente por ahí era la legal de los africanos que son secuestrados de África. y allí preservaron precisamente sus células rítmicas. Ese género es un sangueo, ¿no? Y ese tipo de música lo hemos conseguido, por ejemplo, en la región de lo que hoy se conoce como Congo Brazzaville, ¿no? Y antiguamente República Popular del Congo. Es un ejemplo de cómo estas células rítmicas ancestrales, a través de un proceso de cultura de resistencia, se conservan. Y allí que incluso esa primera colección que tú tienes recibió el premio de Patrimonio Cultural Intangible, ¿no?, de la Comunidad Andina de Naciones. Es un premio que orgullosamente recibimos en el año 2000, precisamente por dar un aporte y preservar como patrimonio de la humanidad estas células rítmicas.
Entonces, mira, yo quiero ir compartiendo algunas otras. Bueno, tú conoces esta colección mejor que yo, así que me gustaría mucho que nos sugirieras qué temas aquí o de qué estado te gustaría que colocáramos algo. Sí.
Bueno, ahí en ese mismo disco que es de San Millán, la música pro Carabobe, ahí tiene Campana E. Campana E es un tema también cantado allí por una de las señoras de las voces más extraordinarias que lamentablemente murió, y uno de los golpes también que hoy se utiliza mucho en algunos grupos de jazz. Con este caso, el hermano de un gran saxofonista venezolano que está en Nueva York, que se llama Rolando Briceño, su hermano Andrés Briceño, trabajó en su primer grupo de Afro Venezuela Jazz, trabajó con esa tradición del golpe de San Millán y específicamente del golpe Campanae, que es que ustedes escucharían ahora.
Ok, tenemos acá el la canta amarilla.
Esa es la cinta amarilla, pero sigue más abajo, vas a conseguir Campanae. Campanae, 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 déjalo caer.
No, ok. Tenemos 11 piezas, no la veo. Está golpes de cumaco, raíces, tambores, vivencias, sangueos, aborburata, galabí y el moñongo, algo por el estilo, un golpe.
El moñongo es un vacilón, porque fíjate, también en Puerto Cabello existía el teatro Puerto Cabello, y ese teatro era la antigua casa guipuzcoana, y la antigua casa guipuzcoana era la casa monopolista que tenían los Whcr de España, por supuesto, en la época colonial, donde ellos monopolizaban todo el comercio, y allí, por supuesto, allí eran donde marcaban a los esclavizados cuando entraban legalmente a Puerto Cabello. Entonces, bueno, con el tiempo eso lo convirtieron en un teatro, y da la casualidad que en los años 40 llegó allí una bailarina mexicana llamada la Tongolele, ¿no? De esa serie de La Rupera, donde aparecía Tintán y todo eso, ¿no? Y Cantinflas. Bueno, la Tongolele era muy famosa porque movía muy bien la cadera. Entonces, ese señor que canta ahí le cantó esa canción, El Mondonguero, a la Tongolele. Bueno, entonces pon el mondonguero, mamita, que es el mondongo que usted me mandó a pedir, me mandó a buscar.
Vamos allí, vamos a escuchar El Mondonguero. ¿Y te acuerdas cuál es el grupo que interpreta esta melodía? ¿Quiénes son estos grupos que están aquí incluidos en esta producción?
No, vale, bueno, ahí está el grupo San Millán, pero aparte del grupo San Millán, que es el grupo como de mayor solidez, pero ahí también están los cultores, porque yo también exigí que participaran los cultores.
Claro.
Y este que participa allí es uno de los cultores tradicionales.
Ok, vamos a escuchar entonces El Mondonguero.
Mamita, que está el mondongo que usted me mandó a buscar. Si no lo quiere comprar en la puerta, se lo pongo. Mamita, que está el mondongo que usted me mandó a buscar. Mamita, que está el mondongo que usted me mandó a buscar.
ay Lolo.
Aje bendito, 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 aje bendito,
Bien, estamos acá en la 90.3 FM y estamos conversando con Jesús Chucho García desde Barlovento, se encuentra en Barlovento en este momento. Y bueno, nos habías dicho que tocáramos esta pieza que se llama... Aló, ¿estás allí, no? Aló, Chucho. Ajé. Que nos llega del Zulia, ¿no?
Sí.
Así que nos querías dar una explicación acerca de esta melodía. Sí, que nos ibas a decir de la pieza.
Bueno, no, esa pieza se llama G. Los instrumentos que participan allí se llaman chimbangueles. Fíjense una cosa, de los esclavizados que llegaron al sur del lago de Maracaibo, que es el lago más grande de Venezuela, llegaron esclavizados procedentes de Benín, de lo que era la antigua República de Dajomey, así como también del Calabar y de Angola. Entonces esas tres etnias convergieron en una fiesta, que es la fiesta de San Benito, que es un santo negro impuesto por la Iglesia Católica, Apostólica y Romana. Pero, sin embargo, ellos reivindican a Yahé. Por eso es que la pieza dice AG, primero dice AG, después Benito, AG, Benito, AG. Y entonces es como lo que yo llamo no sincretismo, sino paralelismo, que por un lado está la imposición de San Benito y por otro lado los antiguos esclavizados reivindicaban a AG. ¿Y quién es AG? AG en Porto Novo, en la antigua Dahomey, hoy Benín, es una deidad, ¿no? Es una deidad que vive en el lago, vive en las aguas. Es hijo de dos grandes gurú que se llaman Maú y Lisa, parieron a AG. Entonces, esa visión de AG con los antiguos esclavizados fue trasladada al sur del lago de Maracaibo. Por eso es que ustedes escuchan AG, Benito, AG. La estructura de los tambores que ustedes escucharon, que se llaman chimbangles, son tambores similar a los tambores de los EFIC-EFO, del viejo Calabar, de lo que hoy es la parte de Nigeria. Y la palabra imbangle viene de imbangala. Imbangala era una etnia de Angola. Entonces, ven ustedes cómo se fusionaron estas tres etnias para dar un resultado extraordinariamente musical, innovador, creativo de lo que es AG Benito. Y cuando va a salir San Benito de la capilla, ¿no? Todos los 26 de diciembre hasta el 1 de enero, sale precisamente con el golpe AG Benito AG, AG Benito AG, acompañado por 5 tambores chimbangueles.
Y esto se hace con toda la comunidad, ¿no? La participación de toda la comunidad.
Mira, estoy hablando, ahí más o menos son 100 chimbangles el 1 de enero.
Uh-huh.
Y estamos hablando aproximadamente de 5.000 personas.
Wow, está bien. Bien, estamos
es una expresión comunitaria, afrocatólica comunitaria.
Bien, estamos conversando con Jesús Chucho García desde Barlovento. Él es antropólogo venezolano, ha hecho también un trabajo intenso a nivel de etnomusicología y también ha escrito una serie de libros que tienen que ver con la realidad afrovenezolana, así como también con el proceso bolivariano y la realidad de los afrovenezolanos dentro de este proceso de cambio que se vive en el país. También tienes una última, creo que esta es tu última producción, por ahora esta es tu última, Jesús Chucho García, Ancestralmente en mí. Háblanos un poco de esto, porque esto es otra cosa, esto es diferente, ¿no?
Sí, claro. Bueno, yo hasta ahora he sido productor de discos también, de música tradicional afro-venezolana, como le estaba hablando. Ya son 14 producciones musicales tradicionales venezolanas, pero también he hecho producciones de reggae, de música reggae aquí en Venezuela, y de música hip hop adaptada a la cultura afro-venezolana. Y después, bueno, me propuse hacer un disco muy personal, mi disco, pues, con mis composiciones, mis canciones, y este disco Ancestralmente en mí, bueno, todas las piezas las compuse yo, y la grabé en Ginebra, con una banda multicultural también, donde participan venezolanos, afro-cubanos, participa un francés en el saxo tenor, participa también un italiano en la guitarra, y todo esto fue bajo la dirección de mi compadre, el baterista Julio de Santiago. Entonces te dijo para más o menos dar un recorrido de los aportes culturales africanos, y cómo estos ritmos se pueden combinar. Por ejemplo, Mina, que es un tambor de aquí de Barlovento, un tambor muy grande, Mina Funk, por ejemplo, con el funk de allá de Estados Unidos.
Uh-huh.
Gaita de tambora, que es el sur del lago, con reggae, por ejemplo, ¿no? Ahí esta pieza que ustedes van a escuchar es lo que vamos a llamar guaguarengue, que es una especie de guaguancó con merengue, ¿no? En su estructura rítmica. Y sobre todo el contenido de las letras son letras de reivindicación histórica, de aporte moral y político de latinos afrodescendientes.
Ya. Es una producción de Jesús Chucho García. Bueno, en esta pieza tú cantas, ¿no?
Bueno, sí, ahí lo peor es el cantante, pero los músicos son muy buenos.
Bueno, vamos a dejar que el público decida. Vamos a escuchar Ancestralmente en mí.
Vaya, pues.
¿Cuántos golpes llevaron mis ancestros? ¿Cuántos golpes en la esclavitud? ¿Cuántos golpes llevaron mis abuelos? Daomellanos, yorubas, bantú. ¿Cuántas lunas llenas de tristeza, esperando bonito amanecer? Rebelión, tambor y canto, rebelión para soñar y vencer. Anaña, 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 anaña. Imposible aprisionar el viento, imposible borrar de mi memoria. Hoy recuerdo con profundos sentimientos los aportes que hiciste a nuestra historia. Imposible aprisionar el viento, imposible borrar de mi memoria. Hoy recuerdo con profundos sentimientos los aportes que hiciste a nuestra historia.
Canto a la esperanza.
¿Y a dónde va Miguel? ¿A dónde va a buscar a Ojirara? Con cantos de libertad.
Un canto a la vida, un canto a la esperanza.
¿Dónde están los
Bien, ahí estábamos escuchando esta pieza que se llama Ancestralmente en mí, de Jesús Chucho García, quien se encuentra con nosotros. Bien, se me fue ahí la pieza, quien se encuentra con nosotros desde Barlovento. Bien, vamos de nuevo a decirle a nuestros oyentes que tú vas a estar acá este próximo 27 de febrero, esta semana que viene, a las 6 de la tarde, acá en City College. Vas a estar un poco, vienes por la actividad que hay con referencia al mes de la herencia africana. Háblanos un poco, porque en Venezuela creo que es en mayo, ¿no?
Mayo, correcto.
Háblanos un poco, cómo se logró eso y cómo fue ese proceso para que pues se reconociera la herencia afro-venezolana, la afrodescendencia.
Bueno, tú sabes que eso forma parte de una agenda histórica, ¿no? De todos los movimientos de la diáspora africana, no solo a nivel de la América y del Caribe, sino aquí incluso en Europa, ¿no? Porque en Europa hay más de 20 millones de migrantes africanos. En el caso concreto de América Latina, bueno, ha sido una lucha por reivindicar los aportes morales, políticos y sociales de las y los afrodescendientes. En este caso, en Estados Unidos, bueno, ustedes mejor conocen esta historia, el mes de la historia negra, es importante, siempre he asistido, ¿no?, a actividades que se han realizado allí, pero después de mi ida a África, durante estos últimos 5 años no había podido viajar a Estados Unidos para participar en este tipo de actividad. En el mes de mayo pasado, en una actividad de la diáspora africana que se realizó en Johannesburgo, en Sudáfrica, donde participó Jacob Zuma, participaron la mayoría de los presidentes africanos, allí a mí me correspondió ir en representación de Venezuela, y me conseguí a la doctora Malú, una profesora también de historia, promotora de la diáspora africana, y hicimos un contacto. Y ella me dijo, oye, pero tú no crees que puedas venir a Nueva York. Y yo le dije, bueno, envíeme la invitación con tiempo a ver qué puedo hacer, por referencia que estoy en Angola, y bueno, yo tengo que pedir una serie de permisos para poder ir a Estados Unidos. Entonces, bueno, fuimos más o menos delineando la idea, y hasta que se concreta, y yo también le digo, mire, recuerde que también Naciones Unidas decretó la década de los pueblos afrodescendientes, de 2013 a 2023. Entonces pienso que esa actividad pues se puede marcar en esta década, y va a ser bien interesante porque ya cumplimos una década de intentar de aplicar el plan de acción, de lo que se llamó el plan de acción de Durban, que fue la tercera conferencia contra la discriminación racial, y dimos largo combate contra el racismo. Durante esta década logramos poner el tema afro en las políticas públicas de los distintos estados, y sobre todo, más que todo, en lo que podríamos llamar los gobiernos progresistas de América Latina y del Caribe. Me refiero a Cuba, Venezuela, Ecuador, Bolivia, el mismo Brasil, Nicaragua. Ahora bien, entramos ahora en una segunda década, que es la década de los pueblos afrodescendientes, de manera de y apuntalar, sin dejar aparte el racismo, pero sí apuntalar hacia el tema de la inclusión, hacia el tema de la erradicación de la pobreza, hacia el tema de la participación política, como por ejemplo recientemente acaba de ocurrir con el triunfo de Correa. Yo había estado en noviembre en Whcr, invitado por el ministro de Relaciones Exteriores del gobierno de Correa, para discutir algunas estrategias en cuanto a la participación del los afrodescendientes en las pasadas elecciones, donde fueron por los circuitos afroecuatorianos, participaron representantes de esas comunidades, y hoy salieron para la Asamblea. Porque se trata de que en esta década debe estar marcada más por la participación política, debe estar marcada más por la erradicación de los equilibrios de desarrollo regionales que existen en nuestras comunidades, en las Américas y el Caribe. Entonces, por eso es que esta década es importante y más o menos sobre todo aspectos que va a versar mi conferencia en la ciudad de Nueva York el día miércoles.
Mira, y ahorita, por ejemplo, hay una situación muy interesante, o sea, para muchos muy, diríamos, difícil en Venezuela. El presidente Chávez todavía se mantiene pues enfermo y está aparentemente fuera pues de la opinión pública, de los medios de comunicación. ¿Cómo tú ves la situación en Venezuela? Hace más de 2 meses que el presidente le hicieron una cirugía en Cuba. En este momento se encuentra en Venezuela, pero todavía hay una gran cantidad de rumores de todo tipo, que es impresionante, porque es que hemos visto fotos de Chávez haciéndole cirugía, fotos de Chávez muerto, Chávez en un ataúd, y es una cuestión impresionante la cantidad de rumores. Pero ¿cuál es la situación del pueblo en general en Venezuela en este momento?
Bueno, en primer lugar, la situación, el presidente sigue un proceso muy complejo de su enfermedad, ¿no? Y todos aquí en Venezuela estamos a la expectativa de cualquier resultado. Pero más allá de cualquier opinión internacional, por ejemplo, recientemente opiniones que dio la representante del Departamento de Estado para América Latina, como un poco como controlando nuestro proceso que estamos viviendo, eso a nosotros en verdad nos tiene desesperado. Porque imagínense ustedes un presidente que tiene 2 meses fuera de su país y en esa situación, ya en otro país eso hubiese provocado cualquier desajuste, cualquier desbarajuste. Pero sin embargo, en nuestro país eso no ha sucedido. Es decir, nuestro país pienso que ha adquirido una madurez política y de respeto a la institucionalidad y de respeto a su líder. Cualquier desenlace que pueda pasar en este momento con respecto a la salud del presidente Chávez, el pueblo está preparado para cualquier desenlace y no vamos a aceptar ninguna injerencia extranjera. No vamos a aceptar la manipulación mediática que se está haciendo y yo pienso que el pueblo venezolano está muy consciente de esa manipulación mediática que se está haciendo. Porque hoy repito, ya en otro contexto, en cualquier otro país, algo ya hubiese sucedido. Es decir, ya las fuerzas del mal, vamos a hablar claro, el imperialismo norteamericano o el imperialismo europeo, ya hubiesen provocado actos de desestabilización. Pero sin embargo, en nuestro caso, a pesar de que ellos lo han intentado, aquí hay un pueblo que está consciente y que aspira que este proceso sea saludable. Si hay que llamar a elecciones, el pueblo irá a elección, ¿de acuerdo? Y va a reafirmar hasta ahora las ganancias que ha obtenido. El pueblo no va a perder sus pensiones. El pueblo no va a perder su educación gratuita. El pueblo no va a perder que el 80% del presupuesto se siga distribuyendo para el pueblo y no como antes, que era el 20% o el 5% que se distribuye al pueblo y el 95% que además no es la burguesía. El pueblo está muy consciente de eso y eso no lo va a perder. Entonces, la opción sigue siendo, aquí hay un proyecto de gobierno que es el proyecto Simón Bolívar, año 2013, año 2019. Y eso es lo que está establecido allí, eso no se va a perder. No nuestras contradicciones internas, pero son nuestras contradicciones que nosotros mismos la vamos a resolver.
Y sí, recuerdo que prácticamente la portavoz del Departamento de Estado había anunciado que quería o debía haber una transición, como que debía haber una transición en Venezuela, algo por el estilo. Entonces,
¿te acuerdas, William, que yo recuerdo muy claro eso cuando el golpe de Estado, que tú fuiste que me entrevistaste. Fue la primera entrevista pública que salió cuando el golpe de Estado, que nosotros vimos que eso había sido un golpe de Estado y que el pueblo ya se estaba preparando para recuperar de nuevo su constitucionalidad. Eso fue histórico, eso que hicimos en ese momento. Entonces, después ellos a partir de allí crearon lo que se llama una comisión de transición. Siempre están hablando de la transición, de la transición, de la transición. Y lo mismo esta gente lo está repitiendo otra vez y ahora lo están repitiendo sus satélites en Venezuela. Aquí no va a haber ninguna transición. Aquí la Constitución es muy clara. Si el presidente no puede continuar, se van a llamar a unas elecciones para dar continuidad. Fíjate, es distinto transición a continuidad al hilo constitucional. Y eso es lo que en este momento está en juego. Continuidad del hilo constitucional y no transición.
Bien, nosotros queremos nuevamente decirle a nuestros oyentes, estamos hablando con Jesús Chucho García, antropólogo venezolano, además encargado de la misión venezolana en Angola, y él también es autor de numerosos libros, más de 20 publicaciones, algunos dedicados, todos dedicados a la afrovenezolaridad, a los diferentes aspectos de la cultura afrovenezolana y el caribeña. Y va a estar este próximo 27 de febrero, este miércoles, a las 6 p.m., aquí en el NAC Building, el North Academy Center, en City College. Esto es en la 138 y Common Avenue, en el Salón 1202, Salón de Conferencia 1202, en el North Academy Center. Y podrán escucharlo y podrán pues conversar con él directamente este próximo miércoles, acá en el City College. Chucho, mira, siempre es un placer conversar contigo. Vamos a estar definitivamente pendientes para que vamos a estar presentes en tu charla. Y bueno, no sé si quieres decir alguna última palabra, alguna última...
¿Aló?
Sí, no sé si quieres añadir algo para ir concluyendo, ¿no?
Bueno, lo que voy a decirle a usted, bueno, es que vamos a esperarlo, vamos a darnos cita ese día. Yo pienso que ahí podemos hablar no solo de este tema, sino también temas contemporáneos de África, porque nos parece bien importante la situación de lo que está pasando en África. La intencionalidad de una nueva recolonización en África, la intención de un reparto por los recursos estratégicos de África por las empresas pirañas, de las cuales 120 están en Estados Unidos. Y bueno, podemos hablar de todo lo que la gente quiera hablar, sobre la situación de cómo están los afro en los gobiernos progresistas, cómo está la afroderecha en Colombia, cómo está actuando, cómo está la situación también del racismo y cuáles son las perspectivas del movimiento afro a nivel internacional y su relación con África. Yo creo que eso es importante.
Sí,
y quieren hablar también de temas nacionales, sobre cuál es la visión, por ejemplo, de un afro-venezolano que está viviendo en África y después del triunfo de Obama, bueno, cómo estamos viendo eso, pues eso también lo podemos discutir. No son temas candentes y estamos para eso.
Bien. Eso se ve muy bien, así que ya saben, este próximo miércoles a las 6 de la tarde acá en el NAC Building, en el North Academy Center, Salón 1202, Salón de Conferencia. Muchísimas gracias, Chucho, un abrazo. Y esta pieza con que nos estamos despidiendo, ¿cuál es?
Bueno, yo no sé cuál es.
Es Malembe, bueno, Malembe.
Ah, Malembe, es un tambor culepuya de origen de la República del Congo. Bueno, en Cosi Siquelela, Dios lo bendiga a todos y a todos tus oyentes, William.
Muchísimas gracias,
Hasta
Chucho.
luego.
Hasta luego.
Vaya.
Ay, comadre Juana, salga a bailar. Ay, comadre Juana, mene los pies. Ay, comadre Ay, compadre Juan, un paso pa'lante. Ay, comadre Ay, comadre Juana, pase pa' allá. Ay, comadre
Ay, un saludo vengo a dar, un saludo vengo a dar a este público presente. La 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 la. Ay, como me gusta el ambiente, como me gusta el ambiente, también le puedo cantar.
Y estábamos escuchando allí pues esta producción barloventeña. Música afro-barloventeña de esta producción de Jesús Chucho García. Escuchamos allí pues primero esta última que escuchábamos, que la hemos colocado nuevamente, Bocón. Antes escuchábamos un tambor de Fulía. Escuchábamos también primeramente Malembe, un tambor de mina típico de Barlovento. Y escuchamos una pieza más llamada Quichambera. Esta nos llega pues desde Barlovento. Están ustedes en la 90.3 FM. Este es su programa Raíces. Yo soy William Camacaro, quien les acompaña acá todos los domingos de 4:30 a 6:30, compartiendo con ustedes. Vamos a continuación a escuchar algo distinto. Habíamos también, antes de entrar en conversación con Chucho, habíamos escuchado a Miriam Makeba con una hermosa melodía llamada La lucha continúa, bastante también de algunos años esa melodía. Y vamos ahora a escuchar una melodía que es un poco distinta, nos llega desde Costa Rica, de la orquesta La Papaya de Manuel Obregón, quien en este momento es ministro de Cultura en Costa Rica, y la melodía se llama Catedral. Esta extraordinaria pieza Catedral que nos llega desde Costa Rica. Están ustedes en la 90.3 FM. Ven, allí me equivoqué de nuevo. Vamos a una equivocación allí. Ahora sí. Bien, ahí estábamos escuchando esa intensa melodía. Catedral se llama la pieza de la Orquesta La Papaya. Orquesta La Papaya junto a Manuel Obregón, quien ha hecho un extraordinario trabajo de recoger toda la música centroamericana, o sea, no solamente de Costa Rica, sino también de Nicaragua, de Guatemala, Honduras. Ha hecho un extraordinario trabajo para preservar la música, la tradición centroamericana, Manuel Obregón, y por tal motivo pues lo han nombrado recientemente ministro de Cultura de Costa Rica. Están ustedes en la 90.3 FM, mi nombre es William Camacaro. Ya estamos terminando, llegando al final de su programa Raíces. Quiero pues agradecerle a todos ustedes la atención prestada. Recordarles que, Jesús Chucho García, antropólogo venezolano, estará acá próximamente en la ciudad de Nueva York, este próximo 27 de febrero, día en que se celebran 21 años del llamado Caracazo en Venezuela, en donde más de 3.000 personas fueron asesinadas por el ejército venezolano en una pseudodemocracia controlada y manejada por el Fondo Monetario Internacional. Pues ese día él estará acá conversando en el NAC Building, en el North Academy Center, en la 138-135 Street, Common Avenue. El salón es el salón de conferencia 1202. Y vamos a despedirnos con algo que nos llega de Puerto Rico, una pieza que nos llega de Calle 13, una pieza llamada Latinoamérica.
Amables oyentes, en esta mañana de su radio Inti Radio. Ayayachu kaliyachu walayachu mereya kasekichis. Kaya koskolaktapiga yatata hawalaktakuna peu yarimani-kuna wekikuna panaykuna. Kunaka allintake huayrakuna chaymuka kay Puerto Rico nación manta pacha. Paykuna sutikmi Calle 13. Y las patas vemos taquita pomanchis. Chaytake sutikmi Latinoamérica. Uyari kusunchis.
Cancunapa. Soy lo que dejaron, soy toda la sobra de lo que se robaron. Un pueblo escondido en la cima, mi piel es de cuero, por eso aguanta cualquier clima. Soy una fábrica de humo, mano de obra campesina para tu consumo. Frente de frío en el medio del verano, el amor en los tiempos del cólera, mi hermano. El sol que nace y el día que muere, con los mejores atardeceres. Soy el desarrollo en carne viva, un discurso político sin saliva. Las caras más bonitas que he conocido, soy la fotografía de un desaparecido. La sangre dentro de tus venas, soy un pedazo de tierra que vale la pena una canasta con frijoles. Soy Maradona contra Inglaterra, anotándote 2 goles. Soy lo que sostiene mi bandera, la espina dorsal del planeta en mis cordilleras. Soy lo que me enseñó mi padre, el que no quiere a su patria, no quiere a su madre. Soy América Latina, un pueblo sin pierna pero que camina. Oye,
tú no puedes comprar al viento, tú no puedes comprar al sol, tú no puedes comprar la lluvia, tú no puedes comprar el calor, tú no puedes comprar las nubes, tú no puedes comprar los colores, tú no puedes comprar mi alegría, tú no puedes comprar mis dolores, tú no puedes comprar al viento, tú no puedes comprar al sol, tú no puedes comprar la lluvia, tú no puedes comprar el calor, tú no puedes comprar las nubes, tú no puedes comprar los colores, tú no puedes comprar mi alegría, tú no puedes comprar mis dolores.
tengo los lagos, tengo los ríos, tengo mis dientes pa' cuando me sonrío, la nieve que maquilla mis montañas, tengo el sol que me seca y la lluvia que me baña, un desierto embriagado con peyote, un trago de pulque para cantar con los coyotes, todo lo que necesito. Tengo a mis pulmones respirando azul clarito, la altura que sofoca. Soy las muelas de mi boca, mascando coca, el otoño con sus hojas desmayadas, los versos escritos bajo la noche estrellada, una viña repleta de uva, un cañaveral bajo el sol en Cuba. Soy el mar Caribe que vigila las casitas, haciendo rituales y agua bendita, el viento que peina mi cabello. Soy todos los santos que cuelgan de mi cuello, el jugo de mi lucha no es artificial porque el abono de mi tierra es natural.
Tú no puedes comprar el viento, tú no puedes comprar el sol, tú no puedes comprar la lluvia, tú no puedes comprar el calor, tú no puedes comprar las nubes, tú no puedes comprar los colores, tú no puedes comprar mi alegría, tú no puedes comprar mis dolores.
Não se pode comprar o vento, não se pode comprar o sol, não se pode comprar a chuva, não se pode comprar o calor, não se pode comprar as nuvens, não se pode comprar as cores, não se pode comprar minha alegria, não se pode comprar minhas dores.
No puedes comprar el sol, no puedes comprar la lluvia.
Aquí se comparte.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Señores, buenas tardes, buenas noches, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo les va? Yo encantado de estar con ustedes, de brindarle este programa Tu DF Internacional, o sea, tu domingo fantástico. Hasta las 8 de la noche, dándote tu mejor música, la mejor información, como te mereces. Te doy la línea, ¿sí? 212-650-6903. ¡Ay! William Torres, hasta las 8, junto a Virgilio Rodríguez. Rodríguez, buenas noches, buenas tardes, mejor dicho, ahí me confundo. Yo le doy las dos, por si acaso.
Está bien. Buenas tardes. Gracias a todos los amigos oyentes que cada domingo nos acompañan. Es para nosotros un placer estar de nuevo aquí. Este es su domingo fantástico.
No, es un placer grandísimo. Saludos para toda mi gente, especialmente la que están en sintonía. La verdad, hazme saber que tú estás en sintonía, por favor. Hazme ese favor. Rafael. Ambiente Alberto. La señora Margarita. ¡Feliz! El cocodrilo. Ese coco va a matar a Félix un día de esto. Esos tipos tienen unos relajos ahí en la bodega ahí de Rafael Caraballo, en Margarita Grocery.
Sí.
Ay. También yo creo que está Pelán por ahí, Bonajer. Un paquetón de gente en sintonía.
Con la pequeña gigante, tu 90.3 FM. Oye, y tenemos motivo, Virgilio, para celebrar el día de hoy. Hoy es totalmente dominicano el programa. ¿Por qué? Hoy estamos a 24. En 3 días estamos celebrando la independencia. Un año más de la gesta patriota en la República Dominicana.
Claro, motivo de alegría, ¿no? Estamos casi en la víspera del 27 de febrero. Día nacional.
Sí, sí, sí. Hay gozadera total. Aunque muchos celebran por beber romo.
Bueno, tú sabes que hay de todo. La República Dominicana es una feria.
Ay.
Allá se celebra todo.
No hay dinero de que para comer, pero para beber sí hay siempre.
No, y si no hay romo, no, la fiesta no está completa.
¡Qué alegres somos!
Es una de nuestras características.
Sí, si no hay motivo siempre lo buscamos.
Seguro.
Nos identificamos con eso. Música y romo.
Romo y cerveza.
Ay, mamacita. Pues dale volumen, cógete ahí, flaco. Miami. Y el mundo enterito.
Ay, yo me vuelvo loco, cierro mi merengue, ay, yo me vuelvo loco, es verdad.
sabe de cosas buenas. Que el hombre que no se casa, carajo, no sabe de cosas buenas. Tiene que saber buscarla a ella, que no le se la chuflora. Tiene que saber buscarla a ella, que no le se la chuflora. Toda la mujer chiflera siempre tiene mala forma. Toda la mujer chiflera siempre tiene mala forma. Como el marido es amarga, con detracción dulzona. Como el marido es amarga, ella con detracción dulzona. Necesito esas tres cosas. Un hombre para casarse, es duro. Necesito esas tres cosas. Un caballo, una silla, una mujer buena moza. Un caballo, una silla, una mujer buena moza. No hay carretera sin puente en puente. Y metes sin barandilla, sube. No hay carretera sin puente. Fíjate su maravilla, toda la mujer chiflera se le hincha la, toda la mujer chiflera se le hincha la. Rodilla, la rodilla, la rodilla. ¡Dale! ¡Arriba! Muchachas, deja algo para ahorita que lo va a necesitar. Te dije que no te fuera yo y me cabe su visita. Por ese camino solo sabe Dios lo que tú hiciste. Por ese camino solo, Arely, sabe Dios lo que tú hiciste. Todas las mujeres tienen en el cuerpo complicado. Dios mío, todas las mujeres tienen en el cuerpo complicado. Pero más para abajo tiene la pobre que muchachito. Pero más para abajo tienen ella la pobre que muchachito.
¡Ay, qué rico!
Y el hombre que yo enamoro es responsable, para que no se mortifique. Y el hombre que yo enamoro es responsable, para que no se mortifique. Me lo llevo para mi casa, para que otra no me lo quite. Me lo llevo para mi casa yo, pa' que otra no me lo quite.
Yo te lo doy y yo te lo doy.
¡Oye, Julio César! ¡Llegó la jeva! Y me dice Miami, Miki. Rafaelito, Julio César. Y Milanis. La mujer que tiene uno y con su marido dos. La mujer que tiene uno, nana, y con su marido dos. el día que se muera, no le ve la cara a Dios. Adiós. El día que se muera esa que está allí, no le ve la cara a Dios. Que la mujer que tiene 3 y con su marido 4, esa sí goza. La mujer que tiene 3 por ahí no gusta y con su marido 4. Tiene la cara de gente y la conciencia de un gato. Tiene la cara de gente y la conciencia de un gato. ¡Qué gato, gato, gato! Dale Laura, la mina. Dale Laura, la mina para verte de mamá. Y te traje un pedacito de tu cabeza semaná. Y te traje un pedacito de tu cabeza semaná. Yo sé bien que a ti te gusta. De tu cabeza semaná. Yo sé bien que a ti te gusta. De tu cabeza semaná. Pero te lo voy mañana. Hasta mañana mañana. Pero te lo voy mañana. Hasta mañana mañana. Yo te lo doy. Mañana. 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 Te lo doy. Dime, yo te lo voy a dar mañana, pero si te desesperas yo no te doy nada. Tú te lo pierdes. Ah, lo sabes, muchachita buena moza, cabello caracoleado. Tu hermano tiene que ser mi novio y tú mi cuñado. Señores del alma, muchas gracias de todo corazón. Lamentablemente la vieja Puebla tiene sus compromisos y además de eso vienen más artistas por acá. Gracias de corazón, les quiero mucho. Gracias del alma. Feliz resto de la tarde, bye bye. Y mijo.
Oye, vieja al paso, vieja. Señores, tengo línea telefónica. Hola, buenas tardes, buenas noches.
Buenas noches, William Torres.
Ese mismo, junto a Virgilio Rodríguez aquí.
A los dos, saluditos para los dos especiales.
Oye, se parece al Capone hoy, con una gorra ahí que parece un policía secreto.
Ah, pues está bueno. Ay, cómo está la vaina.
Ay, mamacita.
Uno con uno, las espaldas, ¿no?
No, ¿qué pasó?
Bueno, dije.
Ajá.
Me aclaro.
Claro.
Cuídense, cómo está la cosa ahora mismo, hoy en día.
¿Cómo está la cosa?
Malísima.
¿Cómo que
Tigreada en
mala?
la calle, todo, tú sabes.
No, la cosa está buenísima.
Sí, ya sé que está buenísima, gracias Señor.
Ajá.
Estoy feliz porque mi viejo está mejor.
Qué bueno, gracias
Yo
a
voy
Dios.
a verlo ya mismo.
Ah, qué bien.
Y yo también te tengo mi vecina en sintonía ahí.
¿Cuál es
Estaba
tu-
hablando de su radio ahí.
¿Cuál es tu
Oye,
vecina? ¿Cuál es?
Vicky Blanco y su esposo Marco.
Ah, pues un saludote bien grandote para esa gente.
Ahí te están escuchando, que le ponga Princesa de Zacarías, no sé quién la canta.
Ajá.
Saludos a Ana María que está por aquí. Y saludos para todos esos fieles oyentes ahí de la 90.3. Y a mí me pone, tú sabes cuál es la mía.
Sí, cómo no, ¿cuál es? Dime.
Una bachatica que siempre me ha puesto. Bueno, un popurrí.
Ah, un poco río.
Salud. Hola, mi amor.
Hola, mi amor.
No, espérate.
Ah, coño, ya me extrañaba que una...
Virgilio.
Ah.
Hola, los dos.
Hola,
Ya,
¿cómo estás?
Me ilusioné.
Saludos a Rosita por ahí también.
Da saludada.
Escuchando a Evelyn. A Geraldito.
También.
Y a Ramón Sierra. No me digas Sierra.
Bye.
Aquí estamos.
Ajá. Sigan ahí.
Con un frío aquí tremendo.
Mire, hombre, bye.
Un beso, te quiero mucho.
Yo también te quiero un montón. A los dos se les fue una. Hola, buenas.
Hello.
Helota.
Buenas noches, William Torres.
Hola, Rosita Genao.
Hola, Vigilio.
Hola, Rosita.
Ay, ¿cómo están ustedes? Ay, me encanta. A mí lo que me gusta ahorita es llorando.
Ay, oye esa vaina, oye, qué cónchole, pero venga acá, Serapio Silva, como decía.
Pero tú lloras muy bonito. Ay, uy,
Pero
del alma.
¿cómo está la vida?
La vida está buenísima.
Ah, qué bueno.
Felicidades para todos los dominicanos, incluyendo
Ay, mamá.
todos nosotros, que somos puros de verdad.
Y otro, uno es puro y las mujeres son puras. Sí, porque un hombre llamado ser pura es bajo dudoso.
Ay, pero yo conozco a alguien que se llama pura.
¿Un hombre?
No, una mujer.
Ah, sí, pero eso yo digo que los hombres son puros y las mujeres son puras. Pero eso es. Pero un hombre llamado pura está media dudosa.
William.
Ese es mi nombre.
¿Tu familia está bien?
Dios gracias.
¿Y la tuya, Vigilio?
Muy bien, muy bien.
Parece que no está escuchando la radio, que no le ha mandado los saludos. O sea, le toca la espalda en la noche de hoy. A Mr. Ureña.
Mi amiga querida, a Milagro
Fernández.
Un saludo para ella y toda su familia.
Ajá.
Y para Miami, voy a decir así, al Flaco y familia.
El Flaco y familia.
Ruso y familia.
Ajá.
Geraldito y familia.
Ajá.
Doña Carmen Núñez y toda su familia.
Ya está imitando a Geraldito. Dice a todos. Oye, Virginia, ella dice a todos. Y
Sí.
comienza
Sí.
a Geraldito, a fulanito, a fulanito. Si dijiste... ándale para acá, chino.
No, a Evelyn también, a Victoria, mi amiga, que me está oyendo por ahí. Y para toda tu gente, Rafael Caraballo, que ya le aprendí el nombre. Margarita y toda tu familia.
No es fácil, ¿no?
Son tus amigos, son amigos de nosotros también.
Clarín que sí.
Claro que sí.
Ajá.
Y ya tú sabes lo que a mí me gusta. Y para el Vagamundito y su hermano y mi querido fiel, donde quiera que
Donde
se encuentre.
quiera el fiel de la radio. El matatán de aquí.
Así mimito, así que si me queda uno, tú sabes que le voy a mandar yo saludos a Taisita de Sosúa,
Ajá.
que nos mandó en estos días, no sé, muchos saluditos.
Ajá.
Y ya ustedes saben, aquí estoy, ponme de lo que me gusta a mí.
Ajá.
Ya tú sabes.
Ok.
Entonces se me volvió hoy.
Aburabul.
Ay, qué lindo de sopa.
¡Yupi! ¡Bar! Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenas.
Hola, William.
Hola, Eve. Apellido Lin, ¿qué de tu vida?
Tranquilita aquí oyéndote con mi mamá.
Más te
con
vale.
mi hermana.
Ajá.
Un saludo para ti.
Gracias mil.
Arismendi.
García.
Martín.
De la Cruz.
Odari.
Díaz.
Rosita.
Genao.
Milagro.
Fernández.
Betty.
Eso mismo.
Sergia.
También lo mismo.
Y para decirte que aquí estoy con mi mamá y mi hermana y estoy aquí oyéndote.
Dámele un abrazo a cada una de ellas, ¿ok? Bien apretadote. Bye bye, te me cuidas. Gracias por la sintonía.
¡Oye, Julio César!
No, William Torres. Que Julio César ni 8-4, esta vieja está loca.
Y Valencia en Miami.
Dime, cuéntame, dame un adelanto de lo que me tiene aquí en las noticias, que Rafael está desesperado. ¿Qué me dice de allá, principalmente de la República Dominicana?
Bueno, de la República Dominicana hay poca cosa, tú sabes, porque no pude editar las noticias como de costumbre, pero hay alguna, como por ejemplo, tengo aquí que extraditan a los Estados Unidos a presunto asesino. Esto fue porque mató a uno aquí en Estados Unidos y lo van a traer para Pensilvania.
¿Desde la República Dominicana?
Sí, sí.
No, que lo traigan para acá, que pague lo que hizo.
El Vaticano responde a supuestos escándalos. Millonaria campaña de Obama. Buscan frenar la gripe aviar, extraditan.
Ya, no le dé más. Pero ven acá, ahorita no van a querer oírla. Esos son los titulares, los detalles en 5 minutos.
Manuel Parfere. Va a comprar un camión cargado de leña. Va a comprar un camión
cargado de leña, para la cocina de María Morena, para la cocina de María Morena, ay que de María Morena, para la cocina. Yo sí siento pena, oír los lamentos de María Morena, oír los lamentos de María Morena, ay que de María Morena, oír los lamentos.
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
Adonis Fermín, con mucha razón, Adonis Fermín, con mucha razón, miéntame prodigio en la grabación, miéntame prodigio en la grabación, ahí en la grabación, miéntame prodigio.
Ese prodigio toca. ¡Ay! ¡Cosita! El palito es bueno, ¡ay, mamacita! Como lo aprieta y lo acaricia. Bandí de película. Señores, llegamos a la parte más importante, la parte informativa. En tu 90.3 FM y tu DF Internacional. Virgilio Rodríguez, con todo lo que está pasando en el mundo. Adelante, viejo.
Gracias, William. Buenas tardes, amigos. Estas son las informaciones. Padre enfrenta cargos. En el Bronx, el padre de un niño de 5 años, quien supuestamente se disparó accidentalmente en el hombro, fue arrestado, informó ayer la policía. Dani Pantoja, de 33 años, progenitor del menor herido, enfrenta cargos por poner en peligro la vida de un menor y posesión ilícita de un arma. El menor fue llevado al hospital después que su papá fue detenido por agentes de la uniformada por hablar por teléfono mientras conducía. Al principio, el padre declaró a la policía que su hijo fue herido durante un robo en el Bronx. Luego cambió la versión. Al parecer, el pequeño se disparó en el hombro mientras jugaba con la pistola. También expresó que su hijo, mayor de 11 años, fue quien disparó el arma. El incidente ocurrió el viernes alrededor de las 10:30 de la mañana en la sección Morrisania del Bronx. En otra información, joven es atropellado en Manhattan. Un hombre murió atropellado por un automóvil en el Upper East Side, dijo la policía. El sábado, a eso de la 1:10 de la madrugada, un hispano de 23 años fue atropellado por un Honda Sedán azul del 1993 en el carril central de la autopista FDR. La víctima fue identificada como Jason Morales, de 23 años. Sufrió un golpe severo al cuerpo y falleció en el hospital metropolitano, según el reporte policial. El conductor permaneció en el lugar del accidente. Hasta el momento no se sospecha de criminalidad alguna en este caso. En otra información, arrestan empleado de la MTA en Brooklyn. Un empleado de la Autoridad de Transporte MTA fue arrestado ayer en Brooklyn por conducir bajo la influencia del alcohol, informó la policía. Agentes de la uniformada ayer a eso de la 1:30 de la madrugada encontraron a Luis Rosario, de 49 años, durmiendo dentro de un automóvil Acura 2010 que estaba encendido y mal estacionado en la esquina de las avenidas Nostrand y Vernon en Bedford-Stuyvesant. Rosario recibió la prueba de alcoholemia y esta confirmó que estaba ebrio. En otra información, millonaria campaña de Obama en Nueva York, el equipo político del presidente Barack Obama lanzó un esfuerzo para recolectar $50 millones entre sus partidarios más ricos para impulsar la agenda de su segundo mandato, reportó ayer el diario The New York Times. La campaña, denominada Organizándose para la Acción, tiene el potencial de convertirse en una de las mayores operaciones de cabildeo de Washington, según el rotativo. Pero la campaña ha sumido al presidente y a sus ayudantes a un limbo de financiamiento de campañas con pocas reglas claras, amplio potencial para influyentismo y ningún precedente real en la política nacional, criticó. El personal de la campaña ha dejado en claro que busca sumar solo un número reducido de contribuyentes por parte de donantes ricos, empezando por una aportación de $500,000 por persona, de acuerdo con estrategas demócratas. The New York Times señaló que la organización tiene un estatus libre de impuestos, por lo cual no aplican los límites federales de contribuciones. Además, tiene planeado dar a conocer los nombres de los donantes de manera voluntaria. La campaña de Obama surge en momentos que el presidente impulsa una apretada agenda de temas en su segundo mandato, que históricamente es considerado como un periodo para establecer su legado político, sin las limitantes de enfrentar de nuevo a los votantes. En otra información desde México, la Comisión de Medio Ambiente de la Asamblea Legislativa solicitó a las secretarias de Agricultura y de Salud trabajar de manera coordinada para implementar un cerco sanitario y evitar que el virus de gripe aviar se propague a granjas avícolas de la zona metropolitana del Valle de México. El presidente de este grupo de trabajo legislativo, Jesús Sepna Suárez, consideró que el gobierno capitalino debe tomar medidas para no permitir la comercialización de aves y sus derivados que puedan tener alto riesgo de estar infectados con el virus. Por otro lado, extraditan a los Estados Unidos a presunto asesino. En Santo Domingo, las autoridades extraditaron a Estados Unidos a un dominicano acusado de matar a otro a puñaladas en Filadelfia durante un incidente ocurrido en 1994. Francisco Guillermo Miranda Guerrero Papolo fue entregado por Migración y la Dirección Nacional de Control de Drogas DNCD a agentes de la U.S. Marshals, que lo trasladaron a Pensilvania, donde será juzgado por el asesinato internacional de George Álvarez Velázquez. Los federales recogieron al imputado en el Aeropuerto Internacional de las Américas, AILA, y se lo llevaron en el vuelo 488 de Delta Airlines. La DNCD dijo que Miranda Guerrero enfrenta cargos por homicidio en un tribunal de justicia de juicios ordinarios de la División Penal de Condado de North Danton. El apresamiento del prófugo se produjo en enero pasado en base a la orden de arresto 270-2011 emitida mediante resolución por la Suprema Corte de Justicia el 16 de marzo del 2011. Seguimos con otra información desde Ciudad del Vaticano. El Vaticano arremetió ayer contra la persona por difundir lo que describió como reportes falsos y difamatorios antes del cónclave en el que se elegirá al sucesor del Papa Benedicto XVI, considerándolos un intento por influir en la elección. En los últimos días, los periódicos italianos han publicado abundantes artículos sin mencionar fuentes acerca del contenido de un expediente secreto preparado para el Papa por 3 cardenales que investigan el escándalo del 2012 sobre las filtraciones de documentos del Vaticano. Los artículos han insinuado que las revelaciones en el expediente entregado en diciembre a Benedicto XVI fueron un factor en la decisión del pontífice de renunciar. El Papa solo ha dicho que ya carece de la fortaleza mental y física para continuar en el cargo y que lo dejará el 28 de febrero. En otra información desde Caracas, mientras los seguidores del presidente Hugo Chávez oran y sus más cercanos colaboradores afirman que tuvieron una larga reunión de trabajo de más de 5 horas con él, los adversarios del mandatario ponen en duda los reportes oficiales y exigen que se diga la verdad sobre su salud. Chávez, que lucha contra complicaciones después de su última cirugía de cáncer el 11 de diciembre, permanece en un hospital recibiendo tratamiento por problemas respiratorios y respira a través de una cánula traquear que le está dificultando el habla temporalmente, según el más reciente reporte médico. En otra desde Nueva York, la exdirectora del Museo del Barrio, una de las principales instituciones culturales hispanas de Nueva York, radicó una queja judicial contra el museo acusándolo de discriminarla por ser mujer y de generar un ambiente de trabajo hostil y contra ella. Margarita Aguilar, quien nació en Cuba, interpuso su queja en la División de Derechos Humanos del Estado de Nueva York, dijo su abogado Donald Defner. En la querella, que trascendió inicialmente en el portal de ABC News y Univision, Aguilar asegura que fue discriminada por uno de los dirigentes del museo, quien le dijo que perdiera peso y se depilara las cejas, entre otros comentarios ofensivos, dijo Defner. El abogado también explicó que los directivos de la institución no la dejan ejercer su responsabilidad y criticaban sus decisiones, como cuando Aguilar despidió a uno de los empleados. En otra información desde Johannesburgo, que Pistorio diga la verdad. El padre de la novia del atleta Oscar Pistorio dijo a un periódico sudafricano que el atleta que tendrá que vivir con su conciencia si está mintiendo sobre la forma en que la mató. El periódico Bild, en su edición de ayer, cita a Barry Stemkamp diciendo que Pistorius sufrirá solo si es falsa su versión de que asesinó de forma accidental a la modelo Ridva Stemkamp, de 29 años. Barry Stemkamp indicó que un día podría perdonar a Pistorius, a quien de niño le amputaron las dos piernas, solo si el atleta está diciendo la verdad. Al margen del drama en el Tribunal de Justicia que mantiene en vilo a Sudáfrica, la familia de Ridva, asesinada a tiros, se ha sumido en un cúmulo de dolor, frustración y confusión. Y por último, Armstrong, a responder al gobierno desde Washington, del Departamento de Justicia de Estados Unidos, se sumó a una demanda contra el ciclista Lance Armstrong, según la cual el 7 veces campeón del Tour de Francia ocultó su uso de estimulantes y defraudó a su patrocinador, el equipo representante del Servicio Nacional de Correos. La demanda sostiene que los ciclistas del equipo US Postal Service, incluido Armstrong, violaron a sabiendas sus acuerdos con el servicio de correos al usar regularmente sustancias prohibidas y métodos para mejorar su desempeño. Lance Armstrong y su equipo de ciclismo recibieron más de $30 millones del Servicio Nacional de Correos en base a su promesa contractual de actuar limpiamente y respetar las reglas, incluso las reglas contra el dopaje, dijo el viernes el fiscal federal Ronald Machen, cuya oficina maneja el caso. Servicio Postal ha visto su patrocinio asociado injustamente con lo que se ha descrito como el programa de dopaje más sofisticado, profesionalizado y exitoso que el deporte haya visto jamás. Desde 1996 al 2004, el Servicio Postal patrocinó el equipo profesional de ciclismo de Tywin Sport Corporation y Armstrong era el principal corredor. Entre 1999 y 2004 ganó 6 títulos consecutivos del Tour de Francia. La demanda agrega que Johan Bruckning, el director del equipo, sabía que los ciclistas usaban estimulantes y facilitaba esa práctica. Hasta aquí las informaciones para Domingo Fantástico y la 90.3. Les informó Virgilio Rodríguez. Buenas noches.
Quien sueña con ella he sido yo, quien sufre por ella he sido yo, quien la tiene a ella no soy yo.
Soy yo, mami, Luis Vargas, el rey supremo, mami. No te confundas, chichi. Pícale, pícale, pícale. Sí. El mundo va a escuchar una bachata de novela ahora. Suena rubia, la guitarra láser. Tú tienes un encanto que a cualquiera trastorna. Por eso yo ando loco de amor. Hasta de madrugada camino por tu barrio. Ya piensa el vecindario que yo soy un ladrón. Tú que sabes lo que hago, dile que no soy malo. Lo que pasa es que te amo y perdí la razón. Tú que sabes lo que hago, dile que no soy malo. Lo que pasa es que te amo y perdí la razón. Ahora todos se acuestan temprano porque temen que se joven raro. Algo se puede robar, algo se puede robar. La patrulla me está vigilando, está pendiente de todo lo que hago para poderme arrestar, para poderme arrestar. Pero se van a quedar con los crespos hechos, porque la semana entrante me disfrazaré. Voy a llegar diciendo que soy jardinero, y todas las mañanitas, cuando tú salgas en batica, yo te veré, yo te veré, yo te veré, yo te veré, corazón, y te hablaré, y te hablaré, y te hablaré de mi amor. Yo te veré, yo te veré, yo te veré, corazón, y te hablaré, y te hablaré, y te hablaré de mi amor. Un hombre enamorado es capaz de todo, mi mami. Ahora va a sonar la guitarra láser, la americana. Cógelo ahí. Bachata de guerra, compadre, pero de guerra de amor. Tengo muchos planes para amarte, mi vida, y si alguno me falla, practico los demás. Al frente de tu casa pondré una tiendecita, solo con el pretexto de poderte mirar.
¡Ay, qué rico!
Las cosas que tú compres te las doy con caricias. Yo sé que tú me pagas con amor y algo más. Las cosas que tú compres te las doy con caricias. Yo sé que tú me pagas con amor y algo más. Por las tardes me vuelvo carretero y en una bicicleta te llevo todas mis cartas de amor, todas mis cartas de amor. Para no marcharme tan ligero, tú me dices delante de tu viejo, no me sentinto, señor.
¡Dale, mi Fernández!
No me sentinto, señor.
¡Milagro!
Voy a ser el enfermo del corazón para que el médico diga que sí es verdad, que tengo un mal que solo se puede curar con una linda muchachita que vive allá en una casita y en la receta me ponga tu dirección y así podré curarme de este dolor y dejaré de ser un loco de amor y así podré curarme de este dolor y dejaré de ser un loco de amor.
Igualito a mí, dichoso para enamorarme, pero fatal para conseguírmela. Saludos para mi gente en el Bronx, doña Carmen Núñez y familia completa, la gente buena.
Hasta el fin del mundo.
No, ya yo tiré la toalla, yo no voy a seguir más. Ah, no, pues yo no. Ahí deja eso.
No me importan los peligros, no me importa nada, porque la amo con todas las fuerzas de mi corazón. Y que digan por ahí que estoy loco. Soy loco.
Loco, pero por ella. Ahí me río yo, ahí se confunde la risa con el llanto. Hola, 7:26 hasta las 8 de la noche. Tu DF Internacional, William Torres, dándote por donde más te duele, dándote por el pelao, como dicen en la República Dominicana.
El rey supremo, mami.
El rey.
No te confundas, chichi.
No, hombre, no, muchacho, y que no exagere, deja esa vaina. Oye, 650-6903. Comunícate conmigo, saluda a tu gente. Hoy me dejan solito, Ah, no, Rosita está por ahí. Fernández Milagros. Hola.
El mundo va a escuchar.
Y voy para allá que voy. Recordando las viejitas, principalmente esta, que evolucionó la bachata con sentido, con letras lindas. ¡Mami!
Voy para allá, voy a buscar la mujer que me domina. La buscaré, la traeré, aunque el mundo me lo impida. Bendita sean todas las mujeres, india, blanca y morena, que con su voz y su color hacen que yo me muera. Voy para allá, aunque llueva o aunque se hunda la tierra, yo llegaré y la besaré, aunque pelee con cualquiera. Eso es mío. Desde que tú me engañaste, porque te fuiste y me dejaste. Si soy el macho de tu vida, mami, no soy culpable de que esa boda la impidieran tu familia. Voy para allá, aunque haya candel, porque sé que tú me quieres, mami. Yo soy el hombre que te enseñó a querer y te hizo sentir mujer. mami, hablo en contra de ella.
Que voy para allá.
Es que me gusta esa mujer.
Que voy para allá.
Amigo mío, si la ve.
Que voy para allá.
Dígale, dígale, dígale.
Que voy para allá.
Dígale, dígale, dígale.
Que voy para allá.
Mami, mami, abre la ventana.
Que voy para allá.
Mami, mami, abre la persiana.
Que voy para allá.
Pónteme bien, pónteme bien.
Que voy para allá. Que voy para allá. Que voy para allá. Que voy para allá.
Desde que tú me engañaste, tengo el corazón de acero. Y de mis labios solo salen
WHCR 90.3 FM, New York.
que tú me estás pegando cuerno, maldita. Que tu amor ya lo perdí, que es ajeno. No me apena, no me apena. Tengo el pecho hecho una piedra que no le entran ni puñales. Y la culpa tú la tienes por todas tus falsedades. Ay, mi amor, tú me estás pegando cuerno. Que tu amor ya lo perdí, que es ajeno. No me apena, no me apena. Corazón de acero tengo yo, tu maldito amor, que no lo quiero. Corazón de acero tengo yo, porque tu amor me engañó. Mambo.
¡Dominicanos!
Cariñito de mi vida, dime Dios por qué te fuiste, porque estoy sufriendo solo y es por culpa de tu amor. Hoy yo me siento tan triste y de eso tú eres culpable. Si a ti te quiero yo tanto que no sé ni lo que hacer. Le pido a Dios que me ayude a conseguir ese amor. Espero en Dios que mañana tú compartas con mi amor. Espero en Dios que mañana tú compartas con mi amor. Y dile así Jesús Araujo, mamá, mucho mamá. Tú tienes un caminar que a cualquiera vuelves loco, pero como te conozco, eso a mí no me hace nada. Dile a ese hombre que tú tienes que ya no tema por mí, aunque la ande coqueteando, tú no me interesas a mí. Yo tengo una muchacha que esa sí me hace gozar, con su perfume me amarra y no me quiere soltar. Mi muchachita, señor, qué buena está, yo la quiero para mí. Qué buena está, para mí solo la quiero. Qué buena está, yo la quiero para mí. Qué buena está, qué buena está. Papito produce. He pasado todo el tiempo buscándote a mi mujer. He pasado todo el tiempo buscándote a mi mujer. Y tú con tu larga espera dices que no puede ser. Y tú con tu larga espera dices que no puede ser. Tú no tienes sentimiento, tú no tienes corazón. Tú no tienes sentimiento, tú no tienes corazón. Mira cómo yo te quiero y mira cómo tú me pagas. Yo te quiero y mira cómo tú me pagas. Mami, tú lo sabes que por ti lo perdí todo. Mami, tú lo sabes que por ti lo perdí todo. Te voy a dejar aunque tengas que pelear. Me dejaste mujer. Cuatro paredes a solas conmigo. Como yo lloramos y cómo sufrimos. Es lo que siento en mi alma, porque tú no me comprendes y me hace perder la calma. Mátame, mi amor, si tú eres confort, si a ti yo te lo di todo, ¿qué más quieres tú de mí? Quiera Dios que encuentre un hombre en tu vida que te dé todo el cariño que quizás yo no te di. Quiera Dios que encuentre un hombre en tu vida que te dé todo el cariño que quizás yo no te di. Oye, te chingue. Dime. Cántala esa boca. Quedando solo desde que tú te fuiste. No te había enamorado. ¿Cómo me siento ahora? No importa que critiquen, que digan lo que quieran. Si no vuelve a mi lado, me moriré de amor. Ay, Dios mío, ¿qué yo hago? No sé vivir así. Si no vuelve a mi lado, no puedo ser feliz, dice el coro. Vuelve, 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 vuelve pronto, vuelve, que si no vuelve, oye Carmen, me moriré de amor. Vuelve, 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 Largo, no te rías, Largo. Pronto, vuelve, que si no vuelves, me moriré de amor. Asesina, dije tu mamá. Me moriré de amor. Me dejaste y no me diste nada. Me moriré de amor. Hija de tu mamá. Me moriré de amor. Recuerdo aquellos días. Me moriré de amor. Cuando tú me decías, me moriré de amor. Te quiero, me moriré de amor. Te quiero, me moriré de amor. Todo eso era falso. Me moriré de amor. Dame la guitarra entonces. Me moriré de amor.
No se ría, que esto es en serio. Me puso de relajo. La mamá me dejó solito en el hotel. Ay.
Un chiste el trovador ahí para hacer.
Dale un chin, dale un chin. ¿Quién te da más que esta estación 90.3 sin comercial? William Torres, sin cesar. Si no me para, yo sigo, ¿ok? Lo único que me para es el teléfono. Hay continuidad en lo musical. Solo aquí en tu 90.3 FM. Aler, Zacarías.
Dime que no es cierto que hoy piensas marcharte y que solamente irás de viaje un tiempo. Dime que pronto de vuelta tú estarás y que a mi lado todavía quieres estar. Que si del todo te vas, yo no quiero ni pensar lo que será de mi vida. Dime que no hay nada que en ti pueda reemplazarme, que es amor del bueno el que vives conmigo, y que en mis noches tu luz me alumbrarás, y aunque estés lejos en mí vas a pensar que nunca me olvidarás, y que hoy no quieres más de lo que tú habías soñado, que te has enamorado. Miénteme nada más, que la duda ya no está, que soy tu felicidad, que por mí darías la vida. Dime simplemente que no vas a dejarme, que irte de mi lado no pasó por tu mente, y que en mis noches tu luz me alumbrará. Aunque estés lejos, en mí vas a pensar que nunca me olvidarás y que hoy me quieres más de lo que tú habías soñado, que te has enamorado. Piénseme que yo te lo creo, que soy tu más actual deseo, pero no quiero que me digas que por mí tu vida ya no siente nada. Piénseme que yo te lo creo, aunque así se me rompe el alma, porque es mejor creer en que me amas. Mira, no te vayas, quédate conmigo y no me dejes, no te alejes de mí. Comprende que sin ti yo me puedo morir. Comprende por favor que no es fácil vivir sabiendo que tu amor no será para mí. Miénteme que yo te creo, que soy tu más actual deseo, pero no quiero que me digas que por mí tu vida ya no siente nada. Quédate mi amor, ay, 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 quédate conmigo.
Hoy no es sábado, hoy es domingo, pero doy yapa también los domingos. Ay, mamá. ¡Yupi! Nadie puede conmigo.
Si en verdad te vas, déjame intentarlo. Quizás con un beso pueda salvar nuestro amor. En tu afán de hoy, vaya soledad.
¿Quieres ñapa? ¿Quieres ñapa? Toma ñapa, hombre. 7:44. En 16 me voy. Rafa Caraballo.
Besarte ahora, amor, con todo el alma. Puedo robarte un beso solo con la mirada. Siento que te amo más, que hoy me gustas más. Es algo singular, me sobran las palabras.
De parte de Margarita.
pasado, porque estamos enamorados, porque me quieres y yo a ti. Yo soy feliz con solo tenerte en mis brazos, porque teniéndote a mi lado puedo cantar y sonreír. Pero me duele porque yo temo que te llegue a perder, y te lo digo porque yo todo te había confiado a ti. Te quiero tanto que nunca he pensado en cambiarte, mujer. Estoy conforme y tú eres la única que me gusta a mí, porque me quieres por amor y siempre buscas lo mejor para mí, porque comprendes, corazón, que soy un hombre que vive solo por ti. Te quiero, te amo, te adoro, mi vida. Siempre he respetado tu imagen divina. Te llevo en mi mente de noche y de día. Eres mi presente y yo tu alegría. Ay, mamá, no me gusta esa vaina. Esto me llena, ¿eh? Gracias, mi amor, por permitirme conocerte. Mi corazón estaba inerte y tú me hiciste revivir. Nunca habrá fin, nos amaremos para siempre. Si somos seres diferentes, pero sabemos convivir. Y te agradezco por darme la oportunidad solo a mí y amarte tanto y quererte siempre con loca pasión. Eres lucero que alumbra mi camino, mi realidad. Por eso pienso que seremos la pareja más feliz, porque te quiero por amor y siempre buscas lo mejor para mí, porque comprendes, corazón, que soy un hombre que vive solo por ti. Te quiero, te amo, te adoro, mi vida. Siempre he respetado tu imagen divina. Te llevo en mi mente de noche y de día. Eres mi presente y yo tu alegría.
Ya yo se lo he dicho, pero no quieren nada conmigo esa condenada. 7:52. Señores, estaba haciéndole una reservación especial, sumamente especial, en primera clase, ok, para mañana, que siga la continuación de la música latina aquí en tu estación 90.3 FM. Mañana a las 10, con variedades latinas, tu impacto musical de New York. Los Matatanes, Arismendi Mendi el Fiel. Primer programa aquí en tu 90.3 en FM en español. Primero que dijo tierra aquí en esta estación en español. Arismendi Mendi el Fiel, Punto de la Cruz.
Porque estamos enamorados.
Firme ahí como un cañón haitiano, como dice él.
Y yo a ti.
Martincito, se te quiere de corazón.
Yo soy feliz solo tenerte en mis brazos.
Señores, ya saben, una reservación sumamente especial para ustedes. Variedades latinas. Y no en 1 hora y media que yo tengo nada. Ellos tienen 4 horas. 4 horas dándote cañón y información.
Y te lo digo.
Pero no nos vamos todavía. Cójalo ahí, dominicano. 27 de febrero. Un año más de ser libre e independiente de toda potencia América. De cualquier nacionalidad, pero libres. ¡Yupi, Rosita! A le encanta, ¿eh? Rafael Caraballo. A Milagro Fernández. Al Flaco Miami. ¡Yay! ¡Ay, Dios, bola!
Yo conocí a una viuda cuando el marido murió. Yo conocí a una viuda cuando el marido murió. Le hice una guiñadita, ella me correspondió. Pero bueno, ¿qué le pasaba a la viuda? Saqué de pena y lo llevé a descansar. Que lo saqué de pena y lo llevé a descansar. Que lo saqué de pena y lo llevé a descansar. Que lo saqué de pena y lo llevé a descansar. Esa viuda sí quería al marido de verdad. Esa viuda sí quería al marido de verdad. Todavía estaba en la caja, no lo quiso perdonar. Pero bueno, ¿y qué era la viuda? Saqué de pena y lo llevé a descansar. Que yo lo saqué de pena y lo llevé a descansar. Que yo lo saqué de pena y lo llevé a descansar. Que yo lo saqué de pena y lo llevé a descansar. La familia comentaba camino del funeral. La familia comentaba camino del funeral. Y la viuda ni siquiera al entierro fue a acompañar. Pero bueno, daría oficial.
Que Dios lo saque de pena y lo lleve a descansar. Que Dios lo saque de pena y lo lleve a descansar. Que Dios lo saque de pena y lo lleve a descansar. Que Dios lo saque de pena y lo lleve a descansar.
Y la coqueta, coqueta que se acabó. Y la coqueta, coqueta que se acabó. No le contó el marido ni el primer día cuando murió. No le contó el marido ni el primer día cuando murió.
Llegó Lemón Jazz. Me voy a la transición perfecta. Me cuidan con Dios todo el tiempo. Él come corazones, pero el corazón es bueno. Oye, te dije que somos una familia. Lemón, ¿verdad que sí? Que somos una familia.
Tú tienes cambio por la guagua.
Bye bye, con Dios todo el tiempo.
Llegó mi familia ya, están mis hermanos aquí. La gente que yo más quiero para bailar, para gozar. También llegó Josefina, Ofelia, Katy, Panchita, para completar la fiesta.
It's Sunday evening, and this is WHCR 90.3 FM, the voice of Harlem. I am Lamont, and this is Lamont's Jazz Break at 8.